quite a lot. When the state says boom and defense says pass, that's when I call my mini ass so classy and sass. Woo! Oh, Moxie, the emotional support mini donkey, tiny but mighty, a courtroom honky tonky. If the trial goes sideways, she don't panic or balk, just a soft little hee-haw and a judgmental walk. Clip clop, try to do the mess. Ears perked high and adorable distress. When the facts get wild and the lawyers get snarky, I lean on my emotional support. If a witness says I can't recall, she side-eyes gently from the stall. If the sidebar lasts all afternoon, she hums a brave that's slightly off tune. She's pocket-sized but bold of heart, a fluffy illegal work of art. From board down woes to verdict day, she snacks on hay and leads the way. Oh, Moxie, queen of the pasture class, small but ruling the law to grass. When the timeline spirals and things get funky, there's peace in a steadfast mini donkey. Clip clop, courage, fluffy and spunky. All hail the emotional support as Moxie. Oh.
Need to shorten that a little bit for the entrance, but we are doing a recap. Nick will be joining when he can. He has, more real life stuff, and I am a perpetual inside cat to kind of give you guys oriented to where we are today. Look at me talking like a lawyer. We are at day 6. We are going to be coming back after the lunch break. Now, the defense had filed a motion for mistrial on the basis of, I believe her name was Miss Gibson, the kind of evidence collector, ologist for this case. Indicating that the phone calls that she recorded were in fact jail calls. So we are coming back to kind of get in that. We will be working at 1.25 speed. I will have closed captions on. Then we will be finishing up the rest of the afternoon of day 6 and getting into day 7. Hopefully we'll be able to kind of get through this quickly. So I will be flashing up more and trying to interact more in chat. So I don't, since it's a full week of rainy and cold, I am more prone to tangenting. So I'm going to try to be a little more quiet. But I do have, we are on sidebar counter. The next one will be 40. We have started with, okay. You gotta wait 10 seconds. We have started with the 40 nerves that I have, just ready to go. And then my favorite one, when either side makes a point, talk logic to me. It's 50 shades of logic is my love language. So that's kind of the difference. I do have a bingo card. While I'm extra squirrely, I may not be able to always check the bingo card, but you guys are free to play. It's got a lot of different options, but let's not delay anymore and get into this. So I do have it at 1.25 speed, and I do have closed captions on.
Mr. Ramos, may we talk about the defendant's objection regarding the call detail records that I understand Mr. Contradimos is going to testify regarding? Is that correct, Mr. Nick?
That's my understanding.
Contradimos is the gentleman that they'll come in through?
I'm not going to be seeking to admit the call detail records.
I'm confused.
I imagine they were used for some of their demonstrative exhibits.
He relied on call detail records to create some of our exhibits.
Got it.
But
Good enough.
But I'm seeking to admit the visual representation of those call detail records that he helped create, that he'll testify came from the call detail records, although the call detail records themselves, the state is not seeking to admit as an exhibit.
Got it. Okay. I've looked at the Webster case. It certainly talks about notice with respect to Rule 807, which has a notice provision, and case law talking about how that notice provision works. The Webster case doesn't mention 902 at all. I'm not sure I was following your argument, Mr. Ramos.
90111 is what he was arguing.
Judge, the 902, 803 rules and those identified in the residual exception in Webster, they reference the same language, which is the notice language. That's what we were focusing on. I think Your Honor has enough to make a ruling.
Okay.
I understand your position.
Got it.
Yeah.
All right. So under Rule 902, subsection 11, records that can be self-authenticating under that rule before the trial or hearing, the proponent, in this case the state, must give an adverse party reasonable written notice of the intent to offer the record and must make the record and certification that makes the record self-authenticating available for inspection so that the other party, in this case defendant, has a fair opportunity to challenge them. All of those things have occurred. The call detail records and the certifications under Rule 902 that are included with them from the mobile service providers have been made available to defendant for inspection through the discovery process. And by virtue of the fact that those records have been part of, or at least the portions of those records that the state seeks to publish to the jury have been part of the state's exhibit list, the state has given the adverse party reasonable written notice of the intent to offer the record. The court finds that defendant has had a fair opportunity to challenge those records. Any objection to the admission of that call detail record information under 902.11 is respectfully overruled. Anything further, Mr. Ramos?
No, Judge. There will be through Mr. Kouri some testimony regarding the .png files or the gist. I would at that point probably ask why you do this, assuming they're going to be asked to be introduced to evidence. So I just let the court know now if it's sure that.
Which file type was that?
They're like GIFs. They're those GIFs that were presented during the
the pathways that link to those.
Right.
Got it. Okay.
Can I ask just a general question just to avoid, because I think it's going to come up. So it's my understanding that the extractions have now been put into evidence, correct?
So that's on, yeah, but not the physical documents, but the extraction, but the testimony about who extracted or downloaded the phones. Yes.
And we put the phones in, but we have not put in the actual, we've not put in the report, the data that's been fed into the Celebrate software platform. Is that in?
The raw data is not readable.
I know. The raw data is in through the phone, but is the Celebrate data?
So, yes, this has been something that, look, y'all, full transparency, I'm a twice college dropout, not a lawyer. But in my 4 years of watching trials, I've never seen the state so reluctant to put their evidence into evidence. Generally, procedurally, you have the person that, extracted the phones enter in the Cellbrite data, and they're generally the person that talks about the data. So this, we talked about Cellbrite, but we haven't entered the report. If you have a strong case, you don't do things like this. Or at least if it doesn't appear like you have a strong case if you're doing all of this strategery and kind of awkwardness.
That has been extracted by Ingtao, was that put in?
Not yet.
Okay, so if that's not in, how do we have from Costa Demos, how can he put in the demonstratives that are based on that Because it's just basically it just makes it into a picture, but it's the data from what's not in yet.
So you have witnesses talking about the physical device containing electronically stored information was secured.
Correct.
You have testimony creating a chain of custody to the people that downloaded it through a two-step process.
Right.
The gray key, right, forensically mirrors that phone. And then Cellbrite is how, among other people, I imagine Mr. Katradimos would say, I was able to read and process and parse out, quote unquote, that information. Not everything on that phone is relevant, so not all of it goes in. We're going to see what parts the state believes are relevant through Mr. Katradimos. He hasn't testified yet.
So he's going to be allowed to testify what's the information that's in something that hasn't been put in yet. Because
I mean, this will be something that definitely when Nick comes in, I want to get his opinion on, because I do feel like the defense really has a point here. Now, maybe the judge is also making a very logical and reasoned argument, but it does seem like the state is doing everything they can to be sneaky-ish. I don't know. That's my take on it, not being, a lawful law third-party intervener as of yet. So I will make a note to ask Nick about it because there are some intricacies. Ludimus, this should have been litigated in suppression and limine motions. Yeah, which is why if any of you in the chat have watched some of the pretrial motions, is this judge the type that was kind of like Bev that would basically say, we'll adjudicate this during trial? Or has he been one that's been making adjudications on motions in limine, in the pretrial motions, or has he been one to say, let's see what happens in trial and I'll rule on it when I get there? And thank you, Nick. There seems to be case law in Utah which allows Cellbrite report in without the raw data. Thank you so much. Let's see. In an abundance of caution, did everyone watch yesterday's testimony? This is yesterday's afternoon testimony. We're starting right after lunch. So we start a little bit early and we try to get going through that. The internet people are supposed to be here in the afternoon. My internet seems to be fine in the morning for whatever reason. So since Nick has a real life job, I'm handling this morning because he has been handling he's been doing yeoman's work on this trial with my cruddy internets. So I appreciate him, but let's get on. And thank you so much, Nick, for the lawyer assist in chat.
In the extraction?
There is no basis to admit the extraction. There is a lot of information on that phone that I imagine is not relevant under 401 and 402.
Agreed.
So there's no basis to put in the entire extraction. So it's not like an encyclopedia.
Okay. Well, then this is getting to the core of what my concern is.
Yeah.
And I'm just thinking out loud to try to avoid wasting Kostradimos' time. But let's say, hypothetically, we want to get some of the extraction information in at a later time.
Do you have an expert that has looked at those extractions with Cellbrite and can testify and lay foundation?
We do.
Okay.
No problem. But my question is whether our expert can do the same thing theirs is doing, which is relying on data they saw in Cellbrite and parsing it out without the Cellbrite extraction coming in. Because as long as we can do it too, I'm totally fine with this whole process. But what's worrying me is we're going to get to my side and they're going to say the extraction's not in, your expert can't testify. So I guess I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. The extraction doesn't have to come in as long as our expert has reviewed the extraction and they've laid a foundation for authenticity of the extraction, which, by the way, I don't think either side is challenging the authenticity of the extraction ultimately. But the same thing's going to apply when our side gets up and our guy says, this is what I pulled out of Cellbrite. I'm going to use this in what we're going to present.
Are you talking to me or that?
I'm talking to you.
I'm not sure what you're asking for.
asking if we need to have a hearing now about whether the extraction has to be admitted for all this to come in, or if the extraction doesn't have to be admitted, there's no problems.
The only reason we've talked, as I understand it, about the extraction process at all is to lay foundation for the expert testimony of people like Mr. Kouri.
Perfect. So you will not require for Kouri to testify about the data that he read from the extraction. You are not going to require the extraction to be admitted into evidence, because if that applies, then that applies to us too, and we're fine with that.
As long as your expert is an expert and doesn't have say or do something else objectionable, I don't know who your expert is or what they're going to say, so I need to be a little bit circumspect here. But the fact that a copy of the extraction from Gray Key on a portable hard drive has not been admitted as an exhibit is not an impediment to this kind of expert testimony.
That is exactly what I needed to know, because if it is, we need to have a hearing on it. And if it's not, then there's no problem. But I just want to make super clear that we're all on the same page, that it doesn't have to come in for us to pull things out of it and admit it.
Yeah, I think we need to keep in mind the life cycle of these things. There's information gathering, there's chain of custody and information preservation, and then there's what's admissible and how it comes in.
Sure.
And I know that I've gone on other sites and people have been very scornful of the defense. I actually appreciate that she is clarifying things, that she's not assuming. I mean, in my objective opinion, this judge has seemed fair and very balanced, but I'm glad that she's making sure. If she had to worry about that, I'm glad that she, is making sure, kind of hammering out exactly what she can use. I'd much rather people ask for their boundaries than, we get to their case in chief and we have to waste more time. I would rather the defense be very clear about asking about boundaries. And this judge seems to be one that's willing to listen and give thought and be a fair goalie, a referee.
The only reason it's just unique is because the phone itself, without the extraction, the hard data is not readable, as the witnesses have talked about.
Right.
I mean, like, if the juror was given what was extracted out of the phone, they couldn't do anything with it anyway.
You and I agree.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we don't do that wrong, so that the hard drive extraction itself doesn't have to come in and we can all pull pieces out of it that we want because the foundation's been laid.
Now, I want to be careful. You're saying the extraction. There are several.
There are.
I'm familiar with the ones for which foundation has been laid so far. I don't know whether you're talking about some other devices regarding which foundation has not yet been laid.
Eric Kouri's phone.
This is, again, I feel like you're talking to the state, not me.
No. I think we're all in agreement that the extraction doesn't have to come in. As long as the extraction doesn't have to come in and we can use pieces of it, I'm totally fine.
Provided sufficient foundation.
Sure, to show it's
extraction has been
admissible. To show it's admissible under other grounds, 401, 43, hearsay.
Authenticity, yeah.
Well, authenticity is an issue, right?
If you're talking about a device that we haven't talked about yet, you're going to have to lay some foundation.
No, assume for purposes of this conversation, it's only devices that have been admitted. So
for the purposes of this conversation and putting aside other 702 related objections that the state may make when your expert witness is testifying, what's good for the goose is good for the gander with respect to the extractions.
Perfect. Perfect. That's all I needed. Thank you very much for taking the time. I do think that's really complicated and strange because of the way that the extraction is a different
Anyone else want chicken wings now?
data set than the actual guts of the phone, which is unreadable. So that's why I just wanted to clarify that. So thank you very much.
Okay. I forgot how that began.
The juror issue. We got to talk about the juror issue.
We can switch to that. Anything else regarding Mr. Kouri before he takes his stand? Ms. Shervnik?
Nothing from the state.
Mr. Ramos?
And then to orient you, if you guys were maybe missing this or the jury issue, so jurors are typically given a list of witnesses that may be called for each side and asked if they've had any business or kind of relationship dealings with the people. And the jurors must have looked through the list, and one of the jurors did say after Mrs. Was it White? Her name was White something. Oh, for the love of Cheetos. That she had done some sort of Cross-White. She had done some sort of business deal with her. She hadn't remembered. So she did, as soon as she realized and saw her face, bring this up to the judge. So both sides are now going to be discussing that particular issue. But just to give you a bit of a backstory, if you're a little confused or have slept since then.
Okay. The juror note. Go ahead, Ms. Lewis.
Your Honor, we do have some concerns about the note that came out from the juror. First off, I believe that had we had this information during jury selection, this juror would have been weeded out in the process because they had a business transaction with the witness. So now we have someone on the jury who I believe, based on our parameters, wouldn't have even made it to the final pool. So that's concerning. The other concern is we don't know anything about the interaction with Ms. Ms. Cross-White, positive, negative. I did have to push back a little. That concerns me a little bit that, if he thinks very highly of her, that could be some bias that I did have to get up and push back. And our position would be out of an abundance of caution. We dismiss that particular juror.
Are you prepared to address this now, Mr. Bloodworth, or do you need some time to think about it?
John, we can address this now.
I want to be transparent. I'm not going to rule in this moment. I will need to just take a look at what legal standards, if any, there are regarding this. But if there's anything you want to put on the record now.
Can I just add, I'm sorry, Brad. It is our understanding that Ms. Crosswhite went by a different name. So I'm not implying this juror intentionally withheld information. He may have known her by a different name.
Understood. Go ahead, Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, I don't know that the jury note provides the court with sufficient information to make a determination at this point. It seems to the state that a little bit of voir dire would probably benefit the court. But based on what the information the note contains, I don't see cause to strike or dismiss this juror.
All right. Ms. Lewis, my sense of this is I don't need to rule on this right now. I can give it some thought. There's no harm in leaving the juror right where they are for the time being.
Agreed.
Okay. I won't lose track of this. Let me think about it for a minute. It may be that I just need to ask this person a few questions and then we'll go from there. Okay. Motion for Ms. Ramos?
Sure. Just really briefly. As the court will recall, during the time that I had Ms. Chelsea Gibson on cross, I was trying to lay a foundation to later get in some of the home wave calls that had been downloaded. According to her reports that we were provided, she was the individual who downloaded all of them and stored them into evidence. And I believe that I had to at least lay a foundation of authenticity if I later wanted to admit those calls. So I was trying to do that. I was trying to do it very carefully. I warned her to please copy my language. I looked right at her.
We are still on the state, and now we are getting to the motion of mistrial where Chelsea Gibson, the state's kind of steward of evidence, did even with, and Miss Kathy Nestor is correct, that she was very clear and careful with her language, and Miss Gibson kind of spontaneously said, "Oh, the jail calls." Now, I will say that we know he at least hasn't ruled now since we are, having a day 7. But it will be interesting to see how he responds to this. I don't know how he will. So let's kill the suspense, Mo, and just push the button.
Used very specific language, and her response was, "You mean the jail calls?" I understand things like this happen in trial, but the case law that's relevant, I believe, it implicates Ms. Richins' Sixth Amendment right to a fair trial. It affects the presumption of innocence because if the jury is aware that she's been incarcerated, there's been case law that says that can impact your presumption of innocence. There is a pretty recent case in Utah, State versus Bernejo, Bernejo. The site is 476 P3rd 148, which acknowledges that evidence of custody status can carry the risk of prejudice. I will absolutely concede all the case law gives you so much discretion in this area because every circumstance is different. Every situation is different. They really, really do rely on the trial court judge to make a call in the moment. Now we have this situation through no fault of mine where the jury now knows that at least for some period of time, my client was in jail and communicating with family. And she did use the phrase calls with an S to indicate there were multiple calls, although she didn't say how many or for how long. And I concede that. So we would, and also the case of State versus Atkin, Atkin, 135 P3rd 894. Again, there's a quote, it may be prejudicial in certain cases. Full disclosure, both of these cases, the court did not find sufficient prejudice to overturn the call the court made in the moment. I think actually Bernejo may have been not, that they weren't, they were challenging whether the lawyer was ineffective, I think, for failing to make a mistrial objection. If I'm not mistaken, I think that was Bernejo. So I'm not even sure the judge made a call on that case, but I do believe on Atkin they did. So based on the authority, the recognition that it can bring prejudice, based on the fact that this case did happen so long ago, so the jury would put 2 and 2 together and realize my client's been in jail the whole time, possibly. It's an inference that could be made. We did move for mistrial. I will state for the record, the court did provide a special instruction, limiting instruction, warning the jury not to consider that. That's one of those, difficulties because it does then again highlight that comment was made, but we were trying to do in the moment the least amount of damage going forward. I did agree to that instruction being made. I did not object to it because at that point I felt like something needed to be addressed. But that was the basis of the motion, and that's all the record we need to make.
Okay. Anything further, Mr. Glover? I think I have this firmly in hand.
Yes, Your Honor. The state rests on the record that we made at the sidebar.
Okay, very good. The issue before the court is a motion for mistrial made by defendant following Ms. Gibson's reference to jail calls, quote unquote, during her cross-examination. The court finds that statement, while improper, was not intentionally elicited by either party. It was inadvertent. It was made in passing. It was a short, quick reference. It is relatively innocuous in light of both the volume of testimony that the jury will hear in this case over the course of 5 weeks. It is relatively innocuous in light of the fact that this is a homicide trial. And so it would not come as a surprise to jurors that the defendant in a homicide trial may have been in custody at some point in the case. And moreover, the court gave a curative instruction that specifically instructed the jury not to consider that comment and not to speculate about whether defendant was or is in custody at any time in this case. Based upon those findings, the court finds that a mistrial is not required. Defendant's motion is respectfully denied. Anything further on that, Mr. Bleber?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Shervanack, anything else before we invite the jury in?
No, Judge.
Ms. Lewis? Ms.
No, Your
Nestor? Okay. We're ready for the jury.
Okay.
Ms. Shervanack, the state's next witness, please.
Detective Jeff O'Driscoll, please.
Detective, let's get you sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Have a seat.
If you could state your name and spell your last name, please.
Detective Jeff O'Driscoll, O''DRISCOLL,
Where do you work?
Summit County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked there?
10 years.
What's your assignment with the sheriff's office?
I am a detective in the Major Crimes Investigation Unit.
During your investigation of this case, did you seize a cell phone belonging to Miss Carmen Lauber?
Yes, I did.
Was that in April of 2023?
Yes, it was.
Was that a black Samsung phone?
Yes,
Was the phone number on that phone ending 6127?
I believe so, yes.
Did you book that phone into evidence at the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
I think it was collected by crime scene technicians on the scene, and they booked it into evidence.
Did you later retrieve that phone from evidence and with the help of Miss Chelsea Gibson, download that phone?
Yes.
Was that done using the Celebrate software?
Yes, it was.
Those are all my questions for you.
Just to make very clear, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Ms.
You are the O'Driscoll, that's the chief investigator in this case, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's all I have for now, Your Honor. Thank you.
May this witness step down, Ms. Chopin?
For now, please.
Yeah, okay, very good. The state's next witness, please.
Chris Kotridimas.
Sir, if you step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Please return. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
Right. Please proceed.
Sir, if you could state your name and spell your last name, please.
Sure, it's Chris Kotrodimos, Kotrodimos.
Let's go through your employment background. Where are you currently working?
I currently own my own business. I own a company called M20 Solutions.
What's that company?
We do investigations, training, and consulting for prosecutors, defense teams, and law enforcement.
Is part of that business focused on digital forensics?
Yes.
Prior to that, where did you work?
I worked in law enforcement. I started my career in North Carolina with the Raleigh Police Department. I worked there until 2003. I took a position with the Salt Lake City Police Department, where I worked there until 2017. My last 5 years at Salt Lake City were spent in the homicide unit. In 2017, I took a position with the Salt Lake County District Attorney's Office as an investigator in the homicide unit and worked there for just shy of 6 years until my retirement in 2022.
And that's when you started your own business?
Yes.
Were you asked to analyze phone downloads and phone records for this case?
Yes.
Were you asked to do that process, look at the phone downloads and the phone records for 3 phones belonging to Kouri Richins?
Yes.
1 phone belonging to Eric Richins?
Yes.
Phone belonging to Carmen Lauber?
Yes.
A phone belonging to Josh Grossman?
Yes.
And phone records related to Robert Crozier?
Yes.
Let's talk a little bit about your qualifications. What type of specific education or training have you received to be able to analyze all of this phone data?
Sure. As it relates to this case, I've taken some formal training. Of course, once you get the formal training, then you get a lot of your experience.
Quantify some. And I legitimately mean quantify, because some is nebulous. Like you got a certification from DeVry, you took a seminar.
In the field, in practical experience using that training. I'm a Cellbrite certified operator course. I took that. I took the Cellbrite certified physical analyzer course as well. And then from the call detail records standpoint, I am certified and took a course in, it's called TRACS. It's owned by LexisNexis. It's a location and data analysis program for call detail records and geolocation.
Have you testified before as an expert in digital forensics?
Yes.
How many times?
At least a dozen times in major cases.
And have you testified for prosecution and defense in those cases?
Yes.
How many phones have you done analysis for in your time doing this work?
Phones, hundreds. And I'm call detail records are probably over 1,000.
Have you done downloads yourself?
I have.
For other cases?
I have.
So let's start, we'll treat it like a funnel. We'll start big picture. Let's talk about digital forensics. What is digital forensics?
The best and easiest way to describe it is the analysis of electronic devices. As it relates to this case, and my specialty is mostly phones and some computers.
So let's talk about specialties within digital forensics. What is, you mentioned that you're certified Cellbrite analyzer user
Yes.
or certified
Yes.
in that program. What is Cellbrite?
Cellbrite, they have several products, but generally what they do is they provide extraction tools to extract data from devices. And then they also provide analysis tools so that you can analyze then those readable files.
You mentioned call detail records. Is there an acronym we refer to those in shorthand?
Yes, CDR.
What is a CDR?
So a call detail record or a CDR is exactly what it sounds like, pretty much. Okay, it's a record from your carrier, from your cell carrier, like Verizon or AT&T. And what it is it is a record of all your call details. So your incoming and outgoing calls, texts, data sessions, things of that nature.
You mentioned location analysis. How do you perform something like location analysis using cell phone data or CDR data?
Yeah, so you can map both, but prevalence is call detail records. So law enforcement can obtain call detail records that include location data with them. And location data is essentially, the carrier reports and maintains a record during their normal course of business, which towers you're using, where that tower is located, and what antenna or sector of the tower that you're utilizing for that communication.
When you're analyzing phone data, what are the two main sources of that information?
Oh, so like for phone data, like in general?
Yeah, when you analyzed phones for this case, what were the two main sources of the data?
Okay, my only break is because y'all, we're getting into cell phone, azimuth, and degree data, testimony. And the only reason or thing I have to say is, Mom, this is reason number 373. I cannot go be a lawyer because y'all, I would say analyst. You know I would. I'd be in front of the Supreme Court, and instead of saying analyst, I'd be like, so you're the analyst? And then I'd be like, you're the expert analyst. And I'd be like, oh, crap. So just pause to explain why I can't be a lawyer in real life.
So the phones themselves, which is the content of the device, and then the call detail records, which are the communication records associated with those devices.
So when we're talking about call detail records, I think most people understand the phone contents that comes from the actual device, correct?
Correct.
And the call detail records, you said they were stored by the carrier. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the call detail records, would those be located on anyone's device, or are those solely maintained by AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile?
Yeah, the records themselves are maintained by the carrier.
And what is contained in a call detail record?
There's a lot of information in there. There is typically a timestamp, so there's a date and a time that the communication occurred, amongst whom the communication took place, or between which carrier or which numbers the communication took place. So, which phone numbers, whether it's incoming or outgoing, the duration if it's a phone call, and then of course the tower information, the tower location information.
Would a CDR record contain, for example, it would say a text is incoming or outgoing? Would any of the content of those messages be in the call detail record?
No, not in a call detail record.
How do you start or how do you analyze the contents of a phone? What do you use to do that?
So in this case, I used Cellbrite Physical Analyzer.
And how do you use Cellbrite Physical Analyzer? What does that provide you to allow you to analyze the contents?
So Cellbrite Physical Analyzer is a software package. And what it does is it allows you to analyze readable files from the extraction. So the phone is downloaded, a readable file is created, you load that readable file into Analyzer, and then you can analyze those results.
How often are there other programs besides Cellbrite that can perform that function?
Yes.
Is Cellbrite the most commonly used one?
Yes.
Why is that?
It's very popular because it's got a very user-friendly interface. It's widely known. It's widely regarded.
Before the Karen Reed trial, probably. After the Karen Reed trial,
Analysts and people that do extractions and downloads and have learned that they can rely on the results of those. They're pretty good, and so it's commonplace in this industry, particularly in law enforcement.
So now you testified that you've done downloads yourself of some phones.
Yes.
Can the person doing the download, extracting that raw data from a phone, can they change the contents of the phone when downloading it?
No.
Can they manipulate it in any way when it's going from the raw data into the Cellbrite reader format?
No, I don't know of a way to do that.
Why might a cell phone be downloaded or extracted more than once?
Usually it's different products are being applied to the phone. There are software updates, but more importantly, there's different products that might be available to obtain more data versus the other, particularly.
When you receive the download report from the phone in the readable format, what is contained in that report?
In the report is going to be all the system files. So there's going to be, most importantly, is the calls, texts, the web history. There can be biometrics. There can be like activity movement of the device, biometric information, web searches. There's pretty much everything that is contained in the phone that a user might utilize or it would be available in that download.
Can a download report show if there have been things deleted off of the phone?
Yes.
How does it show that?
Yeah. In Physical Analyzer, if the extraction software recovers something from a database that has been set for destruct or for deletion, it can find that and then repopulate it into the phone as to where, actually into the report for where it belongs. And when it does that, in the program, it signifies that with like a small red X in a column next to it to let you know that it had been previously deleted from the device as an active user or by the active, the active file. But the software has been able to go in, find it in the database, and repopulate it.
So if a user deletes an item, it might still be stored on the phone that can be pulled by that report.
Correct. They may not be able to see it and think it's gone, but it may still be within a database that can be retrieved and repopulated.
Now, is that possible for all items that a user deletes?
No.
Why not?
Some of those deletions are system files, and so they're maintained in the background. The average user would not or probably be able to delete system files. They're just, they literally run the phone.
So if I'm a common user of a phone and I delete a photo, how long would it be in the background of that phone and able to be downloaded by this report before it's gone forever?
Well, it kind of varies, and it varies by, there's a lot of variation there. But typically, when an item like an image is deleted, the image itself, that process, the original, like if it was sent to you or whatever, and you deleted it, it would be gone from your view in the phone, but it would be in a deletion file. And so that deletion file eventually has to make room for more deletions so that it pushes deleted files out to make room for more deletions so that it can refill it. It only has so much room. So it has to purge that.
I will say, as a confirmed and diehard neo-Luddite or anti-tech person, not so much that I hate technology in that I have a hard time interfacing with it. I do like that this expert is talking to the jury and not at the jury. I think he's doing a good job of taking very, maybe not complex for anyone beyond me, but making it to where it's easy to understand what he's talking about, but not talking to them like they're 5-year-olds. So granting them intelligence, but putting it in layman's terms. So he's actually doing a very good job for testimony that I generally hate. I did want to point that out.
At some point. And that time can vary. More deletions are going to make that process typically happen more rapidly than less.
So if items have been deleted by a user and that phone gets downloaded in maybe that sweet spot where it's still somewhere in the background of the phone, right, that could be in the report.
It could be.
But if you miss that window and then the item is gone for good and can't be found in one of those extraction reports.
Pretty much. Once it's deleted from the system file, there's a process called a vacuum. Once it's vacuumed out and those files are reduced, it's essentially, you're probably not going to find it.
Now, if a user deletes a text from a phone, from their own phone, does that affect how the text message would show up on the receiving end?
No.
Shifting over to the CDR, the call detail records, you kind of described what that is and that it's stored by the cell phone carrier. How long is that data stored by the different major cell phone carriers?
They're all different. So they maintain their records for varying amounts of time. Verizon typically will keep call detail records for 18 months to 24 months, but they will only keep the associated location data for about a year. whereas AT&T and T-Mobile will keep that information for a much longer time.
Now, because this data is maintained or kept by, AT&T or Verizon, can a user access that information?
No, those are business records maintained by the carrier.
Okay, I feel like we have a good groundwork now, and I want to turn your attention to what you did, what you did in this case. When were you brought on to work on this case?
I came on in May of 2023.
And in general, what were you asked to do for your part in this case?
Analyze phone downloads and analyze call detail records for pertinent information related to the case.
And so you analyzed phone downloads for this case, and you talked about the process for doing that. Did you perform any of the downloads for the phones in this case yourself?
The downloads, no.
And in viewing the download reports for the phones you analyzed, did you learn who the phone belonged to?
Yes.
How do you do that?
Well, besides the record or file being designated as belonging to that person, when you open the physical analyzer report, it gives details about the phone number, the IMEI number for the phone, and whatnot, and that can be matched to the user, whomever was using it at the relevant time.
As you analyzed phones for this case, did you generally become familiar with the people involved?
Yes.
Did you become familiar with what they look like?
Yes.
How did you become familiar with what these people look like?
Again, law enforcement shared that information with me, but in most instances, when I looked into the phone downloads, there were pictures of those people inside those phones doing various things, hanging out with family or...
Don't crime in Utah. If you don't want this man seeing your nudes, don't crime in Utah. I If that's not enough to keep you on the straight and narrow, I don't know what else is.
Contact photos, that type of thing.
I first want to turn your attention to Eric Richins' phone. Did you do an analysis of Eric Richins' phone?
Yes.
And was that a phone with the number 801-792-9317?
Yes.
Did you receive a download report from the Summit County Sheriff's Office for that phone?
Yes.
And was that download performed by Changi Entau and Marcos Garicachia?
I believe so.
When you reviewed the report for Eric Richins' phone, did you find any evidence of mass deletions on his phone?
In Eric's phone, mass deletions, no.
How would you be able to tell if somebody had made batch or mass deletions from their phone?
Usually, if it's not evident in the actual phone download, whereas you can actually see the software has reported that those items were found as deleted and recovered. Outside of that, you would compare it to other types of evidence, such as like the call detail records.
So how would you be able to tell if there were deletions when comparing the phone to the call detail records?
It's basic. You just take the call detail record and you look and you see who that person was communicating with through their call detail record. And then you would be able to verify if those communications were maintained in the call logs on the phone themselves. So if I called you 5 times today, it would show in my call detail record. But if you downloaded my phone, it would also show in my call log that I called you 5 times today and what time of day and how long our phone calls were.
Did you review text message conversations from Eric Richins' phone?
Yes.
And in addition, did you review device activity data?
Yes.
You mentioned biometric data. What type of biometric data can you recover from a phone or review?
Right. It's kind of hand in hand with the activity report that you just mentioned. When a device moves or a connected device moves, it reports that movement to the device, and it's found in that activity sensor report portion of the download.
Did you look at Eric Richins' for evidence of THC gummy use?
Yes.
And did you find text messages between Eric Richins and Kouri Richins as it related to THC gummy use?
Yes.
Was that 3 conversations?
It was.
Okay. Was that 1 conversation in November of 2021?
Yes.
And 2 conversations in January of 2022?
Yes.
Scott, if we could show the witness 2-118D. Is it on your screen?
It's not. I got
Okay.
Desktop.
You there, law show.
On my screen.
My apologies. That's okay. 1 second. Counsel.
I love that the judges
Is this the conversation you referenced from November of 2021?
You may need Scott to zoom in. It's pretty small.
It is. I'm wearing my.
There we go.
Yeah, there. Yeah, better. Thanks, Scott. Yes, this is a November of 2021 conversation.
And that's between Kouri Richins and Eric Richins?
Yes.
Scott, if you could show the witness 2-119D, please. Is this a conversation between Eric Richins and Kouri Richins in January of 2022?
It is.
Thank you. And Scott, if you could show the witness 2-124D. And is this another conversation from January of 2022 from Eric Richins to Kouri Richins?
It is.
Did you also analyze Eric Richins' phone for information about illicit drug use?
Yes.
Did you find anything in Eric Richins' phone about illicit drug use?
No, outside THC, I didn't find anything.
Any communications on Eric Richins' phone about buying drugs?
No.
Now I want to talk about Kouri Richins' phones. Did you analyze 3 phones that belonged to Kouri Richins for this case?
I did, yes.
Scott, if you could put up 3-37D, please.
What in the hodacity? Who needs 3 phones? Look, y'all, I have been very candid on the fact that I cannot remember Mr. Mo's cell phone number, let alone deal with my own cell phone number. This is what in the Miami Vice is going on here?
Please. Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is it?
This is an exhibit that represents the 3 phones that you just mentioned that were being used by Ms. Richins that are relevant to this case.
Did you help create this exhibit?
I did.
I'm going to move to admit 337D.
Okay. States 3-37D is admitted.
And publish, please.
You know, Falnos, I forgot about people having business phones. So you're right. 2 is not too unusual. I guess 3 is weird.
Okay. I have pink pointers I'm going to try to use.
All right.
Oh, dear, no.
Okay. Let's start at the top.
All right.
What phone is at the top of this exhibit?
Okay, so the phone at the top of the exhibit on the left-hand side is Ms. Richins' white iPhone. And the 2 numbers that are there next to the 1 and the 2, those represent the phone numbers that were being used on that device during the time of September 2020 to April of 2022.
What do those dates represent?
That's the duration of the time that phone was being utilized.
So you mentioned for Kouri Richins' white iPhone that there were 2 numbers on that phone. What number were you able to determine was maybe the primary or most used number for that phone?
Right. So the number ending in 1987 is going to be the primary.
Also, what in the black magic? Wait, you can have 2 numbers for one cell phone? Y'all, legitimately, I am today years old having learned that. What in the dark wizardry and the dark arts? I am legitimately flabbergasted. This seems nuts. Also, why would you date someone named Grossman? Wow, that is cool. I love that I'm shocked with really normal tech things. I'm like, that's neato.
Primary number, that is the carrier subscriber number through Verizon that phone was utilizing. And then the 1152 number is a VoIP number that was being used on that device as well.
So you said VoIP number, but tell the jury, how do you get 2 phone numbers on one phone?
You just use an app.
Okay. How is, in this case, the number 1152,
Hey, cell phone wizard, jackass. There are some of us that just learned that today. Don't laugh at us. Don't call us names. It's not our fault we're not smart and don't need a burner phone.
how is that different than what you called the subscriber number, the 1987? How is it different?
Right. So that number, a VoIP number, it uses the internet to make calls, make and receive calls, make and receive texts. You can use that number like you would your normal carrier number. The difference is it uses data. And so It typically doesn't show up on your call detail records when you use it.
Did you view a download from Kouri Richins' white iPhone?
I did.
And that came from the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
It did.
And that download was performed by Cheney Engtao and another download by Marcos Gary Cuchilla?
I believe so, yes.
Did that download contain text messages, call logs, web searches, things like that?
Yes.
In addition to that, were you also able to view what we were calling activity data or device sensor data for that phone?
Yes.
When you did the analysis for that white iPhone, was there evidence of deletions?
Yes.
Was there evidence of text message deletions?
Yes.
Evidence of call log deletions?
Yes.
Describe what time frame you were able to recognize those deletions happening.
The time frame essentially for that device is mid-March. So specifically as it relates to some of the other items that I looked at related to this case, we're looking basically January 1st through middle of March 2022.
What was missing from that phone for January 2022, February 2022, and March 2022?
Hundreds of text messages, at least. They were also missing most of the web history artifacts in that device.
Call histories as well?
Call logs, etc.
So turning your attention to the middle phone here, what are the dates for the use of that phone?
April 14th, 2022 to May 8th, 2023.
Now I noticed that silver iPhone has the same number as the white iPhone. How did that occur?
So this is a new device that Ms. Richins began using on April 14th, and she basically just had her old number assigned to this new device.
Were you able to view a download for this phone?
Yes.
And that was performed by the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Now, comparing Kouri's silver iPhone that she began using in April of 2022 compared to the prior phone, the one that she was using leading up to that point, were there patterns of deletions in this phone similar to the white iPhone?
There were some deletions noted, but not in the same manner as the previous phone, no.
What do you mean not in the same manner?
Meaning there were not big chunks of hundreds of text missing from the device that I noted, compared to the new phone did not have that type of deletion in it.
So now let's talk about the third phone on this exhibit. It says Kouri Richins' blue iPhone. Did you also view an extraction for this phone?
I did.
Or I guess extraction and download. I'm using them interchangeably. Is that
So
okay?
That's fine.
They're the same thing. And that download came from the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Now, similar questions about the blue iPhone. It seems that the date ranges for that are the same as the silver iPhone. Is that correct?
Correct.
So based on your analysis, Kouri Richins was using the blue iPhone and the silver iPhone at the same time?
Correct.
Same question for the blue iPhone. Were there mass deletions on the blue iPhone when comparing it to what you looked at for the white iPhone?
No.
Okay. Now, you did an analysis of a phone belonging to Carmen Lauber. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's the phone with the number ending 6127?
Yes.
Did you analyze CDR data for Carmen Lauber's phone?
I did.
And did you view an extraction or a download for that phone?
Yes.
And that came from the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
On Carmen Lauber's phone, were you able to tell if there were deletions on that phone?
Yes.
What were you able to note about items being deleted?
Essentially in the same manner as with Ms. Richins' original phone. When comparing Ms. Lauber's call detail records, there were hundreds of texts and dozens of calls contained in those call detail records for that period of time, but they were no longer contained inside the device. Like there was pretty much all of those gone.
Did you also look at...
And that would be a point as a juror that I would note. Again, Carmen did much better than I think Nick or I expected her to do as far as appearing very credible on the stand. But by the same metric, the state is wanting us to notice that Kouri had a bunch of text messages that were deleted and, use that as evidence to weigh her credibility. Well, the same goes for Carmen. So it'll be interesting to see what the defense makes of this particular evidence.
At call detail records for Robert Crozier's phone.
Yes.
And was that for a phone with a number ending 0540?
Yes.
All right, turning your attention to Robert Josh Grossman. Did you analyze a download for a phone belonging to that person?
Yes.
And that download was given to you by the Summit County Sheriff's Office.
Yes.
One download that was performed by Marcos Garicachia. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that phone is had two different numbers associated with it, 1260 and then 0904.
Correct.
When looking at all of these different phone downloads, did you analyze communications between Eric Richins and Kouri Richins?
Yes.
Scott, if you could show Mr. Koutradimos Exhibit 2-3D, please. Just zoom in a little bit so he can recognize it. Is this a message between Kouri Richins and Eric Richins from December of 2020?
Yes, it is.
Scott, if you could show the witness Exhibit 2-5D. Is this another message between Kouri Richins and Eric Richins from June of 2021?
Yes.
Scott, if you could show the witness Exhibit 2-17D. Is this a text message between Eric Richins and Kouri Richins in January of 2022?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Okay, before we jump into communications between some of these other parties, I want to see if you have analyzed these messages as well. Scott, if you could show the witness Exhibit 2-121. Do you recognize this message as a text message thread that you analyzed from Kouri Richins' phone from December of 2022?
Yes.
Scott, if you could show the witness 2-112. Similar question. Do you recognize this as a text message from Kouri Richins' phone that you analyzed from February of 2023?
Yes.
And Exhibit 2-113. Do you recognize this message as a text thread with Kouri Richins from March of 2023?
Yes.
And Scott, 2-14, please. Do you recognize this as a message from Kouri Richins' phone from March of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Scott. Did you analyze communications between Kouri Richins and, I know he goes by Josh, but Robert Josh Grossman?
Yes.
Did they communicate as far back as 2020?
They did, yes.
And through October of 2022?
Yes.
What were the typical volume of calls and texts between Kouri Richins and Josh Grossman?
Particularly from November of 21, which was essentially when the 1152 number showed up on his phone daily, with a few exceptions.
Now, Scott, if you could put up 337D again, please, for the jury as well.
One moment.
Ooh, juicy growth.
Now, you mentioned that the 1152 number showed up on Josh Grossman's phone. What number did Kouri Richins and Josh Grossman, from Kouri Richins' side, what number did she use to communicate with Josh Grossman?
By text, 1152.
Were you able to tell if she communicated with other people using that phone number, or was it mostly Mr. Grossman?
Mr. Grossman.
Did you find information on Kouri Richins' phone about these communications, or was that mostly from Mr. Grossman's phone?
I found none on Ms. Richins, and everything I found was on Mr. Grossman's.
In analyzing Kouri Richins' communications with Josh Grossman, did you locate documents that pertain to this case?
Yes.
Scott, if you could show the witness Exhibit 3-1. And then if you could, I believe there's a second page, if you could show the subsequent pages. Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is it?
This is
Generally speaking, is it a document you found?
Yeah, it's a vacation reservation made, or that was located inside Ms. Richins' device.
I'm going to move to admit 3-1.
Can you zoom out for a second, Scott? Go back to page 1 for me. It's a 2-page document, is that right?
I don't know if there's a third page. There's a third page that's the...
Fourth. Okay. 4 pages. Mr.
Four
Rollins.
pages of Hodacity?
talking about authenticity? Why don't you folks approach for a second?
Oh. Sidebar, 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 da 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 da. Da 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 do 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 do. Ooh, long sidebar. Do do. I see her
Yes, sir.
horn.
Would you ask the foundational question one more time?
Certainly. Mr. Kouri, in analyzing Kouri Richins' phone, did you find documents that were pertinent to this case?
Yes.
And you located those on Kouri Richins' device?
Yes.
And looking at Exhibit 3-1 in front of you, is this one of those documents that you located on her phone?
Yes.
Move to admit 3-1.
Mr. Reynolds, any other objection? Yep. Okay. So the record is clear. The objection asserted at sidebar is overruled. Scott, forgive me, you got to go back to page 1. 3-1, a 4-page document is admitted. Do you want to publish?
Yes, please.
Oh,
And
Lord, what an
Scott, if you can
friend.
zoom in on. Thank you, Scott. Did you analyze communications between Kouri?
Oh, no, wait. What in the $4,000 of Hodacity total price? And this heifer is having Hodacity on layaway. How dare you put a down payment of $218 on, and you're gonna lay away your Again, look, do I think she was a good wife? No. Does that mean she's guilty of murder? No, the state hasn't proven that yet.
Thank you, Scott. Did you analyze communications between Kouri Richins and Carmen Lauber?
Yes.
Did they begin communicating around December of 2021?
They communicated prior to 2021, but in relation to this case and in relation to the cell phone, the CDR records, in relation to that extraction for her phone download, yes, 2021, December.
From January of 2022 to, say, March 15th of 2022, what was the volume or approximate volume of text messages between Kouri Richins and Carmen Lauber for that 3-month period?
Between the two of them, about 800 text messages.
Doing some quick math, that's about 11 per day.
Yes, about 10 or 11 a day on average.
So from March 16th, 2022 to the end of that year, so March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, approximately how many text messages between Kouri Richins and Carmen Lauber for that 9-month time frame?
About 600, 650.
Okay, we're going to do some quick math. Is that about 3 per day?
It's about 3 per day.
Now, to be clear, I'm not asking you if they communicated 3 times a day, right? Just doing the average, that's about what it would come out to.
Right. It's about a 70% decrease if my math is right.
Where does that data come from?
The call detail records between Kouri Richins and Carmen Lauber.
And because it's a call detail record, we don't have the content of any of those messages.
Correct.
They've been deleted from Kouri Richins' phone.
Yes.
They've been deleted from Carmen Lauber's phone.
Yes.
We don't know what they said.
Correct.
I want to turn your attention to February 11th, 2022. Did you analyze CDR records for Kouri Richins from that time frame?
Yes.
If you could look at Exhibit 3-6, please. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Is this a call detail record for Kouri Richins' phone?
Yes.
Is this one of those documents that you reviewed in your analysis for this case?
Yes.
Move to admit 3-6.
See, 3-6 is admitted.
If we could please publish that document. Okay, we've been talking about call detail records. Is this a call detail record?
Yes, this is a billing version of it, but yes, this is a call detail record.
Why does it say Eric Richins at the top?
He's the subscriber, the Verizon subscriber, so it has his name on it.
Now, when we're looking at the phone number at the top, this clicker is not liking me, but I wanted to point it out. It says 1987, and that's the number that belonged to Kouri Richins, correct?
Yes.
So when we're looking at each of these individual calls on this particular document, How do you know if it's an incoming or outgoing call?
On destination, so there's, what is that, about 7 columns over where it says destination. There is it denotes that in there. And so it'll say incoming. If it's got a switch location on there, like Salt Lake, Utah, that typically is an outgoing.
Does this call detail record show the duration of a call?
It does.
Where is that on the
So
record?
just to the right where it was highlighted, where it says minutes, MIN, right? The abbreviation, that is the minute, or that is the amount per minute of the call. Or, sorry, it's in seconds sometimes. So yeah.
Is this duration in?
This is in minutes. Yes, I apologize.
Did Kouri Richins make phone calls on February 11th, 2022 at 11:27, 12:36, and 12:39?
Yes, I think it was 12:27, but yes.
I might have said the wrong minute.
It's okay. Yeah,
Did you determine who these calls were made to?
I did.
How did you do that?
I Googled the numbers.
Okay. And who do those numbers come back to?
Those are IRS numbers.
So on those 3 occasions, Kouri Richins was calling the IRS.
Correct.
Still talking about, thank you, Scott, for that. Still talking about February 11th of 2022. Did you analyze communications or CDR records for Kouri Richins and Carmen Lauber from that day?
Yes,
And did they communicate that day?
they did.
And do you know that from the CDR data?
Yes.
For February 11th, 2022, do you have location data related to Carmen Lauber's cell tower use on that day?
Yes, from her device. Yes.
And did that come from the call detail records?
Yes.
Scott, if you could show the witness exhibit 3-8D, sorry, 3-8D. If you could zoom out just a little bit so that we can see the whole.
We had it set screen.
Oh, it's my screen. I see. Everyone else can see the whole thing. Okay. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Did you help create this?
I did.
And did you do that using the CDR data we've been talking about?
Volstorm, Kouri called the coroner or the medical examiner to like figure out if like maybe how he died, because they were like taking a long time. When you're the main suspect in your husband possibly passing, maybe don't call about the toxicology report in detail.
Correct. I provided the call detail information to the graphic designer that created this exhibit.
Does exhibit 3-8D accurately depict the raw data that you analyzed?
Yes.
Move to admit 3-8D.
Okay. States 3-8 Delta is admitted.
If we could please publish. So what are we looking at here? Describe for the jury. And if it's easier.
KDP, fair point. Fair point. It could be an innocuous reason. JKD Buck, being that that's a government agent or agency or a federal or a state government agency, the medical examiner, I think it's just recorded for quality training assurances. Now, considering all that they've recorded and customer service hasn't gotten any better, I really do question that. Yeah, and you guys, this is a silent epidemic. So there are a lot of us who have dealt with the loss of a family member or a loved one or someone we know in our circle due to overdoses and things like that. So if you guys need to take breaks during this trial, do take breaks. Do protect your mental health. Fair point.
For you to step down, you can. But what's at the top?
You know what? Yeah, maybe I will sit down actually.
Because I have this clicker, but maybe it will work better for you.
It's-
You can try to use this. It's just a little.
Did you like tap it? That does not work.
Thought it wasn't just.
Mr. Country, if you tap that mic, yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, go ahead and describe what we're looking at here.
Right. What we're looking at is a representation of the call detail records that Ms. Shervinick mentioned. What you have on the right-hand side is going to be the text communications between Ms. Richins and Ms. Lauber for February 11th, 2022. There's just a photo so you know whose device we're referring to. A photo of Ms. Richins, a photo of Ms. Lauber. The blue bubble with the 3 dots indicates that this is a text message, and then the arrow is going to depict which direction that call. So, for instance, the very first one at 3:22:44 is an outgoing message from Ms. Richins to Ms. Lauber at that time. And so these are on the right-hand side. These are going to come up so that you can see when the two communicated, the volume of the communication, and then also the direction. Okay. On the left-hand side is a representation of essentially the Davis County and Salt Lake County Valley areas. And you're going to see locations pop up on these on this map as we move through the record chronologically. what those, for instance, there you go. Thanks, Scott. So this is a tower location. It's pointing to the location of the tower. That's important, not the device, but the tower of that Ms. Lauber's device is utilizing at 4:11 p.m., for instance. Okay. Mr. Crozier's record was also populated into this as well. And at the same time, at 4:11 p.m., Mr. Crozier is pointing towards a tower location in the Davis County area. So you know which tower their devices are using. On the left-hand side, these are going to move. And what that depicts is the movement of the device as they reacquire different towers. Okay. And then on the right-hand side, as we go through the slides, it's going to start populating. So Scott, you can start populating. So at 4:11, this represents a phone or a communication between Ms. Lauber and Mr. Crozier, and this is their respective locations. You can see on the right-hand side through the 4 o'clock and the 5 o'clock hour, beginning in the 5 o'clock hour, Ms. Richins and Ms. Lauber continue to communicate via text. At 5:05, Ms. Lauber is still in the Heber Valley area, and that picture that you just saw was a photo from that time frame that was recovered from Ms. Lauber's cell phone device. All right, so you can see at 5:05, Ms. Lauber is now, her device is now hitting on a tower in the Provo Canyon area, out near the reservoir, and Mr. Crozier's device is using a tower at 5:20 p.m. up in the Davis County area. And on the right-hand side, you're going to see Ms. Richins and Ms. Lauber continue to communicate with one another, and Ms. Lauber's device is traveling down Provo Canyon and into the Utah County area. That device is now heading into roughly the Utah County area. It's utilizing towers in those locations, and eventually it's going to move north. And you can see Mr. Crozier's device has now jumped significantly. I want to explain this to you, the jury, because this is important. Mr. Crozier's carrier is T-Mobile. Okay, so his carrier does not provide location data for these records for text. It's only calls. So the only time Mr. Crozier's location is going to appear to change is when his device is utilizing a tower for a call. Ms. Lauber's was more detailed. This isn't all of every single pinpoint of every single tower, because every single text she made utilized a tower, but for the sake of not cluttering this up with a bunch of repeats on top of each other, you can assume that from the previous point to the next point, she was utilizing the tower before it. So she was utilizing the tower near the reservoir for several texts, and then now she's using this one in the Utah County area. All right, Scott. Yep, so Mr. Crozier's device is now moved a little bit farther south and utilizing a tower there. In the 6 o'clock hour, Ms. Lauber and Ms. Richins are communicating via text, and Ms. Lauber is now arriving on a tower at or near the area of, it's in Draper, Utah, near the area of a Maverick store that's there. Mr. Crozier is heading in the same general direction, utilizing a tower in the same area. You can see on the right-hand side, Ms. Richins and Ms. Lauber are continuing to communicate via text. And then at 7:21, we have Mr. Crozier and Ms. Lauber utilizing the same tower. They're not talking to each other, but they are utilizing the same tower near that Draper location. And this is that location. So on the left-hand side, you can see there, Mr. Crozier and Ms. Lauber at 7:21 are making their respective communications. Their devices are using this tower, which is located across the freeway from this Draper, from this Maverick store in Draper, right off the freeway. Ms. Lauber and Ms. Richins continue to communicate into the 7 o'clock hour. This photo was recovered from Ms. Lauber's phone download, depicting her with another woman during this time. There's another photo. And by 8:20, Ms. Lauber's device is now moving south and utilizing towers south of that Draper location. And by 8:47, Mr. Crozier has made or received a phone call, because we know that's the only records his denote towers, and he's moving back north towards the Davis County area. And then Ms. Lauber by 8:56 is utilizing a tower in the Heber Valley area. Ms. Lauber remains in the Heber Valley area, and then on the right-hand side, sorry, Scott, but if you can go back one slide, Ms. Richins and Ms. Lauber continue to communicate into the 9 o'clock hour via text. So from 3:42 to 9:02, the defendant, Ms. Lauber, communicated 34 times via text. During the same time, Ms. Lauber and Mr. Crozier communicated 50 times via text and 6 times via voice call.
Did you also look at communications from February 11th, 2022 between Carmen Lauber and Robert Crozier?
Yes.
Did they communicate on that day?
Yes.
And is that information from the call detail records?
Yes.
Scott, if you could show the witness Exhibit 3-33D. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Similar to the last exhibit, something that you helped to create?
Yes.
And using the call detail records that you were just describing?
Yes.
Does Exhibit 3-33D accurately depict the raw data that you viewed in this case?
Yes.
Move to admit 3-33D.
Your Honor, no objection. If the following testimony is going to be similar to the last one, perhaps we can have some questions. I think we all understand where they're traveling and what it means now.
3-33D is admitted. Would you like to publish?
Yes, please. Okay, so similar to the last exhibit that we looked at, is this one laid out the same way?
It is, yes.
And the last exhibit was depicting communications between Carmen Lauber and Kouri Richins, and this one is between Carmen Lauber and Robert Crozier. Is that correct?
Correct.
Otherwise, the different indicators, the bubbles, the arrows, those things remain the same as the previous exhibit?
Yes.
The map that we're looking at, the area of the Salt Lake Valley remains the same?
Yes.
And then similarly, as we see the different pictures of the people moving, that is the cell phone towers that their device is utilizing at those different times.
Correct.
Scott, if we could move through this exhibit, and Mr. Kouri, if there's anything that you want to note regarding the communications between Robert Crozier and Carmen Lauber.
Right. I think if we just, for the sake of time, like Mr. Ramos was said, we can just slowly click through those, Scott, and I can just describe to the jury what they're saying. It's the Miss Lauber and Mr. Crozier are communicating at 11 p.m., almost noon, and then into the 5 o'clock hour, and then again you see Miss Lauber's device move out of the Heber Valley area into the Utah County area, where it will ultimately end up in the south end of the Salt Lake County area, and I believe utilize a tower at or near the Draper once again. And Mr. Crozier's device is moving south out of the Davis County area once more. They're located in at or near the exact same location for a period of time, and then they return. Mr. Crozier returns back to the Davis County area, and Miss Lauber returns back to the Heber Valley area. Yeah, there's another. That's that representation of that 721 phone call.
Thank you, Scott. I want to turn your attention to February 14th of 2022. If we could put up exhibit 3-6, that one's already been admitted.
Do you want to show you?
Yes, please publish it to the jury. And Scott, if we could expand on the phone call at 8:53 a.m. So from these records, did Kouri Richins make an outgoing phone call on February 14th at 8:53 a.m.?
Yes,
Did you determine who that number belongs to?
I did.
Who does it belong to?
As the Mirror Lake Diner.
Thank you, Scott. For February 14th of 2022, did you analyze communications between Kouri Richins and Josh Grossman?
Yes.
Scott, if you could show the witness 2-27D. And scroll through so we can see all of it.
Ooh, are we going to get loin fire?
Do you recognize this?
I do.
Did you help to create this, or did you create this?
I created this one.
And does exhibit 2-27D accurately depict the raw data that you analyzed for this case?
Yes.
I'll move to admit 2-27D.
Okay, no, thank you. States 2-27D is admitted.
If you could publish that, Scott.
Okay, this is from, oh, for the love of Cheetos, I'm going to need to embiggenate. Giant screen. Okay, from Kouri to side gross. Good morning. I'll call you when I'm going to head down. Carpooling now. Then have to run home and make a quick finger food for Carter's Valentine's class party. Nothing like talking to your side piece while, being the class mom. Drop it off at school and then I'll hit the road probably at 9:40. From side gross. Cool! Exclamation point. Ew, just don't be gross and don't have a side piece. If you don't want to be married, then don't be married.
And if you could scroll through the pages, and then I'll ask Mr. Kotradimus about the last page.
Okay, for the love of Lemmy. Leaving. Oh, for God's sakes, could they make these any more blurry? Leaving something headed that way. Loved heading that way. I mean, at least it's not loin fire yet. Nope. Nope. I don't want that. What in the... Oh, now you zoom it. Hour-long ride? Yep. I love you. Ew. I love you. I want to be... want to be one of my Valentines? You know, I get that this is Utah, but come on now. This is ew. I'm getting secondhand cringe. Oh, don't get the mouth noises. Ew, from Josh. My heart is smiling when those 3 words come from you. It's very oh god, we are getting loin fire. Oh, it's too early in the morning to drink. Different than any time I've heard them before. Those feelings coming from you, they bring up different feelings in me. If it burns, get penicillin. Your love reminds me of how much God loves me. Yeah, God's big on sending, adultery to show you love. Reminds me that my mom's son, I am secretly the luckiest man on earth. It gives me immense amounts of appreciation, gratitude, and honor. I wouldn't trade your love in for a million of you name it, whatever is next best. Darling, you better believe that I'll be one of your Valentines. Ugh. Will you be my Valentine tonight? Ew. Again. She's bringing up feelings in you you've never felt before. I'd recommend going to an ER or a counselor. I was writing this on the way to Salt Lake. I know you feel the need to apologize, but just so you know, I like to see you on phone calls. I like to watch you text and hear you read out loud. I see beauty, intelligence, quick wit, cuteness, and authenticity. Also, well, not a real future because you're married. It's like watching a white tiger in a tropical forest. What in the lies of Frank? Giblets in heaven in the forest instead of remembering one at the zoo. I love it. What in the semi-bestiality? I would say we're on to text messages. Okay, who's the slow reader? I love you the most.
What are we looking at that's depicted here on the last page of this exhibit?
This is an image that was contained within that text thread that was sent by Ms. Richins to Mr. Grossman.
And it was sent approximately an hour before that arrival time. Is that correct?
Correct. This follows the text in which Mr. Grossman asked Ms. Richins about an hour.
Mo, what would be Mr. Mo's response if you said the white tiger line? We will find out tonight because tonight I forgot to call Mr. Mo. So as always, most of our arguments come from miscommunication. Since he's going back to school on Mondays and Wednesdays, I basically sent him an "Are you okay?" But not clearly communicating that I was done for the day. So he basically stayed in his room thinking I was streaming until 7. I stayed quiet in my room thinking he was studying, and we missed our house episode. So so I will be trying the white tiger thing because it's not often that you can do a pickup line and remind yourself of Napoleon Dynamite. You are welcome, Sherry Reed. They do use these to induce vomiting if they are out of Ipecac. Yes, they do.
And she sent this photo.
Thank you, Scott. Did you also analyze communications between Kouri Richins and Eric Richins on Valentine's Day, 2022?
Yes.
If you could show Mr. Kotradimus 2-28D and scroll through it so he can see the whole exhibit, please. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Is this an exhibit that you created?
Yes.
Does Exhibit 2-28D accurately depict the raw data that you analyzed in this case?
Yes.
Move to admit 2-28D.
Okay. States 2-28D is admitted.
We could publish, please. And Scott, similar to the last exhibit, I'll have you move through. And Mr. Koutoudimas, it's
All right. So, other owner to my princess. Look, here's the thing. I don't like cheaters. I don't think there's ever an excuse. I don't think there's ever a justification. I think that life requires hard conversations. And yes, while it's not easy to have that, I don't love you anymore and finances may be screwed up, it's better than going behind people's backs. Because Eric had her as my princess, and he's sending her, "Kay, I'm gonna lay down for a bit. If I don't start feeling better, I'm gonna head to the hospital." Just it's heartbreaking in just an everyday banal way how she's, you know, talking about, "I love you the most and I'm a white tiger." And her husband, who has her as my princess, who works his ass off, his lungs are even scarred with the stone masonry dust that he has to deal with in order to provide for his family. And she's cheating on it. Look, I'm not like a men's, "Oh, they're both cheaters." Okay. I don't As I said, I don't know the super duper deep lore of this case. So if they're both cheaters, look, I just don't like cheating. Point blank, either side.
It's kind of clear from the to and from, but who is going to be typing the messages that are in the green bubbles?
All right, so the green is from, that's the 9317. That's Eric Richins, and the 2, or the recipient in this, would be 1987, which is Kouri Richins.
And so her responses, Kouri Richins' responses, are in blue. Is that correct?
Correct.
Geez, it's that bad? Need me to come home? Question mark. Go take a nap and call me when you're up. Exclamation point.
If I may perhaps for purposes of these messages, if you're looking to give the instructions that you've done in the past as to the figure state, as to Mr. Richins, maybe just do it once. We all know that it applies to all of them.
So, fair reminder. The statements by Ms. Richins on her side of that conversation, you may consider those for any purpose. You may give them the weight you deem appropriate.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure.
And sidebar 40. Oh, well, J.K.D. Buck, I don't know. Now, I will say that the witness yesterday, the wife of his co-owner or of his business, she did seem very evasive about the nature of the relationship. So I don't know. Dark Lotus, cheating is not unaliving. Had cowardice not been the character flaw they both shared, Eric would likely be alive. Fair point. Yeah, I guess we are getting to the Valentine's Day states allegations.
Okay.
That
This is a good time to take a restroom break. If everybody would please rise for the jury.
Gonna make sure. All right, looks like we are legitimately just going on a restroom break.
Have a seat, folks. Thank you.
Or not.
Did you actually want to take a break, Mr. Miller? Do you want to have further discussion regarding this issue?
Both, Your Honor.
Which order would you like to do it?
Perhaps discuss first, break second.
Understood. Mr. Ramos. So we're talking specifically regarding 2-28D. And Scott, I don't have control over these, so I need you to go back to page 1, zoom in for me. Okay. He's an expert. I imagine the state's going to tell me the exclusionary rule won't apply to him, but
I'm just curious.
so I don't think so. Yeah. If you need to use the restroom, that's one thing. Okay. So the first green bubble in 228, I've already ruled is a present sense impression and is admissible. Any further record there, Mr. Ramos?
That was her.
Yeah. Okay. So keep scrolling, Scott. Then we have a blue bubble that represents, I need the second green bubble, please, Scott.
Just the green ones.
Oh, okay.
Second green bubble, please, Scott.
On the
So
first
that's the
page.
first one.
On the first page.
So there's your first page, there's only one green on it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, can we go to the second page, please? And then the,
No, we did that one.
no, we didn't. It's okay. So highlight that one for me, Scott. Oh, I can see it. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Scott. Go back to page 2 on Zoom. Green bubble states, are you home? Any objection, Mr. Ramos?
No.
Okay. Third bubble says, in the office, I've been sleeping out here. That I think is also present sense impression that I previously ruled on. Okay, go to page 3, Scott, if there's one. Green bubble, no, it's quiet out here. I think it's the same. And then, Mr. Ramos, I'm going to pause it, but yes, okay. And then get to the end of this 228D, Scott.
This is only 7 pages.
Oh, I'm sorry. One page at a time. I just need to analyze each green bubble.
This is the next set of green bubbles here.
This one's good. You can go to the next one.
No, we're not seeing the same thing Scott is. Hold on a
Oh,
second.
we're not seeing what you're seeing. That's well.
My apologies. Scott, if you'd unplug and plug back in for me, I'd appreciate it.
I think we're on page 4.
Page 4, Your Honor, didn't have
Just-
the green
just
bubble.
blue.
Understood. Let's go to page 5. Okay, wish you were here. And then a question mark. Mr. Ramos, any objection?
No.
Okay, go to page 6. Thanks for answering. Any objection? Okay, page 7. I can't read it. Scott, sorry, can you? Thank you, sir. We are headed in there. Food is on the front seat of my truck. Any objection, Mr. Ramos?
No.
Okay, so with respect to 228D, there are no hearsay issues. We've already admitted certain exhibits, and Ms. Sherbanek makes a fair point at sidebar. We'll need to be a little bit precise about these going forward. So we can just slow down. If there comes a time when you need to make a specific objection regarding a specific part of a conversation, just say objection, maybe approach.
If we can go slow through them, and then I'll just, yeah, we'll be fine.
Okay. Anything further on that, Ms. Sherbanek?
Yes, Your Honor, only that, can you give the jury an instruction now that what you told them before?
I didn't complete the thought, but I can clear it up.
If we could just clarify for them that that blanket rule
Yeah, I
does not
can-
apply to this exhibit.
Well, and also I shouldn't call it a blanket rule. So that they may consider both sides of 228D for any purpose. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What we'll do is, we'll meet with them during this break real quick and see if I can just go through them.
I appreciate that. All right. Let's come back at, to allow you time to do that, 2:40. Thank you.
Love being able to skip ahead.
All right, the jury.
Folks, feel free to have a seat as you come in, please.
Okay, dear Lord, that sweater. I mean, if you have a hate boner for or not Carrie, I want to call her Carrie. Kouri, if you have a hate boner for Kouri, that looks like the itchiest, most uncomfortable. Yes, I have sensory issues. That sweater looks all the itchy and uncomfortable and hives. So she's already suffering, y'all.
Have a seat, please. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, before we took a break, I misspoke and created some confusion. Let me clear that up now. States Exhibit 2-28D, as in Delta, is a February 14, 2022 text exchange between Eric Richins, as depicted in the green bubbles, and Kouri Richins, as depicted in the blue bubbles. The jury may consider either and both sides of that conversation for any purpose. You may give either and both sides any weight you think they deserve. Ms. Sherbanek, take it from there.
Thank you, Judge. If we could put 228D up on the screen. I don't know if we got through the whole conversation before. I forget where we left off. So I'm going to have Scott go through this conversation for the jury with that new instruction in mind.
Okay, so this is from Eric. Are you home? After she said, "Oh my gosh, take me, take a nap and go to the ER if it's still not better after your nap." So Eric's asking, "Hey, are you home?" Uh, and she answers, no, like I'm in Provo waiting for my cabinet installer guy. Are you home? In the office. Oh, sorry. In the office, been sleeping out here. Which doesn't mean anything. Now, I will say things can look bad but not be bad. Mr. Mo and I sleep in separate rooms. Now, for some people, that's an indication of a marriage on the rocks. For other people, it's an indication of two people who realize one of us is an insomniac and one of us snores, and neither of us look good in orange. I mean, it's better than her pipe layer. Weirdo, go in our bed, says Kouri. No, it's quiet out here, said Eric. It'll be quiet in there if you lock the door. You'll sleep through anything anyway. Anyway, she, how you feeling? Okay, wish you were here. I would cuddle ya. Heading back in 20 minutes. You just got here. Yeah, I'd cuddle you if I wasn't dealing with gross man getting my cabinets installed. Huh? Question mark, question mark. Thanks for answering. Did you call? You didn't call. We're headed in. Their food is on the front seat of the truck.
In addition to these text messages, did you also analyze Eric Richins' device data, sensor data, I guess, for February 14th of 2022?
Yes.
If we could show Exhibit 314D, please. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Is this an exhibit you helped create?
Yes.
Does Exhibit 3-14D accurately depict the raw data that you analyzed from Eric Richins' phone?
Yes.
Move to admit 3-14D.
Okay. States 3-14D is admitted.
If we could publish, please. When you analyzed the movement data from Eric Richins' phone on Valentine's Day 2022, we're looking at a graph here. What does this graph depict?
The graph depicts travel, so in distance in blue, and in energy exertion basically in green, and the in frequency hour to hour on February 14th, 2022.
Was there a gap in Eric Richins' movement and the other data that you just referenced during the middle of that day?
Yes.
Is that denoted here in the blown up portion? What do we see?
It is. There's a data set on the left-hand side for flights climbed, distance traveled, and steps depicting. So this is a portion. Well, actually, this is the 12 o'clock hour. And then on the right-hand side, there is.
Everything's fine over here. So wait a minute. He felt bad before he got his food? Yeah. The sandwich thing has not ever made sense to me. Oh, no, Kouri got him a breakfast sandwich. Okay, thank you, KDP, because I was kind of confused. Sorry, I was trying to read the text and keep up with chat, so I wasn't looking at timestamps. So thank you, chat, for keeping an eye on all the thingy-mabobs. Now, Eric seems like the type that would have an iWatch. Now, not being a tech person, were iWatches a thing in 2022? Because technology is exponential. You know, we go from not having a thing to everyone has things, and don't you have the latest thing? And since I'm not a tech person, did Eric have an iWatch that would track his heart rate and things like that?
Device activity for depicting steps and distance traveled at 132.
And so from this data, we can tell that from approximately 12:05 to 1:32, there was no movement data recorded on Eric Richins' phone.
Correct.
Did you analyze his phone for similar types of movement on other days?
Yes.
And did you compare the data from Valentine's Day to those other days?
I did.
Was it unusual for Eric to have Eric Richins to have an 87-minute gap in his activity in the middle of a workday?
It wasn't typical, no.
Thank you, Scott. I want to turn your attention to February 26th of 2022. Did you analyze communications between Kouri Richins and Carmen Lauber on that day?
Yes.
Scott, if we could show Mr. Kotradimus 3-16D. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Did you help create this?
I did.
Is this using the CDR data that you analyzed for this date?
Yes, this is essentially the same type of exhibit that was created for February 11th.
Does Exhibit 3-16D accurately depict the raw data that you viewed for February 26th?
It does.
Move to admit 3-16D, please,
Okay.
States 3-16D is admitted.
and publish to the jury, please. So we saw an exhibit like this before for
Yes.
February 11th.
Yes, we did.
Are we looking at information now pertaining to February 26th?
We are on this. This exhibit is text communication between Ms. Richins and Ms. Lauber on that day.
And similar map of the same area?
Yes.
Arrows denoting who sent the message?
Yes. The times they were sent and received and direction. Yes.
Now, these pictures are kind of small, but similar to the last exhibit from February 11th, Ms. Richins is denoted with the red background. Is that correct?
Correct. She's on the left side there.
And Ms. Lauber is denoted with the green background?
Correct.
And then we also see Robert Crozier on these exhibits, and he's in the yellow background. Is that correct?
Yes. He will come up. There he is. He'll come up on the map there on the left-hand side.
And again, Scott, if we could move through this exhibit, and Mr. Kotradimus, if you could describe what we're seeing as we go through this
Sure.
process for February 26th.
Sure. On the right-hand side, similar to the other day, there was text communications between Ms. Richins and Ms. Lauber through the 2 o'clock hour. It picked back up in the 5 p.m. hour. And at some point during the 5 p.m. hour, Ms. Lauber's device started utilizing towers in those same locations from the previous day. Provo Canyon, Utah County area, traveling north until it finally stopped in the area of the southern end of Salt Lake County. Same thing with...
It's not been stated in the trial yet. I'm sure we will get maybe a reason or an explanation in the defense's case in chief.
Mr. Crozier's device beginning once again in Davis County and moving south and utilizing towers along the way. So Ms. Lauber is now on the left-hand side. You can see by 7 p.m. or so, she is utilizing towers back in Provo Canyon, heading back to the Heber Valley area where she ultimately ends up. Mr. Crozier has returned back into the general area of the Davis County area by 8 p.m. And then you saw all the communications between Ms. Richins and Ms. Lauber, 71 texts between 2:25 p.m. and 10:33 p.m. that day. And Mr. Crozier and Ms. Lauber, 65 texts and 3 phone calls.
Now, similar to February 11th of 2022, did you look at the communications between Carmen Lauber and Robert Crozier for February 26th of 2022?
Yes.
If we could show Mr. Kotradimus 3-34D, please.
Excuse me.
Fair point.
Do you recognize this?
I do.
Is this an exhibit that you helped create?
It is.
And does 3-34D accurately depict the raw data that you analyzed for that date, February 26th?
It does.
Move to admit 3-34D
Okay.
States 3-34D is admitted.
and publish to the jury, please. Okay. We've seen one of these before.
Yes, we have.
We know the data that's on here. If we could, Scott, move through this at Mr. Kotradimus, as you just described.
Yeah, so there's a 4:01 p.m. Call from the previous slide. Mr. Crozier is in Davis County. Ms. Lauber is in the Heber Valley area. To the right, those are the communications between the two. There's text and some phone calls. You can see the date stamps next to those. Essentially, what this exhibit shows is the other side of that communication or that incident or event between Ms. Lauber and Mr. Crozier. Mr. Crozier and Ms. Lauber. Sorry. The two devices appear to travel in the same direction until they come to the same generalized location, utilizing those towers, and then return back to their respective starting points.
And that location that they're meeting up at, same as February 11th, 2022?
Yes, it's consistent with that, with the Draper area near that Maverick.
Thank you, Scott. Did you analyze, moving now, to March 2nd of 2022, did you analyze CDR data for Kouri Richins' device from March 2nd, 2022?
Yes.
Scott, if we could show Mr. Kotradimus 3-17, please. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Is this the call detail records for Kouri Richins that has March 2nd?
Yes.
We'll move to admit 3-17.
Okay. 317 is admitted.
And if we could show the call from 10:22 a.m., please, from March 2nd. And 10:27 a.m. Is that the same number that we see from the call at 10:22 and the call at 10:27?
It is the same number, yes.
Are
And
those-
again, 1040.
Are those outgoing phone calls from Miss Kouri Richins?
Yes.
Who was she calling at 10:22 and 10:27?
That's the IRS.
What is the duration of the call made at 10:27?
The first call is 3 minutes, and the second call at 10:27 is 101 minutes.
Still talking about March 2nd of 2022, did you look at communications between Kouri Richins and Eric Richins on that date?
Yes.
If you could show the witness 2-37D. Do you recognize this?
I do.
And is this an exhibit that you created?
Yes.
Is this a text message thread between Eric Richins and Kouri Richins?
Yes.
We will talk about the content of this exhibit at a later time. I just wanted to lay out the information that you're aware of what it is and where it came from.
Okay.
I now want to turn your attention to
Yes and no, Jen the Couch Fairy. I think it's weird, though, that a kid at that point of his dad's death would be thinking about an Apple Watch. It's not a family heirloom, and the kid was what, 10 years old. Yes and no. Remember in the Theodore Edgecombe case when the wife grabbed his wallet and a big deal was made out of that? I mean, logically, she's there, she can ID him. She doesn't need the wallet, but it's something that was next to him. It was right next to his warmth. It was there when he was alive before everything changed. So, the things that we hang on to, the things that we in the moment think we need or do, they don't always make logical sense. So it might just be that it was on my dad, and now it'll be on me. So it doesn't none of I have a hard time judging grief because I know how individual it is.
March 9th of 2022. Same questions as February 11th and February 26th. Did you look at communications between Kouri Richins and Carmen Lauber for March 9th of 2022?
Yes.
We could show Mr. Kotradimus 3-35D. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Is this an exhibit that you helped create?
It is.
Using the CDR data that you just talked about?
Correct.
Does 3-35D accurately depict the raw data contained in that CDR information?
Yes.
We'll move to admit 3-35D.
Okay. States 3-35D is admitted.
And publish to the jury, please. Okay, so we've seen these before.
We have.
We're looking at the same area of the Salt Lake Valley. And again, communications for March 9th, 2022 between Kouri Richins and Carmen Lauber. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Scott, if we could move through this exhibit, please.
And this is just the same representation of those records. It shows essentially the same travel, and it depicts the conversations, text conversations or communications between Ms. Richins and Ms. Lauber's devices. So we got 10 o'clock hour, 11 o'clock hour. Ms. Lauber's moving. She moves a little north in this. If you want to stop it right there, Scott, just for the 12, 11, 12, 13. She moves north out of the Heber Valley for this particular event. That tower at 12, 11 p.m. is located very close to the Richins residence. Other than that, the travel is going to be depicted in a similar manner. Ms. Lauber is going to travel same route through Provo Canyon into the south end of the Salt Lake County area, in an area consistent with being at or near the Draper, the Maverick and Draper. And Mr. Crozier is going to do the same thing. He's going to travel south, and his device is going to utilize towers in that direction as well. On the right-hand side, you're just seeing more communications between Ms. Lauber and Ms. Richins from that day. So Mr. Crozier and Ms. Lauber's devices are coming together, utilizing the same tower in that area. Again, that's the tower across the freeway from the Maverick and Draper. Then the two will depart, or presumably depart, and their devices are utilizing different towers until they return to their respective starting points.
Did you look at communications between Carmen Lauber and Robert Crozier from March 9th, 2022?
Yes.
If we could show the witness 3-36D. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Is this an exhibit that you helped create?
It is.
Is it using the raw data from March 9th, CDR data from March 9th, 2022?
Honestly, both of the witnesses, I think, were so far gone in their addiction, and even though they both claim to be clean, there might be long-term damage to their memory. So I do wish that we had gotten this data in before we got the other two witnesses, because I feel like it would have bolstered, but maybe the state wanted the witnesses to stand on their own, and wanted the jury to make their impressions of their truthfulness without bolstering information. It seems like an odd strategy, but there you go.
Yes.
Does 3-36D accurately depict the raw data you just described?
It does.
Move to admit 3-36D.
Okay.
3-36D is admitted.
And again, we've seen this before.
Yes.
This is for March 9th of 2022. And this exhibit, who are the communications between in this exhibit?
This is communications between Mr. Crozier and Ms. Lauber for that day, March 9th.
And Scott, if we could move through this exhibit, please.
And you've essentially seen the map before on the previous slide between Ms. Crozier and Ms. Lauber. The thing that's different on this is the communications are just between Mr. Crozier and Ms. Lauber, or Mr. Crozier and Ms. Lauber. Again, 11 o'clock hour, 12 o'clock hour, they're communicating.
Now, I would like to demand that every single Cellbrite, use this kind of setup and this kind of demonstrative. This has been the first time that I haven't wanted to fast forward at 5 times speed, and actually have a very clear understanding of what's going on. Um, I I applaud whoever made this demonstrative. This makes, especially for, look, maybe some of you guys, this tech information is super de duper easy and it's, easy to understand, but I feel like Hank Hill, like, I tell you what, that's nice demonstrative right there. Demonstrative and demonstrative accessories. So I just very much enjoy this. It's so much clearer and you know what's going on. And if all trials could do this, I think juries wouldn't be so overwhelmed. Uh, and it's very clear and states, again, you can have all the information, and defense, you can have all the information, but if the jury can't absorb it, what's the point of having it?
The devices essentially come together into the same general location, utilizing a tower there. Again, that depicts the tower and across the freeway from the Draper Maverick. The two parties continue to communicate until they return to the Heber Valley area and the Davis County area, respectively.
So far, we looked at communications and location data for February 11th, 2022, February 26th, 2022, and March 9th of 2022. Other than those 3 occasions, did Carmen Lauber ever visit that Maverick and Draper in all the data that you reviewed?
No, her device was never in that general area.
Did she ever meet up with Robert Crozier? Did their devices come together at any other time other than those 3 occasions that we've talked about here?
No.
I want to turn your attention to March 3rd, 2022. Did you analyze data from Eric Richins' phone from the night he died?
Yes.
You looked at call records?
Yes.
And you looked at text messages and web searches?
Yes.
We could show the witness 3-39D. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Is this an exhibit that you helped create?
It is.
Does it accurately depict the raw data that you reviewed from Eric Richins' phone?
Yes.
Move to admit 3-39D.
Okay. 3-39D is admitted.
You could publish this to the jury, please. So you might want to step down for this so we can just describe for the jury what we're looking at here.
Sure. So this is at the top it's headed. The heading is Eric Richins' phone activity, March 3rd, 2022. This is from 8:30 p.m. that evening until midnight. It's basically just a moving timeline, so you can see what Eric's device was doing during that time period in context to text messaging and web searches, that type of thing. So at 8:30, there's a text to a contact named Pedro Sonora, and then there's a text from like 9 seconds later. Those continue. There's a few of those, and then there are texts between Eric Richins' device and a contact named Scott Wagner in that device. Those continue into and through 8:30. There is a discussion going on between Mr. Richins and Scott Wagner, kind of back and forth during that time. And then at 8:50 p.m. on that day, Scott Wagner calls Eric Richins, and they talk for 8 minutes and 32 seconds. At 9:45 p.m., a Google search is made from Eric Richins' device. There's a misspell in it, but it is basically searching how far is it from Scottsdale to Nogales. And then at 10:18 p.m., there's an incoming text from a contact titled Raul C&E.
Thank you. For that last text message that's listed in the 10 o'clock or 10 p.m. hour, was there any indication that that message was opened by Eric Richins?
No.
During this time frame from 8:30 p.m. to 12 a.m. on March 3rd, how many phone calls were made on Eric Richins' device?
1.
That's the phone call that you talked about to Scott Wagner?
Correct.
No other phone calls made on that device that night?
No, between 8:30 and midnight, no.
Talking about same time frame, the night of March 3rd, 2022, did you look at Kouri Richins' phone for that same time frame?
Yes.
Did you analyze the data and device events for that phone?
Yes.
If we could show 3-18D1. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Is this an exhibit that you helped create
Yes.
using the raw data from Kouri Richins' phone?
Yes.
Does 3-18D1 accurately depict the raw data that you reviewed?
It does.
I'll move to admit 3-18D1.
Okay.
318D1 is admitted.
If we could publish this, please. Similar to Eric Richins' device, I guess not showing communications, but what are we looking at here for this device data?
So there's an activity sensor and device events for that device.
When you say device events, what do you mean?
So there are certain events that are captured in a device in the system files that detect various things. One of those things is locks and unlocks, meaning when you lock or unlock your phone. The activity sensor is device movement. So there are accelerometers and gyroscopes and whatnot inside your device. And when it moves and it detects movements, it reports that to the system files and it retains that.
I now want to talk about March 4th of 2022. For Kouri Richins' phone, did you look at movement and device events for Kouri Richins' phone for March 4th of 2022?
Yes.
If we could show exhibit 3-18D. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Did you help create it?
Yes.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the raw data that you reviewed from Kouri Richins' phone?
Yes.
Move to admit 3-18D.
3-18D is admitted.
So walk us through, there's some different things here. Maybe you want to step down to the screen to show the jury what these different markers on this exhibit mean.
Sure. So we have a device event. The first thing we have for a device event on that day or in that morning is 30650, the phone is unlocked. That unlock is for 28 seconds. At 30704, there's a speaker activation. What that is there's an audio output route. There's audio routing in a device through the system files, and it detects when the speaker is activated. So anytime the phone is using the external speaker, you should get a system file report or an audio output report on that, and it'll tell you that the speaker's in use. Okay. At 30810, the activity sensor picks up that a device travels 243 feet. So the 30810 is the beginning of that trip. It's not the end of that trip. And at 31037, the phone is unlocked for 1 minute 40 seconds. At 31559, the phone is unlocked again for 37 seconds. At 31907, the phone is unlocked once more for 28 seconds. And at 319:39 a.m., the phone is unlocked briefly for 3 seconds. We have a timestamp for a 911 call at 32105. We have a receiver activation. We have a device, another activity movement, meaning the device is reporting that it had moved again. And then at 322, there is a receiver activation. And a receiver activation is when you hold a phone or a device up to your ear, say presumably your face to make a phone call, there's a proximity sensor inside the device that activates the receiver. And so there's an activation there at 32212.
Thank you. You talked about the receiver activation. Is it possible that a call can start before the receiver is being used?
Yes.
How does that work?
If you dial a number, for instance, the receiver activation only reports when you place the phone up to it has to detect the proximity sensor.
So it's a movement.
It's a movement, yes.
Did you also pull or look at data from Kouri Richins' phone from the morning of March 4th, 2022?
Yes.
We could show the witness exhibit 3-19. Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is it?
These are 3 thumbnails, PNG files recovered from Ms. Richins' device.
Does 319 accurately depict the raw data that you analyzed from Ms. Richins' phone?
Yes.
Move to admit 3-19.
Should that one year lose? When we approach it.
Sidebar, sidebar, sidebar. To fight the law we go. Do, 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 do.
Seen by the device. And so in the image file, there's a path.
Or in the you testified these were located on or in the analysis of Kouri Richins' phone. Where specifically in that data were these images located?
They were in the image folder. They were in the image files.
What does describe what the image file is? Is that a camera roll or just more description about what an image file is?
So as it relates to these are PNG files. They're located in the image portion of, so if you open the extraction and you're analyzing it and you look under images, these are actually found in the timeline as well. You can just see them in there. But when you click into those, there's information that's presented to you, and it will tell you the file path of where these belong, or where they were last seen by the device. And so in the image file, there's a pathway. And so these images were last seen in a SMS, so a text, like an iMessage. Photo search section is the pathway for those, meaning it was related to the messaging system inside the device.
I'll move to admit 3-19.
Mr. Ramos.
Can you explain a little bit more foundation in terms of which people in the text message chain indicated that they were indeed?
I'm not sure that's what he said, but
Or if we could get clarification on that.
sure. Mr. Renick asked another question about I heard the words photo search related to the SMS function.
Right. So let me be a little more precise with my questions.
Okay.
Were these part of a text message?
At some point, yes.
Do you know if that text message was incoming or outgoing from Ms. Richins' device?
No,
Why not?
because the original images and the source of these images was deleted from the phone. It no longer exists on the phone. These 3 PNG files are what we call ghost or orphaned images. When an image is, like when a text is built and you add images to it, or when you receive images and you click those, it creates a print of it, like basically a thumbnail of it. Now, if you send that text or receive that text, and then you delete it from your system, and then the database overwrites it because of time has passed and there's no more room in that file, you'll never know the source of that text, whether it was incoming or outgoing, who sent it, that type of thing. All you're going to see is the remnant of that. And that's what these are, the small PNG files.
Again, move to admit 3-19.
In your objection, at this point, it seems like it's what Mr. Kouri has found, so remnant something.
I understand defendant's objection. It is respectfully overruled. You can explore these topics during cross-examination. State's Exhibit 3-19 is admitted.
We could publish, please. So these are the images you were just describing.
Yes.
And you described that they were found in the image files as a remnant of possibly a text message.
Right. I wouldn't say a remnant, it's a thumbnail. I mean, it's a PNG file. I mean, it's a thumbnail. Yes.
From the data that you analyzed, were you able to tell if these images were accessed by Ms. Richins' phone?
They were accessed by the system in her phone. Yes.
How do you know that?
It gives an access indication in the file path, in the data and the extraction. It'll say when the device was accessed, and it will give a timestamp.
When we say accessed, what does that mean?
It just means when the file or when that image was either selected or viewed or can be accessed. Yeah.
But it means it was selected or viewed by the person with that device.
Correct.
You mentioned there was a timestamp. When were these images accessed on Kouri Richins' phone?
8:29 a.m. on March 4th.
Was the phone also manipulated in some way during that same time?
There was activity on that device. Yes.
What do you mean activity?
There was prior to that at 8:28 there was an unlock event that lasted the duration of this access point. There was the device event log shows that the device was actually turned into portrait view and then turned into landscape view, turned back into portrait view until ultimately it was locked again. I think the lock was at 8:34, but I'm not 100% sure on the time.
So those, the turning of the phone, the unlocking of the phone, those correlate with the time that these images were accessed.
Around the same time, yeah, during the same unlock event.
So now I want to turn your attention to the post April 13th, 2022 phones from Kouri Richins. We know from, Scott, if you could put up 3-37D, please. And you can publish that to the jury. It's been admitted. So I'm referencing this, the date on here when the silver phone and the blue iPhone were being used by Ms. Richins.
Right.
Did you look at, when you were analyzing the blue phone, did you find web searches during April, that timeframe the phone was used, that were relevant to this case?
Yes.
Scott, if you could show the witness 3-26D. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Are these web searches that were located on that blue iPhone?
Yes.
If you could show, Scott, 3-29D. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
These also web searches that were located on the blue iPhone?
Yes.
And then Scott, also 3-30D. Same question. Is this a web search that was located on that blue iPhone?
Yeah, this is a web history.
A web history.
Yes, which meaning the difference is one thing is a search, the other is a site visit, a website visit.
And do these three exhibits, 3-26D, 3-29D, and 3-30D, accurately depict the raw data that you analyzed for that blue iPhone?
Yes.
I'll move to admit those three.
Mr. Ramos?
You don't have an objection to these searches and you have an objection as to how they're going to be presented, meaning that redaction. My understanding is that Mr. Kouri did not make those redactions. So I'd like to approach and present a proposal on how to submit it.
Ooh, sidebar and proposal. Parlay, good sir, parlay. Talk logic to me, and maybe you shall be appeased.
States 3-2060, 2090, and 30D are admitted. We're going to publish those. I have an instruction for the jury. Scott, could you go to 26 for me for a moment? Ladies and gentlemen, as you look at 26, 29, and 30D, you'll see these blue blobs that have no text behind them. Those are intentional redactions of information that has no relevance to this case. Please do not speculate about what was behind the blue blob. It's irrelevant.
We are totally going to speculate behind the blue blobs, and I am guessing Muppet Prawn, Little People Wrestling, cat videos, America's Got Talent, and she's a secret card-carrying member of the New Kids on the Block fan club. But for the searches that involve this case, we have, can you delete everything on an iCloud account? Can you delete everything off an old iPhone without actually having it? Can you delete text messages? Can deleted text messages be retrieved? Can you change a password remotely of a lost cell phone? Can deleted text messages be retrieved from an iPhone? Can you change, although it says chance, the word or change the password remotely of a lost cell phone? I am purposely editing out the terrible grammar. Log into iPhone account. Let's see. What do cops or what to do when cops seize electronics? What information can be obtained from a cell phone? All things you should Google before you poison your husband. Allegedly in Minecraft.
Just ignore it. Ms. Sherman, please continue.
So as we were talking about these three exhibits that we will go through in turn, you mentioned web searches versus site visits. What are we looking at here?
These are web searches.
What's the difference?
So when you type a search into your device and just presumably search for something on the internet, when you type it in and you hit send to search, it logs the search that you had typed into your device.
And so someone could search for any multitude of things. We're all aware of that, but maybe not if the results come up. If they actually click on a result, that would be a site.
Right. We normally see, analysts will normally see corresponding web histories related to those searches. So if you were looking for a type of vehicle, you would have a search for a type of vehicle, like a 2026 Toyota 4Runner, and you're looking to buy one. And then right behind that, you'll see web history, meaning what happened was you typed in that search field, it popped up, and then there's some suggested websites for you to go to based on your search. And if you click through to those will show as a web history, meaning a site that you actually visited.
And so what are we looking at here?
Right here, we're just looking at the search function. These are just searches that were inputted into the device.
And this is in that blue iPhone, right?
In the blue iPhone, yes.
Scott, if we could do the same expanding for each page of 2-2060 so the jury can see the different entries.
Oh, for the love of Lemmy, there's more? Utah prison. Women's Utah prison. How to sell LuLaRoe while in prison. That's the blocked out one. Summit County District Attorney. Can cops uncover deleted messages iPhone? How to lock my iCloud. What does a lost iPhone actually do? And, Court TV, your graphics are over the rest of them. Ask Jeeves would never betray us like this. Bring back Ask Jeeves. Google is an asshole. He'll tell the feds everything. Ask Jeeves would, keep our privacy like a good butler. I'm dating myself. How to completely wipe a iPhone clear remotely. How to erase a phone data permanently with EMI number. How to permanently delete information from an iPhone. How to permanently delete information from iPhone remotely. Can cops force you to do a lie detector test? What are you allowed inside Utah jails? Phone doc Park City, Kuna Mutual Policy on Life Insurance, sorry, Federal Correctional Institution in Dublin, California, luxury prisons for the rich in America. Her and Donna Adelson should be partners. Is there any way we can petition if she is adjudicated guilty, if can we make, her and Donna Adelson be roommates and they can talk about the pores together and wine? If someone is poisoned, what does it go down on as a death certificate as? Yeah, that's not incriminating. God bless America. Good lord. What in the Chandler Halderson? What is the presumptive positive test for Noxalon? Is Noxalone, so Narcan basically similar to heroin? What is a presumptive positive? Well, you know what? And look, ma'am, normally I would not make fun of anyone for spelling errors because this is typically how I spell, but I also clear my search history. Where's my location on my iPhone? What prescription is used to stop alcoholics? Oh, defend. Uh, Kouri Richins' realty net worth. I mean, she said net worth, but I'm guessing she meant network. Yeah, this makes House Long to Die in Cold look like an innocent little slip of the fat finger. Dear FBI analysis of electronics in an investigation. What is FBI analysis of electronics? I feel like this is Jeopardy for criminal dummies. How to delete Facebook. Yes. This is the only thing I've agreed with. Find my iPhone is off is location. I mean, sounds like an interesting kink. I'm just not sure I wanna try it. Can Find My iPhone work if it's off? Is Find My iPhone ever wrong? Honest to God, are we in The Wedding Singer? I feel like Adam Sandler. All things that could have been brought to my attention yesterday. I mean, honest to God, did she not read one Anne Rule book? Like, just, like, even watch a Lifetime movie for F's sake? What does FBI do with electronics for searches? FBI searching electronics. Wowzer, she might have a master's degree, but she does not understand how data communication work. Kouri is not a true crime wine mom. No, she's not. She did not watch a Meredith Baxter Burney or Judith Light, Lifetime movie, not a one of them. Jesus. What is considered a non-natural manner of death? Who determines cause of death on death certificate? Can cause of death be changed on death certificate? Yeah. Is anyone in the jury raising their hands? Why do we need 3 more weeks? And look, here's the thing, I'll be really real with you guys, because we are getting close-ish to the end. Like, in Mo fashion, we are doing fan frippin' flappin' tastic. with how much we've been able to not get sidetracked. I will tell you guys, I joked yesterday, but it really is reality. When my first husband passed, I did call the medical examiner because I could not, for the life of me and my dumb 24-year-old brain, figure out with everything else that was going on in my mind and all my other feelings, why they were holding his body for 3 days. So I legitimately called because the only thing I could think was they had messed up. So I called and, you know, can I just say kudos to whoever took my call? Because in true Mo fashion, I called and I was like, "Yeah, I'm his, widow, and why are you holding him? Did you make a mistake? Are you checking to see if he becomes a vampire? I don't understand any of this." And the person, honest to Bob, I don't remember if it's even was a woman or a man, but they kindly walked me through everything. Um, so my Google history might have looked incredibly shady, just because there were so many things I was ignorant of. So, I I mean, I wasn't a cheater though, so, you know. Jesus. She didn't even watch one Lawn Crime, let alone Special Victims Unit. What is white collar crime? Why would the FBI be involved? Well, sweet cheeks, I can tell you it's because you crossed state lines and they are responsible for, well, interstate commerce crimes. Is the medical explainer expander this bitch wrote a book? Are you this bitch who cannot have one this is these are the 2 searches in, you know, concurrence that have been correctly typed, and she is an author? I give the hell up. Report and the Obber Autobresti report different. Opposite report. How long does life insurance company take to pay out? What is lethal dose of fentanyl? What is considered a lethal dose of fentanyl? Again, ma'am, in true Adam Sandler, I need to get a clip. All things that should have been Googled yesterday. Jesus. Okay, at this point, I see why people good God, I dislike her just because she's so stupid. Good Lord. Oh, and this heifer changed my passcode on iPhone. What happens if you give Narcan to someone who doesn't need it? Okay, do we have any medicalologists in the chat? Uh, why has that never been posited as a theory that he was given, you know, Narcan, an inhibitor, when he didn't need it? Now, like I said, I'm not a chemistrologist. I wanted to be a chemistrologist, but then I realized that chemistry, astronomy, and all of the sciences, really all of the hard sciences involve math. Oh, thank you guys. Is circumstance unknown an accident if they can't prove anything? How long does life insurance company take to pay out? Forever when you're not the beneficiary. Ooh, can I be the, sassy response person to her to her searches.
So we saw some web searches on 3-2060 that related to remotely wiping an iPhone or remotely deleting text messages.
Yes.
Was the blue iPhone being used by Kouri Richins in the time after her original phone, that white iPhone, was seized by police?
Yes.
Scott, if we could put up 3-29D.
Why did I and JKD Buck, why did I hear that in okay, full disclosure, I have watched Moulin Rouge more than I more than I can comfortably admit to as a, well, person that still wants the right to vote, and knows that I would institute a sanity test. That being said, I heard it in the voice of the guy who's singing it in Moulin Rouge. So thank you, JKD Buck. Back to getting caught up because they have started and we are still behind as per usual, but we are not as behind as we usually are. So banner day. Summit County dust trick attorney. Can cops uncover deleted messages iPhone? How to lock my iCloud? What does lock lost iPhone actually do? Summit County District Court again. Inmate roster, apparently. I like the gravel. Okay, wait.
So
things 5 oh god, she did not get the 5 things you need to know when you're getting prison. Oh god, dang it. 5 things you need to know about the new Utah State Prison and when the old one will be torn down. She was Zillowing her new accommodations. I love it. As a real estate flipper, she knows location, location, location.
we're seeing this activity on the phone. Does that indicate a website visit?
Yes.
Can you delete every jing on it? No. Look, usually I don't like cheaters. This heifer is I cannot believe this heifer wrote a book. This heifer wrote a book. Like, all my life, I've wanted to be a writer, but I realize that I have a deep and abiding love for run-on sentences and, well, a tenuous grip on spelling. So, I know that, editing is not my strong point, and I don't want to be responsible for my future editor's chronic drinking problem. So it's just not something that I've done yet. But this woman wrote a damn book. I give up. Can you delete every tingiv off old iFind without having oot? Can deleted text messages be retrieved? Can you chance the password remotely of a lost cell phone? Sweetheart, you can put in the same search, but do you understand the definition of insanity? You can put in the same search 27 times, but Google's still going to tell you the same damn thing, which is you shouldn't be searching this. It's going to make you look guilty AF. Can you chance a password remotely off a lost cell phone lost into iCloud account? What do cops when the sees electrobics? Electrobics sounds like something I would do, like electric robot, like like jazzercise, but you're just doing the robot. So like electro robotics sounds like something Elon Musk is gonna make in pill form for like virtual herpes.
Again, this indicates a website visit.
Yes.
She went to Vox. She went to Vox for information. Sure, why don't you go to Snopes and the Babylon Bee and the Onion too? Giblets. Police can't read your iMessages, but here's what they can't see. Wanna bet? Lock E. Demethian Demosthenes? I am probably mispronouncing that, so I apologize. Actually, she hired a ghost writer to write the book, and it was also for the love of Cheetos. Apple can tell them who you've tried to ping, though. Oh, ma'am, you should have watched, like, just one trial, just one. Like Kim Kardashian, grit through the, pain of gaining another wrinkle in that very smooth brain and get some knowledge before you, I don't know, pretend to commit a felony. Again, how long does life in France companies taken to pay? What is lethal period dose period of period fentanyl? What is considered a lethal dose of fentanyl? Showing results on a Google search. How long does life insurance companies taken to pay? Holy God. Look, it's English. Look, I am not a grammar, stickler. I don't ask that you use, but for the love of God, could you have your sentences make sense? How long does it take life insurance companies to pay out? It's not a hard or complex phrase to figure out. Search results. How long for death benefit payout? Life insurance providers usually pay out within 60 days of receiving a death claim filing. Beneficiaries must claim or file a death claim and verify their identity before receiving payment. Benefit could be delayed or denied due to policy lapses, fraud, or certain causes of death. No, these were after he died, Granny. And have a wonderful, wonderful lunch, to our modly mod, our oldest mod, our OG mod. Have a great lunch. Oh, for giblets and holy crap. If the spelling didn't autocorrect, no, if she didn't spell it correct, you must have quit. See, I can't say correct with that T really sharp at the end. I need B. Ivory Lamar, but if I could get it out correct and yeah. Anyway, I'm just saying I'll think about the Johnny Cochran of it all. Delay in claim payment, the search. What is considered non-natural manner of death? Who determines cause of death on death certificate? Can cause of death be changed on death certificate? What is white collar crime? Why would the FBI be involved? Is the medical examiner report and autopsy report different? When does the FBI so this is from a life insurance law firm from New York. Now, if you are look, I'm not a lawologist. I am very, very transparent in the fact that I am a twice college dropout. What I will say is that insurance and probate laws might be different in different localities. So if you are genuinely looking for information about what life insurance companies are, required to do and timelines, you need to look in your own locality. Looking it up in New York when you live in Utah makes no sense whatsoever. However, the site that she looked up said cause of death usually does not impact life insurance payment unless a self-deletion was involved and occurred within contestability purpose. Many people mistakenly assume that the cause of death might impact whether life insurance pays out or not. So this is just refuting that and maybe giving a bit more nuance. But again, if you are going to look up nuance in probate, look in your locality. What we investigate from the FBI website. This woman looked up the website for the FBI. Holy fazolies. And, something sort of fun from Locke. This trial is taking place in the same courtroom as the Gwyneth Paltrow ski trial. Oh, wow. I didn't catch that trial. Summit County only has like 40,000 people, so it's wild that they had two high-profile trials. That is interesting. I will say that for reasons I can't explain, and I'm sure she's nice if you know her and she's your sort of cup of tea, but Gwyneth Paltrow has always secretly creeped me out. Even before she did the Goop stuff and started talking way too much about her lady bits, she's always kinda creeped me out for reasons I couldn't quite explain. So interesting. So I didn't catch that trial because she like I said, I don't know why, and I'm sure she's a nice person if she's your cup of tea, and I'm not disparaging her, but yeah, there's something about her that I'm just like, "Hmm." I can't believe she went to the FBI website. She Googled, "What are the signs of being under a federal investigation?" Maybe the fact that the feds are on your property. Oh my gosh. Find out if you're under government investigation as a federal contractor. So again, this would be this is the problem when you have no idea about law and you start researching. Kouri might be very smart in business, but she doesn't understand that this is only pertaining to people that are federal contractors. She would need to contact someone as a civilian. Now, the that's the thing. And look, I am very, very transparent about the fact that I don't know everything, but there is a reason that people go to school for many years in order to, get a law degree. Not only that, but the type of laws are differentiated. One specialty is not going to cover everything. That's why it's very important if you research things to know what you're researching. You wouldn't research as if you're a federal contractor unless the federal government is contracting with house flippers to do a terrible job in Utah. Yes, we do. Her network. Let's see. FBI analysis of electronics, typed twice with two distinctive spellings, neither of which are related. How to delete Facebook. Find my iPhone is off its location. So basically, these are, is the FBI able to search the location and what can they find? Let's see. How period to period come lit leap period wipe period I facate period clear remotely. How to erase a phone data. So just a piece of data, not collectively all data. Again, this woman pretended to be an author, possibly her biggest con job ever. She pretended to be literate with EMI number. How to period permanently delete information from an iPhone. Fair point. How to period permanently delete information from an iPhone remotely. Can cops force you to do a lie detector test? Well, not only can they not force you if you invoke your Fifth Amendment right, but they aren't admissible in court. So even if you do them, they're really only fun and entertaining on the Maury Povich show. The Wall Street Journal: FBI conducted potentially millions of searches of Americans' data last year, report says. Her and Edward Snowden like this. Julian Assange, her and Edward Snowden fighting for America's freedom from data tyranny. Again, things that you should have possibly Googled prior to attempting to poison anyone in your life. From Technology Explained: How do police and forensic analysts recover deleted data from phones? Again, things you should have downloaded beforehand. These are what happens if you give Narcan to someone who doesn't need it. Is circumstance unknown an accident? And again, back to how long does life insurance companies taken to pay?
And Scott, if we could move to 3-30D.
From State Online and from Home and a Blog, what happens to deleted messages? From Vox, again from Vox. She looked all this up and still didn't delete the phone in her hand. Yes. Irony, ironic levels in need of Alanis Morissette, right? Meow. Police can't read your iMessages, but here's what they can see. Vox, credibility, mainstream media. They will set you up for failure every time.
And these are the website visits.
Yes, correct.
The 5 things you need to know about Utah's new prison. The delay in claim payment. The FBI potentially searching millions of Americans' data. How do they collect the data? So she searched, is circumstance unknown an accident? Now, so it tried to explain to her what the kind of forensic definition, and that's the other thing. there are going to be medical terminologies and there are going to be legal terminologies. And in, with a forensic anthropologist or, a it's or a forensic pathologist, it's going to be kind of a mix of those two worlds. And if you don't understand that language, you're not going to understand what to research. So it's almost like if you want to do crime, be smart. And if you're not smart, get a divorce and earn your own money, heifer. The FBI website, the signs that you're under a federal investigation, but only if you are also a federal contractor.
Just a moment.
Sir, those are all my questions for you at the moment. I think the defense may have some as well.
Thank you.
Still some more? Need more?
I need a little more than everything.
One second. Get a read over the witness, please.
Thanks, sir.
Mr. Ramos, did you want to break before beginning?
Thank you.
Yeah, I think we'll get out of here on time.
Don't commit to anything. But let's just take a stress the leg break. We'll come back at 3:45. Thank you. Please rise for the jury.
And scooting.
All right, for the jury.
Okay, Skippy. Unclenched.
Go ahead and have a seat. Thank you. All right, please have a seat. Thank you. Mr. Ramos, please proceed.
Mr. Kouri Richins, how are you?
I'm doing great, Mr. Ramos. How are you?
Good seeing you again.
Good to see you.
You know what? Let's just dive right into the GIFs. PNG files.
Yeah, sure,
right.
Sure.
Can we pull up those that exhibit?
Wait a minute. Is he he's their tech guy and he just said GIF? Oh, hell no. GIF? It's GIF, isn't it? Hell, I don't know. And everything is fine over here. Oh, Mo, I think the thing about the house yesterday was to prove Kouri had access to the house. Oh, very good. They were using... Oh, fair point. You're right. It's GIF. Who the hell knows? Look, I've already said that I have no matrix powers whatsoever. I just call them the little picture things.
And just for the witness, Judge. So I have this document here. It's been marked as State's Exhibit 340. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you were testifying earlier, you informed the jury that it was all the image files that you received, correct?
Well, just for this representation is just for that, for the 4th.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes. So what we're looking at are
It's part of that. Yes.
images, data files for that day. Specifically, I think there was a range. It was for the March 4th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, in that, there were 39 images, right?
Correct.
Now, of those images, obviously, we've seen 3 of them. Okay.
Yes.
So I want to focus on those. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up those 3 images that you've seen.
Okay.
Okay.
Mhm.
And I'm going to show you the MAC, right?
Okay.
Which is the modified access created. Okay. Good. All right. Let me pull that up. Now, could you see those on the left-hand side there?
I do, yes.
Okay. 1 second. That's what you can see, right? Sorry, I have a smaller screen here, so
Okay.
we're on the same page.
All right. Yeah.
Okay. On the left-hand side, can you tell me or tell the jury if all of these images were accessed on the same date and time?
Yes. they
Down
were.
to the second.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that these are .png files. Okay. Now, if we look to the right, there is what appears to not be a GIF, I guess. It is a thumbnail, but it is of a, how would you describe it? What's the picture? What's that picture of?
I don't know, which one are we looking at?
The one on the right-hand side, it looks like a house almost in the distance.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. There's a photo of a piece of property, it looks like. Yes.
Are you familiar with that property?
I can't tell what it is from the photo.
Fair enough. Now, can you just look at the time and date?
Yes.
Okay. Does that match the .png files that we saw?
It does.
Okay. To the second.
It does.
Okay. So just practically speaking, I mean, we can take that down. Do you find that odd?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Let's walk through it.
Okay.
I'm gonna walk through an example for you.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
And then I want you to explain it to me.
Okay.
Okay. Now, in fact, let's do this. So if I pull up my phone right now, I just unlocked it.
Mhm.
Now I'm going to send a text message. Okay.
Okay.
To my son.
All right.
Okay. Now I'm going to go ahead and add a thumbnail.
A photo. Yeah.
Photo. Okay. And I'll do a GIF. Okay.
Okay.
And so I'm looking for one. I found one. So I just clicked on that.
Okay.
Okay. Now I just clicked on another one.
Okay.
And I just clicked on another one.
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to add also a picture. Okay. Just for my folder.
Okay.
Okay. Now I selected those 4 items. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm about to send it.
Yes.
Okay. So if you were to get my phone and put it in your system, extract it, and you analyze it, obviously it would be a text message.
It would. Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Now, the modified access created, would all of those be the same date, time, down to the second?
They could be.
Could be.
Yes.
There's a lot of reasons for that.
Yes.
Okay. For example, the type of iOS I have,
That could affect it. Yes.
the type of extraction that's done,
I don't know if the extraction type would determine that or not.
logical versus physical.
I still don't think in the way these images were in the database.
Okay.
I don't think that would be. I don't think that would be accurate.
So then let's look at the database.
Okay.
Where exactly were these images?
Okay. Again, y'all, if anyone in the chat is a matrixologist or a fellow cell phone wizard techling, if any of this isn't correct, I have no idea what they're talking. They could basically be talking about the flux capacitor, and the Fermi paradox. So I have no idea. So if anything is egregiously wrong, point it out in the chat, because I will be. I honestly wouldn't know any different.
So they were in the database. There's a pathway in there.
Yeah, let's pull that up.
Yeah, so that's where they're at.
Okay.
Okay. So they're in an SMS photo database essentially. All right.
So is it up there now for you?
It is not.
Yeah. Okay. Now, the source file, is that what we're referring to?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So I see here has a bunch of numbers, underscore files, full.zip, right?
Yeah.
Private var, mobile, library, cache,
Yes.
right?
Yep.
Okay. Talk to me about cache.
All right. So caches or folders. They're just places where the system stores data.
Okay.
Money,
And-
money.
If I were to go to my phone right now, I could find those .png files, that image I just sent, right? If I go directly to my text message, correct?
You could. Yes.
Right, because I just sent it.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Now, here in this file, this doesn't lead you straight to a text message.
Correct.
Okay. And so it is, and I think what you said in your direct, I think it was the system, I think is the word, you were very specific. The system in her phone, I logged it. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Those are databases.
Correct.
Yeah, yes.
Okay. So fair to say, and you indicated in your testimony early, so I think I'm right, that there are certain things in our phones that are there, but we can't necessarily access them.
Correct.
We need a process to go kind of below the surface.
Right.
Okay. Now, in this case, these .pngs, you had 39 of them, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now you only selected 3.
Yes.
Okay. Did you select those? I shouldn't put.
I provided what I provided.
Yeah.
I provided the entire extraction report, and then I provided the part of the extraction report for that day.
Okay. So
Yes.
you provided the full 39.
Yes.
Okay. Understood. Now, I want to go back to that other image. Okay.
Okay.
Now, these have the exact same date, the exact same time, down to the second. Okay. Are they tied together?
I don't know that.
You don't.
No.
In fact, it's impossible to know.
It really is.
Now, in what you do, there is, we heard the word a lot, analysis, right?
Yes.
You analyze, right? Okay. Now, we know that you can, we get the information from Grey Key, it's extracted, then we put it in Celebrite. The analysis comes in reviewing the report, correct?
Right.
Okay. Now, and you're also very careful in your direct testimony that it's not necessarily, I don't think you use these words, but it's not infallible, right? This Celebrite report.
Correct.
Okay. In fact, Celebrite itself recommends its operators, is that the word?
Yes.
To make sure that they validate their data.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
And there's a lot of reasons for that.
Yes.
For example, you do have a hardware that you use, correct?
Yes.
You want to validate it's working.
Correct.
And then
There are many reasons. All of them rhyme with Canton, Massachusetts, and all involve house long to die in cold.
also the software that you use, you want to validate that that's working.
Yes.
Okay. Now, this might be an oversimplification. But I'm trying to process it. Okay. A lot of money went into making those phones.
Yes.
A lot of the data and how it works is all of it's proprietary. Correct?
Yes.
Now, in a way, Celebrite is trying to hack the phone to get the information.
Doesn't really hack it, but it parses the data.
It parses the data.
Yeah.
Okay. And when it spits out, that's not a common term. When the report gives you this information, you can't take it as God's truth.
There's context to a lot of stuff. So yeah, I mean, I can take it as God's truth, quote unquote.
Yeah.
That is how the system files within the are constructed.
You can take it that that's how Celebrite put the data or extracted the data. Correct. Now, you've heard, I suspect, of the epoch time.
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you could explain to the jury epoch time in terms of digital forensics.
I cannot.
Cannot?
No.
Why not?
I don't have enough familiarization with it. I just don't.
Okay.
Not on the stand.
All right. Well, is it fair to say that, let's look at this created and modified and accessed, that date and time.
Okay.
Are you aware that that time isn't actually how it's stored on the phones?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Sure. So the epoch time, if you're not familiar with it, it's the number of seconds that has elapsed since January 1st, 1970. Are you familiar with that?
I am.
Oh, sorry.
What was the objection?
He said he couldn't testify about what epoch time is.
So
foundation.
foundation. I think you're laying foundation.
I am, Rich.
Let's see where this goes. Overruled.
So
I interrupted you, gentlemen, if you would ask that question.
Absolutely good. So the epoch time, and I'm just going to, I'll explain it how I know it, and if it refreshes your recollection, great. If not, we'll move on. Okay. So epoch time is the number of seconds that has elapsed since January 1st, 1970. Okay? Yes. I don't know why they did it this way, but that is how the phones have registered the information. Were you aware of that?
Yes, and I don't know the technical aspects of it, but it's a programming reason.
Correct. and because we're not going to do the math together.
No, we're not.
We rely, or in this case, you were relying on Celebrite to do that. Correct. Now, you also, a way to validate your data, because things even as little as time, you also have the ability to cross-reference the data that you have in your phone, in the Celebrite report, the extraction, with other information, correct? Correct. So for example, the call logs, the text messages that you sent out, right? That's presented in the extraction.
Yes.
You could then compare it to the call detail records. Correct. Right. And you could say, oh yeah, you know what? This matches up.
Yes.
Okay. And you do that in a way to make sure that the information you're getting is correct.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when we look at this 4 images, the 3, I'm going to call them the what's been admitted as the 3 PNGs, okay, which we all saw, or let's call them GIFs, even though I know they're not right now, right? But just so everybody's aware. Okay. And then we have this photo that appears to be of a home, okay? Right. Now, you have records and you have call logs for March 4th, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you can see who all communicated that day. Correct. And you can also get that through call detail records, correct?
Not always.
But the call detail records you indicated mark the time that a call was sent out and a text was sent out.
If it hits the carrier. So if it's a Wi-Fi call or if it's like iMessage, like iPhone to iPhone, iMessaging, okay. it can route around it and it won't hit the call detail record.
Perfect. So you had on March 4th at least some information in what you received from the extraction report that some calls were made, some text messages were sent from Ms. Richins' phone.
Yes.
Okay. Now, with that information, you can, if you wanted to, you can attempt to see whether this image was sent or received by somebody, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You did not do that.
I did do that.
Okay. And who did it come back to?
I don't know. It was not available in the system file.
Okay.
Would you like, can I explain why?
Sure. Yeah, that'd be great.
Why I think, based on,
Yeah.
There is, from the time this event occurred on March 4th till the time the phone was seized on April 13th, I believe, 2022, there's an extended period of time that has passed in data terms. Okay. So the reason why going back to the source on this is challenging is if the text source of this, incoming or outgoing, is missing, you can sometimes go into the data file, like from the timeline and from the extraction, you can go into the database information. You can go in there and you can look at that to see if that information is contained in the database still. The problem is that data is overwritten. Once it's deleted, the database then overwrites it. So then what happens is the source in there goes away. There's small amounts of data that are in there.
Like traces.
Well, like PNGs.
Yep.
Okay.
And welcome, Baker Raiders. We are finishing up day 6. I will say as someone who dreads cell phone data testimony, this has been one of the best experts. His demonstratives have been clear and uncluttered. And I have been generally impressed, even if I maybe don't understand all of the things that he has said. This witness did bring in Kouri Richins' Google searches, which holy premeditation, Batman. But that is where we are. And Locke says apparently the epoch time starting in 1970 was somewhat arbitrary, but Unix was developed in 1970, so it sort of makes sense. Thank you. Yeah, so he talked to the jury, but not at the jury. So it was a very refreshing, and I do hope that, fellow experts in this field will maybe take note of how well this has been received. That being said, we are on the cross. Now, the Google searches are quite damning, not going to lie. They are like Chandler Halderson levels of bad. And they make How Long to Die of Cold look absolutely benign. So, but I will say that this expert, so we are trying to speed through, excuse me. It is at 1.5 speed, and I will keep going and try to get us as far into the actual current day 7 as I can. The internet people are supposed to be here this afternoon. So hopefully I should be back with, actual interwebs and reliable interwebs tomorrow. So let's get going. If you have any questions, put them in the chat. And for full transparency, I am coming to this trial without preconceived notions. I haven't been paying attention to Kouri Richins. I generally like to be kind of like the jury, just without preconceived notions, especially on these bigger cases where everyone has been following since day one. So this has been an interesting case. We are up to, I think, 42 on sidebar count. So buckle in, let's get going.
That are still there. But like I kind of explained with the data space, think of it as a...
Oh, one second. Is that like the garbage collection?
Yeah, we're talking about that, right? So deletion. So think of that as, think of that deletion file as like the trash can in your house, like in your kitchen, okay? So you delete things, you throw things into that. Well, eventually it gets full. And you got to take it out to the curb, and the garbage man comes and gets it, and it's gone, okay? So the more you use it, the more you have to take it out.
So
okay,
let me stop you there.
Yes,
because what I'm asking about is, I understand that you tried.
I'm getting there. I promise.
Oh no. Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead. All right. So those databases store that information for a while. Okay. Then what happens is that text information, that the text threads, they're stored in a different place than these. Mm-hmm. What happens is every, 30-ish days, don't hold me to that, but it's roughly, this iOS system performs a vacuum. And what it does is it takes deleted information that's in there that it no longer thinks it needs for the system files, and it vacuums it out, and it basically takes it out to the curb, and then it goes away. So to answer your question, I did attempt to look for the source for this, but there's none of that data remains in the device or in the databases at all. All I have is these, what I referred to previously as orphaned images.
Or ghosts.
Ghosts.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, and I understand that.
Okay.
My question is, there are other things you can do outside of that. Obviously, that's your first one, right? You try to go straight to the source. For whatever reason, it's not there.
Okay.
But there are other things you can do to see if you can locate whether they're tied together or where they could have gone. Correct? Correct. So you indicated that at a minimum, this is on the mobile messaging system, right?
Yes.
It says mobile SMS, correct?
Yes.
So you know that at one point it was sent or received to somebody from Ms. Richins' phone.
Yes.
Okay, so you have contacts in her phone, correct?
I do.
And if you had call detail record, for example, or just in her log, or any number of things, right?
Right.
You can go to those and see if the individual on the other end maybe did still have that message, correct?
Potentially.
Yeah, potentially. Now, you didn't do that in this case.
Are we talking physically contacting these individuals? And
absolutely.
Okay. Yeah. So I agree with that statement.
Okay. That you didn't do it.
That I didn't do it.
Okay.
But I would also add to that my role in this case is as an analyst, and I provide the information, and then any following any update or following a follow-up investigation is
100%. Yeah. I mean, I imagine that when you were asked to pull those images on that day, I imagine you explained all of this to the prosecution.
I did. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And you explained to them that, hey, you know what? These did pop up. 39 of these.
And to your point and your question, I did go through call detail records. I did go through those types of things to see if there was a corresponding communication that would be contained in the call detail records that matches this.
Absolutely. And you did this because that is your job.
Correct.
Right. You're trying to say, hey, I have this orphan ghost.png. I'm going to try to find its home.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And hey, prosecution, I know you're going to use this just so you know, I can't tell you who received it. Correct.
Correct.
I can't tell you who sent it.
Correct.
I can't tell you if it was viewed by Ms. Richins.
Correct. Correct.
But I can tell you that at that time and date, the system in her phone, as you said, registered it.
Correct.
Now, for example, if we were to find.
So her ghost is suffering from ghost in the machine. Does she have a howl? Oh my God, her phone is trying to Gone Girl her. Her phone is setting her up. This is how Skynet takes over. It gets us all charged with felony unaliving. You rat bastard toasters and smart TVs, I figured it out.
Find out that the image there, right, of the home, okay, if we were to find that other recipient, right,
Okay.
and in that recipient's cell phone, it had the day prior, okay, so March 3rd,
Okay.
say around 5 o'clock, okay,
Okay.
and that individual sent the image, okay, and then Miss Richins opened her text message with that home there, okay, and maybe those GIFs or those .png, those thumbnails were attached. It could have been that the computer registered as it accessed it as it was opening up, correct?
Correct, because it would create a thumbnail.
Correct.
Yes.
Now, like you said, we don't know that, right?
Correct, we don't.
Okay. Now,
3 minutes of my life will never get
I'd
back.
like to move on to the web searches. Okay.
Yes.
A lot of those web searches, as we saw, have no dates.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
And we do see some of them when they were searched, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with, I think it's called like lifestyle analysis?
No.
Okay. Did you perform any searches around the time on those that you can see on the web searches, that you can see the date that they were searched? Okay. Did you do any searches on Google or any validation to see what, if anything, was relevant to what was being pulled up?
No, like, did I perform the searches myself?
Not the searches. So, for example, are you familiar with a certain Real Housewife in Salt Lake City
Recently?
in April 2022?
Oh, no.
Okay. Are you aware of somebody maybe being?
Is Ashton Kutcher going to come out? Am I being punked? What the hell? Real Housewives of Salt Lake City? What in the... Oh, good God.
Sentenced around that time?
No.
Okay. And now that would provide context to you, correct?
I could.
Yeah. Because right now, just as we see the searches, we don't know why that would be a search, correct?
I don't know content or can't speculate on anything.
You can't speculate.
No.
You shouldn't speculate.
No.
You also can't tell me with the information that you have who actually did the search.
Correct.
Right? It was done on the phone.
It was done on the device.
You could tell us the location of the phone, possibly, when those searches were done.
Correct.
You could tell us possibly the Wi-Fi that it was connected to, if it was connected to one.
Correct.
Okay. But you can't tell us who searched it.
Correct.
Now, you can't tell us if we were at, if this happened on the 4th, let's go back to the GIF images, okay? On that day, at that time, are you aware, were you told that there were other people in that home?
I'm aware of that.
You are aware of that?
Yes.
Okay, and so did you reach out?
Y'all, I was today years old when I learned that Real Housewives had invaded Utah. I know this is probably my dumb kind of stereotype, but how much shenanigans can a bunch of devout Mormons get into? Although I think, okay, are we supposed to call you LDS? Look, I have heard different things, and I don't want to be consciously, objectively rude to people. So if I'm not supposed to call you Mormon or y'all Mormon, is it LDS? Look, like I said, I'm not. Anywho, I have never in my life watched The Real Housewives. I was unaware that they had invaded Utah.
To those, or I guess that's not your job. You could not tell us who opened that phone at that time, correct? Right. Okay. Now, I do want to talk to you about something you just brought up. It was you said, the Wi-Fi. You said not necessarily because it could be an iMessage, right?
Correct.
Was one option, and then the other one was that it was connected or sent through Wi-Fi.
Yeah, the file path on here indicates that it is a mobile SMS, which went through iMessage, and iMessage iPhone to iPhone typically will not hit a carrier, so it won't be in a call detail.
Right. And but that also is helpful to you, right? Because you're able to see of all the people that she could have possibly contacted that day, you could then narrow it to like who has an iPhone.
Correct.
Okay. And so because of the communication, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm guessing here, between iPhone and iPhone, it's a different connection, correct? It makes it easier to communicate?
It's a typical Wi-Fi connection, so it's not a different connection.
Okay.
It's just a different system, or it's the same. They're on the same system. It goes through Apple servers versus the carrier.
So for example, can we pull up the Mr. Richins mobile activity on the night of March 3rd? Do you recall that state's exhibit where you laid out a graph of all the text messages that were sent from Mr. Richins to a Pedro Sonora?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
I think it's up on your screen now.
Yes.
Okay. When we were talking about this, one of the last questions was about the text from Raul at 10:18.
Okay.
And I believe Ms. Sherbanak asked if it had been read, or if you could tell if it had been read, and you answered it very curiously, which is, I'm left to wonder, I just want clarification, whether or not you could actually tell if it was read, or whether there just wasn't enough data to determine whether it had been read.
I don't remember. I'm sorry, I just don't remember the
No, and that's why I'm following up.
Yep.
That's why I'm following up.
There's no response. The indication was that it was not read.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, here we see all these text messages, correct?
Yes.
And we just talked about the iMessage that you just discussed. That sometimes that won't register on call detail records, for example, right?
Correct.
Now that's different than this, right?
That is different than this.
Okay. You would expect an iMessage to show up here?
Yes, because this is from the phone's timeline itself.
Correct.
These are system file.
Correct. Just want to make sure. Can we take that one down, please? Thank you. Okay. So the movement of the iPhone. Let's start with Eric's. Okay. You had indicated that you had done make sure, how did you phrase it? You had actually compared it. It said you had done some sort of analysis with his overall use in terms of his activity on his watch, right?
Yes.
And that those 87 minutes, that gap was off, I guess.
I don't think I said it was off.
What were you
I said it was atypical.
Atypical.
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you please walk us through what exactly you did to get to that conclusion?
So those are spot checks. Those are looking at random locations within his activity. I did not take the totality of his activity and compare it day to day to one another. Those were spot checks and looking at the device patterns in his phone to see if there was large types of movement. Now there are sometimes large spaces of inactivity, but not in this context.
So what spot checks did you do?
Just periodically throughout the timeline, through that activity timeline, just to look at and see if his activity indicates that his device stays in motion, and to what extent day to day.
Over how many days?
Oh God, I probably looked at maybe 20 days or so, just random days.
And how did you log that?
I didn't report it. I just made a mental note of it.
Just a mental note?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what was the largest deviation?
I don't know that, sir.
What was the smallest deviation?
I don't know.
So how did you come?
It's almost like you should take notes. Again, things that are subjective. If you're going to take a relatively small sample size, such as 20 days out of, let's say, 4 years of historical use or however long he had the phone, then you want to be very clear and you want to have a wide variety so that you can get, the clearest form of data. And basically, you need to approach it scientifically, and you just YOLO guessed it.
Up to the fact that it was atypical.
Well, it's like I said, in context, right? So there's communications with presumably Ms. Richins on the device, and there is
Mr. Richins.
I'm sorry, Mr. Richins on the device with Ms. Richins, right? And so there was
So right now, just so you're clear, we're talking about the physical activity.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. I'm sorry, yeah, physical activity. Yeah. But in conjunction with that, there are text messages. There are other things going on around this time, indicating in the other exhibits. I don't know if we published them, but there's some discussion about what Mr. Richins was doing that day around
so like
11 a.m.
So this one specifically, on February 14th, 2022.
Yes.
You indicated that the gap was atypical.
Yes, and maybe I didn't put that in good context.
Sure, put it in
but in context with what was going on at the time, it is not typical, based on what I looked at, for Mr. Richins to lay down and take a nap, for instance, in the middle of the day.
So you could tell that he took a nap from this?
I cannot, but he indicated he was going to in the text. That's what I'm talking about in context.
Okay, so there's a bit of confirmation bias there. You would agree.
I would agree with that. And there's probably a little speculation there on that. The thing with device activity is you only know if the device is moving or not.
Right. There is a bit of speculation, like you said, and we shouldn't do that.
Probably not.
Let's talk about, you can take that down. Let's talk about the activity sensor data, okay? Not in context of what was registered.
Okay.
But in the context of you as an analyst, okay?
Okay.
Now, we talked about how what you do is digital forensics.
Yes.
And that's considered a forensic science.
Okay. Yes.
Do you disagree with that?
Yes, it is.
It is. Yes. Okay. And part of that,
Utah, you paid this man and he's like, I don't know. It's a science. I got the certificate. I don't have a lab coat. Jesus. Yes, analysis, inherent in analysis is analyze, or is to logic things out, to analyze. Oh my God, I hate this. This is why I'm defunding the Federal Department of Education when I get elected president.
field, right, is what we, I guess, grew up knowing as a scientific method, right? Yes. And so, for example, here we identify a phone, an electronic device, okay? And then we go from identifying that to preserving it.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And we either put it in a Faraday bag or we plug it in and we make sure that the hash values and the hex code and everything matches.
Correct.
And we do that so that when you get the information, you know that it's the cleanest version possible, correct?
Right.
Okay. And then once we preserve it, we then collect the information, which would be the extraction,
Yes.
right? And then we examine it. Okay.
Yes.
And then we get into the analysis.
Yes.
Okay. So we examined it, and I'm going to go off of the activity sensors, okay? Activity monitors.
Yeah.
So we identified it, we collected it, we examined it. Now let's talk about the analysis of it. Okay. Tell us what you did to validate the information about the activity sensor data. And we'll start specifically with the distance traveled. And this could be for either Mr. Richins or Miss Richins' phone, okay?
In general?
Yeah, what did you do in this case for either Mr. Richins or Miss Richins, okay, to validate the information that was presented to you in Celebrite regarding traveled distance or distance traveled?
The distance traveled is just reported by the device based on the sensors that are contained within the device.
Correct.
Yeah.
So then what did you do to validate that information was correct?
I'm not sure I understand the question. I did nothing to validate that information, like outside of that.
Okay, so for example, that information that was there, it indicates, let's pull up Miss Richins if we wouldn't mind, the state's exhibit where it shows, yeah, this one right here. Okay. So can we publish this one, Judge? It's been admitted. So let's look at that 3:08:10 a.m. Okay. Now, the 74.14 meters, that comes straight from the extraction report, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the 243 feet, I imagine that's something that you converted?
Yes.
Okay. And using what?
Just a Google conversion.
Yeah. Okay. And in this device travels, we know that it was 74.14 meters that was registered on the device.
Correct.
Okay. Now, what kind of iPhone was this?
I believe it was an iPhone 12.
Okay. And do you recall what iOS system it had?
I do not.
Okay. Now, did you, for example, going back to, so I can explain myself, did you grab your phone, a phone, and measure the distance from point X to point Y, put the phone in your pocket, walk over there, knowing the distance, walk back, plug in the phone, and see whether the Celebrite data that you received for what you just did in that controlled environment matched what was being produced?
No.
Okay. Did you purchase or have access to the iPhone make and model in Ms. Richins?
No.
On either of her phones that she had?
No.
Did you have access to Mr. Richins' iPhone make or model?
No.
Okay. And you did not do any tests, correct?
Correct.
So these numbers right here that we're seeing, you are speculating that is correct.
I'm not speculating. I'm relying on the data being correct inside the device.
But you have no way of knowing that.
Well, I mean, the examples you're giving are not 100%, wouldn't 100% verify this anyway, I don't think. I think you would have to use the exact device under the exact conditions.
Yeah.
In any way, for one.
Yeah, so let's go with that. So
and two, and which I didn't do. Which I didn't do.
Real quick. Hold on. So let's be clear. We understand you didn't do it. You did have access or could gain access to the environment, correct?
I could.
Okay,
Yes.
so then let's go from there. There are body cams in this case. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. Have you?
Oh my God, make him get blue paint. I want the full Judson Welcher shebang. Like, we paid you, I'm sure, $1 gajillion, sir. I need you to get the blue paint. I need you to have a messy bun. I need you to get the exact PJ set. And I need you to walk around Kouri Richins' house. Stat.
Been to the Richins home?
No.
Okay. Have you seen those body cams?
I've seen some images of the body cams. Yeah.
Okay. Have you seen videos of the body cams?
Very few.
Okay. Do you recall a video where one of Miss Richins' phones is handed from one of the EMS to an officer, and then the officer walks over all the way to where Miss Richins is to provide her the phone?
No.
Okay. Had you been aware of that, or had that, rather, I'll be fair to you, had that been told to you by the prosecutors or law enforcement? Having that controlled environment, having this data, having access to the same phone, downloading the same iOS, could you have run a test to see if it was similar? And specifically referring to the 41 meters that's indicated there.
I could.
Okay.
But I mean, your statement just actually opened up why there's a tense movement later on.
My questions sometimes tend to do that. Okay, so now let's talk about even the phone unlock lock. Okay, that seems pretty intuitive.
Yeah, the locking
And unlocking.
Yes.
So for example, when we look at the 319 I'm sorry, can we go back to the other one? I don't know if it was me. Thank you. At 3:19:39 at the bottom, phone unlocked 3 seconds. So it was unlocked 3 seconds. Does that mean it was locked at 3 seconds?
Yes.
Okay. And then, to be honest, this is just out of curiosity. Why don't we show an unlock before the 3:21?
Oh no, because that 3:9 that. Oh, I don't know.
Sometimes just things happen, right?
I don't know.
Yeah. Okay, we could take that one down. Now, going back to the web searches, okay, just briefly. This was all after, to your knowledge, I imagine you're aware that this was all after, all these searches were done after Ms. Richins knew she was under investigation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I imagine at that point, and if not, you've probably been made aware of it now, and we've all seen, during that January to March timeframe that you mentioned that there was a massive deletions between in her phone, correct? You remember that?
Yes.
As well as Miss Lauber's phone?
Yes.
You know that they were purchasing oxys, correct?
So it does seem like the state is making allegations that there were maybe attempts to stage the scene where Eric was, that kind of thing. Now, to play devil's advocate or to, just logic or use myself, when I first wake up, the furry overlords, the cats, have me get up and feed them the first thing. So when I wake up, I automatically do take several steps. And according to Kouri's story, she had spent the evening with one of their sons who was having night terrors and, had eventually gone back to cuddle with Eric. So she would be going around the house and maybe, they had a dog, maybe it was, she got up, the dog was whining, she let the dog go out and piddle. She, got the dog back in, and then went to go. I don't know. The steps and the movement thing doesn't do a whole lot for me because that's kind of how I think and look at it, but I could see how it could be seen both ways.
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation.
Are you aware of what Ms. Richins was doing during that time, either then or now?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you're a former law enforcement officer?
Yes.
Okay. Do you ever deal in narcotics?
No.
Okay. You're aware of them?
I am.
Okay. You're aware of purchases?
I am.
You're aware of the criminal mind, perhaps?
I am.
And you're aware that most individuals dealing in drugs might want to delete their information?
Yes.
And like you said, context matters, right?
Context does matter.
Bear with me. Are you familiar with Bayesian inferences?
No.
Or probability statements?
No.
I'm getting there, I promise. Just want to make sure. Well, can we pull up the call record for Ms. Richins? I think it was the 110 minute one, please.
I believe those
Do you remember this?
calls
I do,
involving
yes. Okay.
IRS.
To be honest, I don't know why you were asked the questions. But this was in March. Can you zoom that in?
Sorry,
Yeah.
those-
No, I know.
those things are-
Zoom it in when you find it. Please. Oh, don't worry about it. It's fine. You remember what we're discussing, right?
I think I do, yes.
Yeah. If you can find the date, that'd be great. I believe it was March 4th or 8th.
And Your Honor, this exhibit on the screen is not marked.
It's February.
It says February 11th. It's 3-6, whatever.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
March 1st?
Is it March 2nd?
So let's be clear, for the record, the jury can't see what you and the witness.
No, we understand. I want to make sure that Katie finds it first, and then
Well,
we'll
let me know when you're ready.
Is that it? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Yes, if we could publish it, and we could see the 101 minutes. Now, the date is March 2nd, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated that you reached out and you found out that was the IRS.
Yeah, I Google searched that.
Okay.
I know the number.
Yeah.
It ends in 1040. I mean, it's
Well, and it's a month before tax season.
yeah.
Correct. So context-wise,
Okay.
not unusual, right?
Not unusual.
Yeah. We could take that down. I do want to make sure did you come on in May 2020? When were you brought on?
I was retained in May of 2023.
May of 2023.
Yes, sir.
Now, you indicated that Verizon holds locations only for 12 months.
Correct.
Now, Ms. Richins' phone was seized on April 12th, correct? I'm sorry, April 2022.
Yeah, April 13th, I think. Yeah, of 2022.
Of 2022. Correct. Now, so by the time you had come on, that information was no longer available.
The records were still available, but records with location data were not.
Correct.
Tower data.
Correct. Yes. Okay. And to your knowledge, that's never been obtained, correct?
Correct.
Okay. We went through a lot of those PowerPoints indicating where Ms. Lauber was and the communication she had, I think, with Kouri on the right-hand side and then kind of following.
Yes.
I think you made it clear. Those aren't their actual GPS locations, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Those are cell towers.
Those are the tower locations, yes.
Right. So every time that the jury sees that little image going with Mr. Crozier,
right,
those are all cell towers.
Right. You're seeing the tower that that device is communicating with at that time.
And so there was a time during your direct that you indicated that I think it was Ms. Lauber was near the Richins' home.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
To be clear, it's not that she was there.
Her device was.
Her device was connected to a cell tower.
Yes.
Okay. Now, with all this information that you have, the call details records, the cell tower information, the Carmen's phone, right? All of that, were you ever able to see, or were you asked whether she went to 75 East, 100 North in Midway?
I believe I was asked to look at that.
Okay. And did you find anything?
It's the data is not that specific.
Okay.
It's not GPS location. It's tower location.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Fair.
Okay, talk about those. Okay, I think I'm almost done. I think I am done. Oh, two things. Biometric data.
Okay.
Let's go back to the activity sensor data. Did you go into anywhere in the extraction to locate the height Ms. Richins put in her phone?
I don't recall seeing that.
The whether her weight,
I don't recall seeing that either.
the stride.
I don't recall seeing that.
Did you do that or recall seeing that in Mr. Richins?
No.
Okay. These SMS previews that we have been discussing,
Yes.
are you aware of the different settings that one can do on their phone to either show a preview or not show a preview?
No.
You're not familiar with those?
I don't think so.
Okay. Do you have an iPhone?
I don't.
Okay. We disagree on a lot of things then. Fair. So you wouldn't have done anything there to check, or did you do anything to check her settings?
I did not.
Okay. So you don't know if on her settings in her iPhone there was an automatic play previews?
No.
Okay.
We have found the last holder of a BlackBerry, and he will not surrender it.
1 second. May I have the white noise bit?
White noise.
For clarification purposes, because as I was talking about the web searches, I did not specify, and I want to make sure we get it clear. Those came from the blue phone.
Correct.
So those were after the April 13th, April 12th, when the white phone was seized, correct?
Correct.
After Ms. Richins obviously had been under investigation.
Correct.
Correct. After her, I'm not sure if you're aware.
So this dimwit decided to make all of those after she was aware she was under investigation. Why didn't you go for an insanity defense or reduced capacity?
After her home was searched.
I don't know anything about that.
Okay. But it was on the blue phone. None of these web searches were on the other phones, correct?
Correct.
That's all I have. Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, sure. After them, let's go across.
Love sticky notes.
Two things I want to follow up with you on. We talked a little bit about CDR data and Wi-Fi, maybe why things wouldn't show up on Wi-Fi.
Sure.
What type of messaging can happen over Wi-Fi?
Most app messaging happens over Wi-Fi. So third-party apps like WhatsApp, Kik, Signal, those types of apps. But also, again, iMessage.
And so when talking about those 3 image files located on Ms. Richins' phone from March 4th, 2022 at 8:29 a.m., we don't know all of the information about those because it was deleted.
Correct.
If it hadn't been deleted, we'd know more.
We might.
talking about the web searches on the blue phone, when you looked through and analyzed that blue phone, nothing indicated to you that that blue phone was being used by someone else.
Correct.
I want to talk about Exhibit 3-14D.
Fair point. Fair point.
And this is the device. Scott, we could put that one up.
One moment, please. The witness has it. Do you want to publish it?
Please.
Okay. Go ahead.
Now, you made this exhibit in conjunction with the context of what was happening during this time frame. Is that correct?
Correct.
Meaning that you looked at messages between Kouri Richins and Eric Richins during this time frame.
Yes.
And in those messages, Kouri Richins was telling Eric Richins to go take a nap.
Yes.
And based on what you've created with this exhibit, does this movement in context indicate to you that during this time frame, Mr. Richins could have been laying down or
Yes.
not moving?
Yes.
I want to talk about this activity sensor data. That data is proprietary to Apple.
Yes.
And tell me if I'm wrong, but Apple probably puts a lot of money into making that data.
I'm sure they do.
They want it to be correct for
Yes.
their users.
Yes.
And they would want it to be accurate for their users.
Yes.
Because their users want that activity data to reflect what they're actually doing.
Yes.
Have you looked at activity data in other phone downloads that you've analyzed?
Yes.
And looking at phone activity data for other hundreds, maybe thousands of phones that you've analyzed, have you been able to tell if that data can be checked in other cases? Meaning that if somebody said, hey, I went for a 1 mile walk today, giving you a hypothetical, and then you could look at their phone and say that they went for a 1 mile walk. Have you been able to look at that type of data in other phones and verify that it reports in the way you would expect?
Are you asking about corroborating witness statements based on their activity in their devices?
Right.
Yes.
That activity data in other cases when you've analyzed it has been accurate and corroborated by other information?
In my experience, yes.
Just a moment. That's all I've got for you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ramos, within the scope of redirect?
Yes, of course. Thank you, Judge. Indicated that the Mr. Sherman was talking about the information that was deleted.
Yes.
Regarding those thumbnails GIFs, correct?
Yes.
Certainly it would have been better for all of us.
It would have.
Does that file path and the information tell you who deleted it?
No.
And as you explained with the garbage collection, it could have been that way, correct?
It would have to be, if it wasn't deleted from the device, it would not have ended up there. There would be a remnant of it.
Right.
Yeah, it would be a data line.
Okay. Now, you were also asked about that you did not investigate or you don't have any reason to believe that anybody else had the blue iPhone. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
And you said that no.
Yes.
How do you come to that conclusion?
The big thing for me is there is a text in that phone from that device to Mr. Grossman in which the defendant indicates that.
So to be clear,
yes.
I'm not saying that the phone wasn't Miss Richins.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
My question is.
Okay. Well, I'm trying to answer it.
Yeah. So I'll clarify my question to make sure I'm asking it.
All right.
Is your testimony that there was nobody else who had access to that phone at all?
I don't know that.
Okay. That's my question. Now, you were asked about Apple software and proprietary software. And did you attempt to get information from anywhere else? Whether it's Apple, whether it's another peer, whether it's another case where you can get the information that you have in these extractions to validate it?
I kind of don't understand that question.
Sure, I'll rephrase.
Okay. Yeah.
So I understand that you don't work for Apple.
No, I don't.
That you don't know how it works. That you don't know how the activity sensor data is logged, correct?
I don't know what the programming looks like.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you make any efforts in this case with this information to try to validate that the information you had was up to Apple standards?
No.
You indicated that you've been able to rely on other cases before. How many cases?
At least 100.
And so in those cases with activity sensor data, in those you did test?
Oh, okay. So analyze data in phones, at least 100 phones. There have probably been, I apologize, there have probably been a dozen or so cases where I've had to corroborate like witness statements and suspect statements, that type of thing, against their phones. And I have not found any inaccuracies.
I misunderstood. You, in those cases, corroborated the data that you received, but you did not run tests to make sure that the data you had was accurate.
Not physical tests, no, sir.
Correct. Okay. That's all I have to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I have one question. You started to describe how you knew that no one else was using Kouri Richins' blue phone.
Yes.
There was a text message that indicated to you how you know that.
Yes.
How did that message indicate it to you?
Not word for word or verbatim.
Summarize the message.
Just the message summary was It was a text from the new number, the 9592 number, which is the blue phone number, to Josh Grossman's phone. And Ms. Richins indicated to Mr. Grossman in that text that she had activated one of, I believe it was her mom's phones, and she would be using that now. So, to that effect.
So she told him, this is the phone I'm using to contact you now.
Yes.
Right, that's all my question.
No.
May we release this witness, counsel?
Subject to rebuttal if we need him.
Understood.
We cannot release a subpoena.
You are still subject to subpoena, so that means you can't, well, he's an expert, so the exclusionary rule does not apply to him, correct, Mr. Ramos? Okay. Maybe we'll see you in the future. All right,
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay. Now's a good time to recess for the day, Mr. Ribnick, yes?
Yeah, sure.
Mr. Ramos?
Okay, that'd be a
Very well. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to recess until 8:30 tomorrow morning. As always, please affirmatively avoid talking about or listening to anything about this case. Avoid any person that's trying to talk to you about the case. Please do not read, watch, or listen to any report about the case at all. No online or other research about the case. Please travel safely. Enjoy your evening. Please rise for the jury.
All right, just want to see if they've got anything at the end of the day. Yes, sir. I'm sorry. I might not be taking as many notes because I must worship.
Counsel, have a seat, please. Ms. Sherman, Mr. Butler, anything else on the record today?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, Mr. Ramos?
Do you want to address the juror issue?
What I propose, and let me just say it out loud, and then you can tell me whether you have any objection to this, is to let all of you consider whether you want to have the court voir dire that witness regarding his prior interactions with Ms. Crosswhite tomorrow morning. And if so, we can do that. Or if you prefer not to do that, but give that some thought overnight. We can pick it up first thing in the morning. Any objection? Mr. Bledwer?
No objection.
Okay. We'll be in recess until tomorrow morning. Please travel safe.
All righty. So we will head into current day. Share this tab. Sir, those are pancakes and they are for me. Sir. Fine. I don't think you're going to really enjoy pancakes. You do real... I told you it's not food that you like. Sorry, I'm having a negotiation with my cat, Lord Dingus. He is a Maine Coon. He is about 40 pounds. So he is my emotional... Really? You're going to eat my protein pancakes for cereal? I told you you didn't like it. Sorry. We will get back to courtly things. So now we are on to day 7. Sorry that it took a little longer. Nick and I are still getting kind of this rhythm down, so we have enough of the trial to do a recap, but not be super behind. So we are still getting the swing of this.
Ask about Mr. Bloodworth, give me a preview of the state's witnesses today.
Your Honor, beginning with the forensic accountant, Brooke Carrington. My sense is she takes most, if not all, of the day. But if we get on to additional witnesses,
forensic
there is
accounting.
3 witnesses related to insurance coverage that are lined up.
Okay, very good. With respect to Ms. Carrington, we'll need to have a plan for a 404B instruction or instructions. I'd like to do that in an efficient way.
Wait,
Ms. Nestor,
Mark,
have you
you're
given any thought about that?
ridiculous, sir.
Well, I have, and my initial thought was to do just a continuing objection to everything, but the reality is there's definitely things she's going to testify to that we agree are appropriate for this trial. And there's a whole bunch of things she's going to testify to that we don't think belong in this trial. So my thought, what I was planning to do is when she got into an area that we believe falls under our original motion in limine, and I would just stand up and say, we object to 401, 403, 404B, and just make the record right then, no speaking objection, and then you can just rule. And I've made a contemporaneous objection at the time, and we don't have to stop and have arguments. I mean,
Do you have? I feel like we veered into defendant preserving her record for appeal, and that's different than my question. But we can start there and then go back to my question.
well, I mean,
The
my
403 issue, put that aside.
Okay.
I recognize that it's possible that Ms. Carrington's testimony will
I'm
get to the
sorry,
point
you've got
where
your hair all
the
over the
defendant would want to
pancakes
make a
now.
403 objection based not on unfair prejudice, but on cumulative evidence, wasting time, things like that. And you won't know that till you see it come in. So put that aside. I've already ruled on the unfair prejudice piece. I've already ruled on the 404B issue. I need to give the jury a contemporaneous instruction, though, rather than do it every 15, 20 minutes. I thought it might be better just to do it up front at some point. And it's how to do that in a way that's fair to both sides that I'm asking about.
Well, my concern about that would be that it would, if there's just a blanket instruction, they're not going to know which parts of her testimony that relates to.
Sir.
Well, in the written jury instructions, I think we're going to have to tell them. We talked about this during the motions to eliminate hearing, that I think the 404B instruction will need to have some specificity about qualitatively this transaction or that transaction or this part of this transaction or this conduct in that transaction cannot be considered for, but can be considered for.
It's just that the expanse of what she's going to testify to is vast, right?
Well, maybe. I don't know.
She's going to talk
Terrible
about
idea.
taxes, she's
I'll
gonna
be
talk
there with
about business,
popcorn.
She's going to talk about assets and liabilities. She's going to talk about
Yeah, but not all of that is 404B information.
that's exactly my point,
Right.
which it makes it complicated.
Dingus.
I mean, if you're
No, you
recommending that we
don't.
start with just an admonishment that
Ding-
some of her testimony will involve.
Lord
I
Dingus
just don't know
of
how
the
you do it
Chaos
before we
region.
get to the topic.
Don't you
It just-
dare.
it's so broad. I don't know how you would even word it. I mean, I'll happily sit down and try to work with the court and the state and try to come up with a broad admonishment for the beginning. I just don't know it's going to have much effect because she's going to be all over the place.
Well,
And there is a lot of what she's going to testify to that we're like, fine. I mean, it goes to motive. I'm not going to be unreasonable. I recognize their theory. I disagree with it, but I recognize it. And if they're trying to establish, her financial condition at the time of death, I think that's going to come in. I'm not unrealistic about that. But I think she's going to go pretty far beyond that, right? So at that point, I feel like I'm going to want a contemporaneous objection, and I may want the court,
Dingleberry.
because as you ruled
Are you
I
messing
think
with things?
wisely in the motion to eliminate hearing, a lot of this you can't tell till you hear it as it comes in, because it may have a foundation and it may not. And if it doesn't, I may want to be heard at that time and say, look, we shouldn't even go into any of this because they haven't established how it's linked to motive. They haven't established how it's linked to relevance to this case because of the temporal distance, because it's so far removed from any argument of motive. And at that point, we may need to have a quick break and just talk about it. But
Dingus.
I'm going to try to, not be unrealistic about what I expect you will allow in, but I also want the ability to object when I think she's gone way past what we're doing.
Okay. Can we have an agreement that there will be no speaking objection?
Yes, I wasn't planning on doing that anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
That may be the best we can do for now, Mr. Bloodworth. Any other suggestions?
I mean, I'd say 414.344B, but I won't elaborate.
That's fine.
I've got to at least put some ground on the record.
Yeah, and just don't say the same three rules every time unless you mean it.
Okay.
Mr. Bloodworth, anything further?
For
on this?
cereals.
The hope was to try and not unnecessarily slow down the presentation of evidence, but it just may not be possible to do what I am suggesting.
Your Honor, I think it's possible. It's interesting. I don't know. I think the defense, by objecting all along, may draw attention to the amount of 404B evidence.
Well, they're allowed to make that choice, though.
So it seems to me if that's their choice, let's roll with it.
All right, we'll take it. We'll do it in real time. If we need to take a break and have a more fulsome conversation, we can do that.
Okay.
Okay. Very good. Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, anything before we invite the jury?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
Okay. Take it, please. Have a seat as you come in, please. Okay, have a seat. Folks, a quick scheduling note. Tomorrow morning, we'll begin at 9:30. On Friday, no trial this week. So to the extent you want to make plans for tomorrow morning or for Friday, you have a little bit of unexpected time. All right, we will proceed with additional witnesses in the state's case in chief. Mr. Bloodworth.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Brooke Carrington.
Ms. Carrington, if you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Yes. Thank you. Have a seat.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
What, ma'am, is your name?
Brooke Carrington.
Is that spelled Karrington?
Yes.
What do you do for a living?
I am a forensic accountant.
What is a forensic accountant?
Well, it is based on accounting, but it takes it some extra steps. Further than that, I look for a lot of the source of funds, the disposition of funds, what the transactions really mean, more than just the balancing of transactions and getting to a black and white number at the bottom. I try to understand more of the landscape and more of why things make sense and why they don't in the financial documentation that I look at.
More of a narrative?
Yes.
What, ma'am, is your education and training in forensic accounting?
I've been at this for 38 years, and I have a bachelor's in English, I have an MBA, and I have several certifications that support that.
Who's your employer?
I have a firm. It's a small firm. We're based in Salt Lake City.
Do you teach or present as it relates to forensic accounting?
Yes, I've presented many times over the years to Masters of Accounting students, mostly quite often at the business school at the University of Utah. And I am the adjunct professor of the fraud examination and forensic accounting course at the University of Utah's business school.
Did you also have a hand in developing the curriculum for that course?
I did. I created it from scratch. I got no help.
You had two hands.
Two hands.
Ma'am, have you testified as an expert before?
Yes, I have.
Have you testified in state cases?
State cases, yes.
Federal cases?
Federal cases, yes.
Have you testified on behalf of both plaintiffs and plaintiffs and defendants?
That's correct, yes.
And both the state and the defense?
Yes.
About how many times?
Hundreds. I don't know how many.
When did you begin testifying?
I think the first time I testified for real was probably in 1991 or two, something like that.
No, for fake. Did you mock testify at one point?
And consistently since then?
Yeah, fairly consistently, yes.
Did the state engage you to forensically examine Kouri Richins' finances and related business practices leading up to and shortly after Eric Richins' death?
Yes.
And to value Eric Richins' estate at the time of his death?
Yes, that's right.
Did the state put any restrictions whatsoever on the scope of your forensic examination?
None.
Did the state restrict the time frame?
No.
Did the state restrict the types of transactions?
No.
The types of loans involved?
No.
Any restrictions at all?
No.
Did the state engage you on May the 31st, 2023?
Yes.
Is Summit County...
So she's willing to try new things, but bondage is out. Good to know. No restrictions. Remember her safe word, allegedly in Minecraft. Look, y'all, this is going to be a day full of math.
Paying you for your time?
Yes, they are.
Are they paying you at your customary rate?
Yes, that's right.
Prior to the state engaging you, did you perform forensic accounting work for the estate of Eric Richins?
Yes, I did.
What accounting work did you perform for the estate of Eric Richins?
As I recall, most of the focus at that time.
So I remember this now. The forensic accountant that the family, I believe the sister of Eric Richins, since she was the trustee of his estate, the forensic accountant that they had hired actually moved over to the state. Now, how that isn't an extreme conflict of interest, I don't know, or interest, I don't know, but I'm not a lawyer. So I'm guessing, the people who are actually lawyers at the table made sure there weren't officially conflicts of interest. But I do think it still feeds into that very optically, based on what has been placed in the trial thus far, optically real links between the family or Eric's family's dislike of her and the state starting a case against her. And two things can be true at the same time. She can be an awful, terrible business person and wife and not an unaliver.
Was the use by Kouri Richins of the estates, the family money, and particularly the home equity line of credit that she had taken out against the home where the family lived.
Did there come a time when you stopped working for the estate of Eric Richins?
Yes.
When was that?
Well, I began working for them when Kouri Richins had filed a lawsuit against Katie Benson as the trustee of Eric's estate. And so that was the very end of April into May of 2022. And then I worked throughout that summer. And then at some point, the estate got new attorneys. And I had a Zoom call, maybe two, with them to kind of get them up to speed. And then after that, I didn't have a role in the case. I recall maybe they asked me for some follow-up to clarify some of the work that I'd already done. So it's really hard for me to determine exactly when I stopped working, but by the fall of 2022, I was done. I did have some additional kind of follow-up stuff. It's kind of a cloudy answer, but that's my best guess.
Did the estate of Eric Richins pay you approximately $14,000 for your services?
Yes.
After they paid you, did you have any further interaction with the estate of Eric Richins?
No.
Ma'am, what documents did you study to conduct your forensic analysis related to this case?
I've reviewed probably hundreds of thousands of documents and their deeds of properties, the loan agreements for the loans on those properties, loan agreements for a set of payday loans that Kouri Richins had, the UCC filings that are filed with the state of Utah associated with many of those loans, bank account statements for 27 accounts, and those include the family account that Eric Richins and Kouri Richins shared, from which they paid their household expenses, Eric's business accounts, Kouri Richins' business accounts, her personal accounts, checking accounts at America First Credit Union, Navy Federal Credit Union, credit card accounts, the home equity line of credit account. I also reviewed, were we just talking documents?
Yeah, let's continue with documents. Did you review any emails?
Tons of emails for many different purposes. I reviewed insurance policies and insurance payout documents, the estate planning documents like the will, the trust, the premarital agreement, the buy-sell agreement that Eric Richins and his business partner had for their business. I've reviewed the real estate purchase contracts, the REPSIs, for most or all of the properties, specifically the 12 or 13 on the Big Midway house.
Okay. Did you speak with anybody? Did you speak with anyone as part of your analysis?
I did.
Who did you speak with, or what types of people did you speak with?
Okay, so I interviewed a number of people. Interviewed the CPA who had done tax accounting work for the Richins. I interviewed the realtor, Mike Malmrose. I interviewed the insurance companies. I interviewed bank representatives. I interviewed lenders. I interviewed the prior owner of the Big Midway house, the current owners of the Midway house, the building department of Wasatch County, that's the permitting entity for the Big Midway house.
Did you
see somebody? But
did you interview any representatives from insurance companies?
Yes, I did.
Can we pressure just a moment?
34. We are at 34. Kouri seems to be going through a bit of a breakout. I don't know if they allow Noxzema on the Honey Bun Fund account.
For forensically
Oops.
examining. What, ma'am, is your methodology or process for forensically examining someone's finances?
My process usually begins with the bank account statements because that tells a lot about a business or a person, and helps me understand the landscape of things and helps create a narrative, because those are the things where it tells me the source of funds, how much it is, how often it comes in, how it's used. And you think about someone who has young kids at home, their expenses are going to look very different than people who are later on in their life. And so it describes a lot. And then also what's left over at the end of the month, and what things look like over time. And that helps me understand then, I get to know an account specifically, and I get to know what's typical in that account. And then therefore it helps me understand what is atypical, so what's not typical. And it also helps me understand the different points along a chronology about what happened when, and that is also very informative.
Does that inform the narrative that you referenced?
Yes, it does.
Let's please now step through how you applied your methodology in this case, okay?
Okay.
Did you apply your methodology in this case by first analyzing Kouri Richins' bank accounts?
That was my beginning point, yes.
What bank accounts did she have?
She had her business account for K. Richins Realty, and that's at America First Credit Union. And we refer to the the bank account number by the last 4 digits, just for brevity, 6577. And then she had a personal checking account at America First Credit Union that's technically a joint checking account. It was opened about the time that Eric and Kouri Richins got married. Over time, I can't see any indication that Eric ever even used that account. So that's what I refer to as Kouri's personal account, 5244. Her Navy Federal Credit Union account, there's just there's a line of credit there and a checking account. The checking account especially is one that becomes important. The family account at America First Credit Union, that's where the household expenses were paid. It's a joint account. 2204 is that one. And then I know you asked me about Kouri's accounts, but I also looked at Eric's business accounts, 7664, and then he also had a personal account.
Let's go back to Kouri Richins' accounts.
Okay.
You mentioned business accounts. To analyze her business accounts, did you first have to understand?
Kohl's is kind of a department store. I don't know what would be an equivalent outside America and what would be an outside America. Basically, it's like a clothing. They kind of have housewares, electronics like KitchenAid mixers and things like that. But basically, there's a longstanding joke that Kohl's is like JCPenney's or Sears, but yeah, kind of like Macy's. But basically, if you become a Kohl's card member, then they mark up the prices. Say if you're a Kohl's member, you spend so much and then you get Kohl's cash. So basically enticing you to go spend more. So it was either Kohl's cashologist or girl math expert. And it felt girl math expert seemed demeaning for a person who actually knows how to balance a checkbook. So I went with Kohl's cashologist.
Her business.
Yes, that's helpful.
Scott, can I get 4-4, please? Can you see 4-4? I'm sorry, I'm locked out here.
Yes, I can.
Requires a password, Your Honor.
No problem.
Thug Judge 9000, password granted.
Scott, can you scroll through that, please?
Scott with a scroll.
Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is the business registration that Kouri Richins Realty filed with the state of Utah. And this was returned in response to a subpoena that the prosecution sent to the state.
Your Honor, the state moves 4-4 into evidence.
No objection.
States 4-4 is admitted.
Your Honor, can the court publish it, please?
Wake me up when we get to 420.
Okay, ma'am. What, beginning with the header, does this document tell us?
It tells us the registration number, which is a number the state gives it. The business name is Kouri Richins Realty LLC. It's a limited liability company. It was registered April 26th of 2019.
Page 2, Scott. What, ma'am, does this page tell us?
Well, it repeats the name of the business, Kouri Richins Realty. Article 2 shows that it's in the business of selling and buying real estate.
Did you investigate kind of what part of the selling and buying of real estate business Kouri Richins was involved in?
Yes.
What part?
Well, she's a licensed realtor.
The fictional part, the kind where it's sort of hypothetical. I guess the hypothetical part. The one where it's actually a business and has a profit.
But mostly she's in the business of buying and selling real estate for the purpose of fixing and flipping it. So buying a home, remodeling it, rehabbing it, and selling it.
If you could look down at Article 3, what information does this provide?
This shows who the registered agent is, and that is Kouri Richins, and the 282 Willow Court in Camas is the family home.
Did you investigate whether Kouri Richins Realty used any additional business addresses?
Yes.
Did she?
Yes.
Do you know that address?
Yes, it's a P.O. Box in Camas, P.O. Box 759 in Camas.
Page 3, please, Scott.
Okay, Kouri, sweetie, no one looks good with the Kubrick stare. And I mean this jam. You're looking a little Gollum-y. You have that hair slicked down, so you're like, you look a little like my breasts, my breasts. Also, Utah women, if you are considering homicide, perhaps check where you stand in the beneficiary department. This is the second time we've had a murderous wife from Utah not check to see if she's still the beneficiary before she allegedly offs her spouse. Do better, Utah. I don't know how I mean that, but just a blanket do better, Utah.
What does Article 4 tell us?
Article 4 is the section where the members of that company are listed, and this lists Eric Richins at the family home.
Can we go back down, Scott? Next page, please. What, ma'am, does this tell us?
So this is, as it states, the summary of the online changes. It's very typical for companies when ownership changes or the address changes that they can go into the portal and change things. So this shows that 4 days later, the previous member was changed to be Kouri Richins, removing Eric Richins.
So am I right then that the business was registered on April the 26th and then in Eric Richins' name, and then 4 days later, the member was changed to Kouri Richins?
That's right.
Going forward.
So I believe she had been employed by the estate of Eric Richins because Kouri sued Katie, Eric's sister, the trustee. Now we haven't gotten into kind of the nuts and bolts of what actually, legalese wise started the civil suit. I'm guessing because Kouri found out she wasn't the beneficiary. That being said, this particular forensic accountant started her employment or her involvement in this investigation as being employed by the estate to give sort of a readout of not only Eric Richins' finances and his business, but Kouri Richins' finances and her business practices, but then the estates also in general. So she did have access to a whole kind of holistically the entirety of the financial picture of their life. So when I guess in the course of time, the estate had to hire new attorneys, and this woman closed out her employment with them. When Corey was indicted, I guess the state reached out to this particular forensic accountant. She has her own personal accounting firm or forensic accounting firm, and she was able to come in with that kind of foundational knowledge. Now, I don't know if the defense is going to bring up that this seems like a conflict of interest or that she could be perceived or maybe does have bias in relation to, having been employed ostensibly by Eric's estate, but by Eric's family. So that will be something that it will be interesting if the jury ever speaks out after this, uh, what kind of w- what kind of you know weight they put on where she came from, and if they put any weight toward the fact that she started with Eric's family.
Forward, did the member remain Kouri Richins?
That's correct. I've checked it periodically and there have been no changes.
Thanks, Scott. Ma'am, what in terms of financing and accounting is an alter ego?
An alter ego is where there are a couple of businesses or a business and a person that are so related that they're indistinguishable. And that can be the commingling of funds, or one relies so heavily on the other for capitalization. There's such a sameness that there's no distinguishing one from the other.
Did you analyze the relationship between Kouri Richins and K. Richins Realty to determine whether there are any indicators that they are alter egos of each other?
I did.
Are there any indicators?
There are many, yes.
And what are they?
The use of funds, the transfer of funds between the business and the person assist each other. There is a sameness, the same addresses are used, the same accounts are used. The business account is primarily for business, but there are many personal expenses that do appear there. And so, and the capitalization for the business squarely comes from the acts of Kouri Richins.
When analyzing Kouri Richins' business and personal accounts, what first struck you?
Well, I usually take a first pass and just to try and absorb things. And when I got to October of 2021, there are many transactions that didn't clear the bank. Either they didn't clear the bank without a fee. Some of them were overdrafted and paid by the bank, and some were just returned non-sufficient funds. Most of us know that as NSF. And the account was perpetually in the hole. Even though there was money coming in, it was going out at a very exhaustive pace. And then
let me stop you there. We'll unpack this.
Okay. Okay.
Scott, can I get 5-106 Delta, please?
Ooh, Delta.
Ma'am, do you recognize
Charlie
this
Echo.
document?
Yes, yeah. My apologies.
Yes, I do.
Did you prepare this document?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
This is drawn directly from the K. Richins Realty account 6577 at America First Credit Union.
State moves to admit 5-106 Delta.
No objection.
States 5-106 Delta is admitted.
Can the court publish it, please?
Done.
Okay, let's zoom in on this. What generally does this exhibit depict?
So this is just the overdraft and non-sufficient funds transactions for each of these months, just in that one account.
Holy giblets, ma'am. Now look, I do what I like to call creative accounting because Mr. Mo, by and large, does the budgeting, and I stay within the budget, but sometimes if I'm at the store and I find a crafty doodad, I won't use my fund money, I'll use the grocery money because it's in Walmart. What I don't do is January have 4 transactions that exceeded $900 in non-sufficient, funds. In February, she had 12 transactions that amounted to $4,964 and charged her $300. Holy shiznit. How do you have and I legitimately ask this as someone who, um, allegedly in Minecraft never floated a check in my early 20s ever. But how do you float $91,463? I'm not a mathologist. I gladly accept that Mr. Mo does the budgeting because he's a forward thinker and he does the mathology. But what in the name of girl math gone wild? She needs Caleb Hammer. Yesterwember.
And so I started in January of 2021, and this follows through March of 2022.
Does this provide us, or does this tell us that for that 15-month period, there were 236 overdraft or non-sufficient fund transactions from that single account?
That's correct.
And that the amount of transactions that tried to pass but didn't was $360,000?
That's right.
And that as a result of that, this account was assessed $5,600 in fees?
That's correct.
Does this exhibit provide you as a forensic accountant any information regarding trends?
Yes. As I mentioned before, I try to understand the chronology of things, and so understand kind of what is typical for an account. So when things change, I can understand that a little bit more, or at least seek to find an understanding of it. So if you go down the number of transactions column, what I did is just count up the number of transactions in a particular month, and you can see that for most of the year 2021, it's minimal, de minimis, not really that big of a deal, relatively speaking. And then in October through the end of March, it's a drastic increase in funds that did not clear the bank, or transactions that didn't clear the bank without a fee. And then if you go over to the amount column, that represents the amount. I just added up the transactions, the value of each transaction in each of those months. So like in November and December, those are separate buckets of transactions that she tried to pay without a fee, and that didn't happen. So 91,000 each of those months.
So let me just pick an example. December. Does this show that in December, she had 77 overdraft or non-sufficient fund transactions totaling $91,000?
That's what that says, yes.
That costs $2,000 in fees.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And that upward trend began in October and continued through March.
That is correct.
Did you trace these overdraft and non-sufficient fund transactions?
I did.
What did she use the money for?
A lot of them were debt payments or expenses that she either paid or attempted to pay to rehab vendors, like contractors and subs and trades for her properties.
Did she also try to pay herself?
Yes, she did.
Scott, can I get 5-109 Delta, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
Did you prepare it?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
This also drew from that same account at America First, the Kouri Richins Realty account 6577, and the personal account 5244 in some instances. And then.
All right, Mr. Mo, as head of our finances, I would like you to take a look at some numbers and tell me, if I managed my account like this, how long before you hid my body? These are the amounts of overdrafts per month.
I get pissed off when I find one a month, let alone multiple.
Yeah. Also, Yeah, no, $91,559.73 is the amount of overdraft she had in 1 month.
Yeah, you did have to look at your body.
You heard it on record. If I ever disappear and I went to the Sailor Moon store, you know what happened.
That upward trend began.
All right,
Found
back.
it ranged between negative $51 and $29.
That's right.
So taking the December 23rd, 2021 line as an example, does this show that on December the 23rd, Kouri Richins wrote a check from her Navy federal account for $10,000, deposited that in her America First credit union account at a time that she was $51 in the hole on her Navy account?
That's correct. She wrote two of those checks, the one for 10,000 and then the next one for 4,000.
Got it. Then there was another 10,000 the next day, right?
That's right.
Thanks, Scott.
I mean, it's a bold strategy. I'm broke in one account, so I'm gonna write an account. Like the banks don't talk to each other. Like one bank that she's broke at isn't gonna talk to another bank when all of a suddenly, a $10,000 check appears in, her bank account when she's chronically overdrafted. What in the name of had she never was Kouri and this is where I get sidetracked, but was Kouri raised in a money where they didn't teach or a family where they didn't teach her about finances? Like, was she one of those people that just never learned to budget or uh, this really doesn't make sense to me that an adult human being would be this terrible with money.
No problem. Let's face it. One moment, please. Scott, if you unplug and plug back in.
Judge's Tech Wizard.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, ma'am, you mentioned how in analyzing the non-sufficient overdraft fund transactions, that beginning in October, there was an increase in the number of overdraft and NSF transactions.
Okay, for those of you, sorry, I will try to keep quiet. Finances just bore the ever living tears out of me, so I tend to tangent. But is anyone aware if Kouri had a substance abuse problem? Because this increasing erratic, money spending, the kind of increasing amounts, it started slow and then increased. I mean, it does kind of follow the pattern of maybe someone who has addictive behaviors. I mean, look, y'all, I'm a twice college dropout. I'm not Jesus or Oprah, but it would seem like has anyone done a talk screen on her at all?
Did that cause you to then drill down into the October through March bank statements?
I did, yes.
Scott, can I please get 5-29 Delta? Echo. Foxtrot.
That'd be embarrassing.
Golf. Hotel. Ma'am, do you recognize Exhibit 5-29D through H?
Yes, I do.
Generally, what are they?
They are the America First Credit Union bank account statements for the K. Richins Realty account 6577 from October 21 to February 22 that America First Credit Union responded pursuant to a subpoena from the prosecution.
Your Honor, the state moves Exhibits 529D through H into evidence.
No objection.
5-29D through H are admitted.
Scott, can we bring up, please, 529D to publish? Ma'am, for those of us whose spouses handle the banking, what are we looking at?
This is a bank account statement.
What I'd like to do is, well, did you analyze this bank account statements and the others or did you analyze them?
Yes, I did.
If agreeable, can you maybe there's a hand mic up there.
Ooh, financial karaoke. She likes pina
If you
coladas
promise to stay tethered to the
and spreadsheets in the rain.
podium and turn your
She can
last
use
off.
Excel.
I just turned it off.
Thanks, Judge.
Ms. Carrington, what I'd like you to do, please, is walk the jury through how you analyze this bank statement. Oh, we have a pointer.
I don't know.
And I don't really agree.
And please ask Scott to blow it up, highlight it.
Okay. Is this where, Scott, would you please, let's start with the header. I don't know. Okay, so this is the header that shows. Scott, am I doing this right? Okay, this is the header. So this will show the owner of the account. This is Kouri Richins Realty LLC. This is that PO Box 759 in Camas that we talked about. And then this is the account statement for October 31st of 2021. Here's the account number 6577. And then this section below is the summary account, the summary of the account. So there's a share savings that is reported on this bank account statement along with the checking account. And it shows at the end of the month, these two accounts were in the negative 1,684.75. So this is that same month that we've just been talking about. And so then I would start to look at the transactions. So Scott, can we do the body, please? Maybe just the checking is fine. Okay, so what happens here is we have the posted date. The effective date is like the date of that the transaction came through, and then the posted date is when it is posted to the account. So you can see in the body here under the description, some of them are very descriptive and you can tell who the payee is. That's the entity who receives the money on this transaction. Some do not. They say bank-to-bank transfer, and we'll go back to that in a little bit. And then you go over here to the transaction amount. I'm just going to skip it. Excuse me. You go here to the transaction amount, and these are negatives, meaning they're paid out of the account. And if they do not have a negative here, that's a deposit into the account. And then on the far right is the running total balance of the account. Sorry.
I have it.
Did you? Oh, thank you. Okay, Scott, can we go to the next page, please? So, oh, I'm sorry. Can we back up a little bit? Back to the first page, transactions. Sorry. Okay, so this part here, down here, these automatic withdrawals. Chemical Bank is the payment on the HELOC.
Hey.
Howdy, howdy.
Oh,
We have an entire day of forensic accounting.
oh, really?
You drove home swiftly. Damn. Uno reversed my ass well. That was a good one. He's like, oh, my internet's broken too.
I'm breaking up.
So let's see. We are up to sidebar 44. And I will say that I do think the defense is going to have some pushback as to the fact that she was originally hired to, investigate Eric and Kouri and the trust because Kouri was suing the trust.
Mm.
And then she was, let go from that because they picked different legal representation. And then she went over to the state. I don't know if there's any conflict of interest there.
Oh, yeah, I remember this. Yeah, I mean, in a civil case, she's representing the family.
Well, I don't think she's.
Well, she's hired by the family to dig up dirt on Kouri, and then all of a sudden she turns into, "Hey, I'm going to work for the state." I assume they have had a motion in limine regarding her, which the defense lost.
The defense did bring up the fact that they had a reoccurring objection that they would like to have on the record. Now, whether that was involving that or not, she just said, in reference to what we'd previously talked about. Now, I do believe that the estate was forced to pick different legal representation. So there was a period of time between when this particular forensic accountant was working for the estate and then when the state hired her because maybe she had that background knowledge. So I don't think it was like, oh, we're going to go and work, at least from how I'm understanding it.
It's usually more than $100, but that's what that is. And then the Delta Bridge, Blue Bridge, Fairmont, and Zahava are going to become familiar names. Those 4 I could see posting on October 1st. And then Scott, could we please go to the second page? And then you can see that those, we'll get to those in a second. She also has Boomerang ×3 and Fund Fi. And so the Boomerang ones we can describe in a minute are property payments that are monthly, and this Fund Fi is $3,107 that she obligated to pay every single week. Can we go down to the bottom, please? Okay, stop a little bit up, please.
Nick, this woman overdrafted her account 2 months to the tune of approximately $92,000.
She overdrafts more than my net worth.
I know. Like, I feel bad that I still secretly want all of the Lord of the Rings Legos, and I know that's a good that is more than any human should. Okay, and just for Baker, should spend on Lego. Although I contend there are multiple Legos, and it's not moose. There is an S.
One moose, 2 mice. No.
Yes. Look, when I'm president, the plural of moose will be Mises. It is.
Okay, right there's good. Okay, so remember those names from before. We can get to here. Remember these 4 names, Delta Bridge, Blue Bridge, Fairmont, and Zahava. Those were paid on October 1st. They're also paid on October 4th, down here on October 5th, and then on October 6th. These are 4 payday lenders. They're accounts receivable loans where she's committed to pay every single day these amounts over here. So $2,100 a day plus the other ones that we've noted. And so.
Sure. Are you also, well, go down and if you could also, what if anything are you seeing about, I gotta be tethered. What if anything are you seeing about the balance history as you're looking at this?
So I'm looking here. Let's see if I can get this to go over to the running total over here on the side. You can see at the top of where we're looking here, she gets down to about $2,600 in the account. And then here comes $16,800 into the account, bumps it back up. And then there's those daily payments that she has to pay. And then she gets another bump of $18,900. And then down here at the bottom, you see this $39,000 coming in. That's a deposit from Merchant Capital. So those are representing incoming funds to the account. And so that caused me to look at where those are coming from, especially these that say just the bank-to-bank transfer up here. I'm sorry, this is not working. This bank-to-bank transfer here, this bank-to-bank transfer here. So where did those come from? And so that caused me then to look at the UCC filings.
Scott, can you go to the next page, please? Does that trend of automatic withdrawals to service debt just continue throughout the month of October?
Yes, it did. You can see again the same devices, and I don't agree. I'm so sorry.
I don't know, but whoever has a really good
payments here,
bookie.
then she's added a few. Here's the Advantage platform is a new one. And then you go down here, FundFi Merchant is a new one. Greengrass Capital is one that she's been paying for a while. And this one will be significant. Kind of put a pin in this one, $5,438. So she's got all these others that are daily payments. FundFi and Greengrass Capital are weekly payments. And so what I started to do was calculate how much were these debt payments and who were these lenders, what are these loans? And so she's obligated herself on the consistent for $2,100 every day. So that's about $10,000 a week. And then she adds the FundFi for $3,100 and the Greengrass for $5,438. And that's every single week she has to come up with that.
This woman is an insult to the spending habits of drunken sailors or Congress.
These are insane numbers.
Who the hell does she, how the hell do you get a daily loan? Like, what in the, I mean, if anyone's showing addict behavior, these account withdrawals are.
Yeah. Yeah, Penny, look at taking a loan to pay a loan. Yeah, and then it snowballs. This is what they claimed against Murdoch, where was motive to his murder. It snowballed until he could not. He was about to be exposed. But then,
money just to stay current and avoid default, because the default clauses on all of these, they're already starting at high interest rates. But if they go into default, the interest rate almost doubles.
And then, ma'am, what else as we go through? We can just go down, maybe, Scott, to the end of the statement. Just scroll through so we can look at the balance history. What is the balance history, if anything, telling you?
Well, the balance history fluctuates greatly, right? And it hovers into the low figures, and then it goes into the negative. And then this is what I'm talking about, where you see here, like on, starting on about October 13th, these start to be overdrawn, and they were paid initially. And then you look over here at the account balance, it starts to go into the negative. And so then that, if you, let's go to the next page. Just maybe start at the top. And so then you can see here that the top ones were returned. They incurred a fee. She's got a little bit of money coming in, but not much. And then can we scroll down, please? Then this just really caught my eye that something obviously was going on at this time. Here she's trying to pay for business expenses, for debt payments, a couple of personal expenses, and these are all being returned. And she's $6,000 in the hole at the end of this page. Can we go to the next page, please? She has a new deposit from a new lender, One Main Financial, on October 20th for $31,680. And then she used that money, as you can see, you just pay attention to the balance on the right-hand side. She used that to pay debt. And then you can also see here on the 20th, she's got CashNet USA, which is a new one. Can we scroll down a little bit more, please? Oh, let's stop here. Right here on October 22nd, this bank-to-bank transfer, she's got $77,000 that comes in here. This is where she's sold one of her properties. So in addition to selling her properties, and she's got the accounts receivable loans, the payday loans, she has money coming in. But then I started to look at the velocity, how quickly, how long did that money last? And so if we keep scrolling down, you can see, and can we continue, please? Next page. You know, she pays for some rehab expenses for painters and things like that. She's managing the business using some of her revenues from her sales of properties, but then she's also incurring more and more debt because it's not enough. And you can see here on October 27th, she's got a new one for QSF Capital. And this payment, yeah, so there's QFS Capital. This lender gives her the income in stages. And then you see down, Scott, can you highlight October 27th where QFS Capital, down, that one?
I am legitimately going to need a drink. This woman's finances are giving me secondhand anxiety. She's like, "Oh my gosh." So, like, I took out a loan and they gave me some money and
But you mean credit is that's free money, right? I just don't pay.
yes, this is why I reject humanity.
And who keeps giving her all these loans?
Yeah, who
Guess
the hell is giving this chick money? Her credit score has to be like 5. Not 500, 5.
One, please. The $1,689.75, and that's a payment that she needs to pay every day in order to stay current on that. So that's on top of the other loans that she already has to pay. You can see down on the 28th, the very bottom line of this screen, on October 28th, you can see another payment right there for QFS Capital of $1,689.75. And so then back to my process, I start to look at this and try to understand where this money's coming from, who these lenders are, where the money's going to, and what's the end game.
Perfect. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, ma'am, that was the October statement, correct?
Excuse me, yes.
My fault.
Fine.
We're not going to go through November, December, January, February, but let me ask you, do those months present the same as October?
Yeah, and the fundamental nature, yes.
And by fundamental nature, do you show that, or do you mean that she had similar debt service throughout that time period?
Similar, yes. I mean, there are changes, of course, but yes, the same fluctuations in the bank account, the same adding new lenders consistently, and using a lot of the new money to pay for debt.
Do those other statements present the same low balance history?
Yes.
Does she deplete whenever she receives funds into the account? Does she deplete them with similar velocity?
Object to leading.
Overruled.
Yes.
So you just said that analyzing this statement caused you to caused you to next analyze her debt. Is that right?
That's right.
Let's turn there, please. Scott, can I get 5-13 Delta? And I think there are 4 pages. If you could scroll through them, please. 5-113.
How did she even have time to buy drugs?
Yeah, that's kind of I mean, I don't understand any of this. If Kouri and Eric had an accountant like that service not only their businesses but their, marital finances. If you're an accountant and you see that one of the spouses has a business with these kind of numbers, are
Yeah.
you obligated to tell the other spouse?
Oh, separate finances or separate finances. I don't do that type of
No,
things.
fair
But
point.
I would assume an accountant has some kind of responsibility towards the state and stuff. So and their own license to do all the things.
And to be fair, this is not her financial crimes
Mm,
trial. There are just oodles of those in another trial. I think
mm.
this is going to be a very brief overview, even though it is taking possibly a full day, both on direct and cross. This is not going to. Yeah, I don't understand.
Ma'am, do you recognize that?
I do.
Did you prepare it?
I did.
What material did you review to prepare it?
So this was a combination of the bank account statements, the loan documents for the accounts receivable payday loans, the credit card accounts, her lines of credit at different banks, and the home equity line of credit.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-113 Delta.
No objection.
5113D is admitted.
Can we please publish the first page? Ma'am, what does this depict?
So in that same time period as before, starting in January of 2021 through March of 2022, the total debt she owed on
Okay, total debt January 21st, 1.5. February 21st of 2021, 1.8, 1.9, 2.5.1, 4.7. What's the number at the very bottom there? Is it a 3 or a 7?
So 7581429. I can't read. It'd be nice court TV. I was actually going to say, if you want to pick up the feed, because we're getting to the time where my internet becomes iffy. So
Oh, yeah, sure.
let's see. I am at just about 2 hours in on today.
Let's see if I can find it.
And last night or today, it's so weird because we do these recaps. I believe it was last night, but the judge denied the defense's motion for a mistrial due to Miss Gibson using the term jail calls.
Yeah, I heard that one. That it was said in a passing moment. Well, if that is case law in Utah, then it is. I don't think. I'm not sure it is. It depends. They were gunning for mistrial, and what did they say? Any alternatives to mistrial? As in, get this fucker off the stand. Because I remember from the YSL trial, one of the key witnesses from the state made a similar mistake, and he was stricken as a witness. Now that's a different state.
What I will say is that the state or the defense did acknowledge that there had been a curative instruction from the judge right then and there, and that the judge did state on balance with all the things considered. Logically, a jury might deduce or might consider that if you're facing the charges of first-degree homicide, you might in fact be incarcerated prior to your trial. So it's kind of one of those things that, yeah, but if anyone has access to the internet, they kind of already knew that, like gravity is a thing, is kind of, so I don't know if there was malice involved in it, but I do think that the judge.
I really want to know if whenever a witness does that, because I remember it being so obvious. Oh no, because she, as a witness, she knows she can't say that. If she's done similar mistakes in other trials.
It was, and especially with how very careful with language the defense attorney was being.
Yeah.
I found that to be deliberate, but it's not really my reasoning that counts. So I have found this judge to be willing to listen to both sides and look at the case law and to actually think about it, whether or not he sides with the defense or the state at any given time. He has thought about it.
I keep looking at that number. I mean, January 2022, 4.3. So she was, paying down. Then I can't see the number at all. Maybe 4.5. And then all of a sudden it goes up 3 million.
Well, I'm wondering
March.
if that's interest because she's paying less. Because she's got like
total debt owed. It jumps 3 million in 1 month, which happens to be the month he's killed.
Well, yeah, maybe she thought she could get away with the minimums and then the estate.
Yeah, but did she take out that's $3 million.
I don't math. This is why I specifically did not become an accountant.
Yeah, she was owed. I don't know when her total debt became over $1 million, but I assume it was a few months before that. So she's been heavily in debt, paying day by day to different lenders, overdrafting, all the things. And all of a sudden, what was it? I don't know. I hope they will explain it.
Maybe she purchased other property. Maybe that was when she purchased the big giant house albatross money pit.
Okay. Which she was going to flip. Yeah, but she was going to Yeah, she was just going to flip, just barely renovate and then flip for a few $1 million more. Yeah, but if she paid $3 million for it and flipped it for $5 million, she's still $2.5 million in debt.
Yeah, I joke about this being a semi-profitable hobby that I'd like to make a completely in the black business. Because I joke, but it's kind of the truth. But my family, I'm millions. I'm telling you, as a person who buys generic everything, y'all, this is giving me heart palpitations.
Yeah, this goes so beyond. When we bought the farm, what is it now? It's we bought it and immediately started renovating it 10 years ago. And yeah, we've been in some debt, but nothing like this. We bought it 10 years ago for under $300,000, all of it, because it was really run down. And then we've poured more or less the same amount into it to get it modernized and everything. And now it's.
And to be fair,
yeah, but at the same time, we never. This is so far beyond.
Well,
anything.
And I will say I'm not a business, economist or anything. And I'm sure there are businesses that do run, either feast or famine.
Yeah,
but I just
she's flipping
wouldn't think
houses.
Yeah, none of this maths.
Yeah, she had to have lost on every damn house. I just don't get it.
Well, my guess is that she didn't know what was involved. Here's the problem. If you don't have a construction background, You can watch the home network and say, "Oh, this is super easy. Buy a cheap house, add walls, shiplap, you're done." No, you have to have that background to know this is fixable, this is a money trap, this is cosmetic, this is a nightmare. And it's a steep learning curve, so, you don't and maybe she had the ability to get herself in a lot of trouble because she had, a safety net for a while, and
Yeah, I just don't get it. This is so far beyond comprehension how to. My brain ain't braining.
believe me, this is hurting my soul.
Oh yeah. I'm controlling the.
Oh, no, you're fine.
Uh,
I put it at 1.25 since
yeah.
we're significantly behind.
Mm.
We'll say quick before we last evening
Is the total debt paid?
Cellbrite witness actually had a really good and very clear demonstratives. Made it actually easy to understand. So I can't believe I'm saying this, but I didn't cry during the Cellbrite testimony.
Yeah, I saw a clip, something about Real Housewife of Salt Lake City, and I then saw something on X, that EDB. She went, what? And then a name who apparently went to prison at that, or to jail at that time.
And I was over here today years old when I learned that the Real Housewives took up, set up shop in Salt Lake City. I was like, "Oh, that's a thing?"
And then the blue line above is the total debt owed. And this is for, again, all the real estate, all the lines of credit, credit cards, and the payday loans.
Yeah, but okay, now I'm getting it. So the accumulation is both the properties she owned that she's currently flipping.
Okay.
All loans on those types of things, you have an extended 0%, but you're still regarded as being owing that sum of money.
Okay,
And then
that makes
not until you sell the property, they get their money back plus the interest at the same time, but it doesn't accrue at like you have to pay all the time. Well, unless you fuck it up.
that does make much more sense.
Yeah. Okay. Now I get that. Okay. So out of that, but it's still a huge amount of money. But if you're flipping 10 houses at the same time, yeah, I can see. And then the one-time purchase of that mansion for $3 million at the same time as your husband.
This is why. Look, this is why if I ever get rich and famous, I will have a very trustworthy accountant because stuff like this makes me want to cry and hyperventilate.
Yeah. So she might not have had any issues with the house loans per se, but or the day-to-day business. That killed her, because apparently she did sell houses and the banks got their money.
I mean, someone must have been getting money because she was able to keep getting payday loans.
Yeah.
So on paper, it must have looked like it somewhat made sense.
Okay. So that would have. So it went from 1.5 to 7.5 in a year and a half. Hold on, let me go back to. Okay, so 1.5 to 1.8. She bought something for $300,000, but it doesn't say what she paid, only that total debt pay. But then all of a sudden,
well,
so
I guess that's
here you have a $2.5 million, which she flipped in a month, and could buy.
Well, I guess My question would be, is the area of Utah where she lives, is it kind of an area that's more bougie or
Yeah.
more
Oh, yeah.
rural? Okay, so
Well, it is
maybe
rural, but it's the entire town she lives in, 2,300 people. But it seems to be one of these only rich people live there.
okay, well, that makes sense because that would explain I mean, and that's kind of like my town. You have the people who have estates who bought land, and then you have the people who live in, the double wides.
Mm,
It's kind of a spectra. So
mm. Yeah, so what I can see, maybe she bought a house, flipped it. Hey, I'm good at this. And then she bought another one and another one. And then she was 3 purchases ahead, and then she sold one, and then it kept extending because it takes time to sell a house sometimes. And this is during vid.
yeah, and there's also again, when you are buying, for sale as is houses, there's a lot of hidden things. If you don't have a really good inspector, a thorough inspector,
Mm,
or even, just karma is a bitch and life sucks sometimes. You have a really good inspector and the foundation still needs to be redone.
yeah.
So
Now, if we separate, I mean, what is this motive for her to end his life, or is she just a very, very shitty person who does very, very poorly in her business? The texts, though, I've heard have come in, some of them now, and the
the text, the
gives,
Google searches
yeah,
are amazing.
yeah. Now, her own words are going to sink her.
And I will be there with popcorn and an adult beverage to watch and giggle.
Yeah. Now, so now we are at the point in time where we can start to discuss the things that I actually saw now a year and a half ago. Because I know you've been on the line. Oh, I know you keep telling me there are other stuff coming in, and I don't understand. And I still don't understand why the state wasted our time for a week by confusing us.
Yeah, it does seem like they're digging themselves it's an unforced error, to
Mm,
use a sports ball reference.
mm. Okay, let's get up here again.
And the payday loans.
Ooh, lemon shake
Does this exhibit show that between January 21 and March of 22, her debt was generally increasing except for a dip between, call it, August and February?
That's correct.
And that whole time, the amount she was paying to service that debt remained generally the same except for a blip in April of 2021?
That's right.
Scott, can I get page 2 of this exhibit, please? And we can take down page 3. Ma'am, what does this depict?
This is that same concept. I just wondered if we might want to discuss this without the real estate. So this is just the loans.
Okay.
Oh, this makes more sense.
Yeah. Now, her personal shitty decisions, yeah, here it is. Now, here you can clearly see when it starts to really spiral out of control, but it's still under $1 million in debt by March of 2022. Now, that's still a fuck ton of money. She owes under $1 million and she paid 1.6.
Don't make bad choices. Don't get a Victoria's Secret credit card,
Yeah.
children.
Yeah, this is worse than student loans. He's just paying and paying and paying and paying because I would assume at one point and this time, the bank said, no personal loans. We can finance your housing because you do sell houses. But your personal stuff,
Yeah.
I mean, doesn't she have an LLC for her flipping houses?
Yeah.
Why are
So
they
I don't.
clumping everything together? Because
Well,
her LLC is, or yeah.
So, what the forensic accountant has said is that when she started looking at Corey's business account and her personal account,
Mm.
honestly, they were legitimately about the same thing.
Mm.
She didn't do a very good job of differentiating between the
Oh,
accounts.
so she
She
would
would
have been
commingle
she was one audit away from tax evasion and the stuff.
pretty much.
Yeah. Do not ever use your business credit card for personal purchases, folks. Do not ever do that. They will find out. They will
Yes,
find out.
the government has nothing better to do.
Than to chase money, and the government owes themselves a fuck ton of money, so they want
Yeah.
yours.
Lines of credit, credit cards, payday loans. So I've just taken out the loans on the properties.
So does this, for example, show that in March of 22, she owed $800,000 in non-real estate debt?
That's what this shows, yes.
And she was also that month paid about $80,000 to service the debt.
That's right.
Which is about the same $80,000 she was paying to service everything.
It is the same. And for most of her real estate loans were balloons. So her notes were balloons, like a 6 months. She'd borrow here and they did not require monthly pay. Most of them did not require monthly payments. And so that's why you'd see the same numbers there.
Scott, can we split that with page 4, please?
Her zit in the forehead
Is this
keeps
again
getting
then
bigger and
the
bigger. I
graph
wonder
of
if
what's
it
on the left-hand side?
That's right. So the same concept, just without the loans on the real estate.
The total debt owed seems to flatline about October 2021.
Yes, it
Maybe
pretty much
don't
does,
use
yeah.
flatline.
There are a lot of reasons why. I don't know all of them. It looks to me like she's just exhausted her funding sources, and there are very few new funding sources that kind of come in after that first period. We talked a lot about some of the new ones. Kind of after that, there weren't a lot of new ones, and so that's the explanation I believe is correct.
Thank you, Scott. Does understanding Kouri Richins' debt narrative begin with any particular loan?
Yes.
What loan?
When she started her business, the home equity line of credit that was taken out in March of 2019.
What is a home equity line of credit?
So it is a loan, but the funds are held and they're available for a borrower to draw from as needed. So it could sit there just as an open line of credit and not be used. And it's based on whatever equity that someone has in their home.
And was the home involved the home that she and Eric Richins and their children lived in?
Yes, it did.
Scott, can I get 6-1, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this agreement?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is the warranty deed from November of 2012, in which Eric Richins took ownership of the property that he bought from Clint and Katie Benson. This is the Willow Court home.
Your Honor, the state moves 6-1 into evidence.
No objection.
State 6-1 is admitted.
Scott, if you could zoom in on kind of the top half. Ma'am, what information does this provide?
So the warranty deed is a transfer of ownership. And so shows that Clint and Katie Benson previously owned the property, and Eric Richins is the new owner of the property. Lot D11 Wild Willow subdivision is the part of the legal description. And then finally, there's the date of November 9th, 2012.
Was this the warranty deed in place on the home at the time the HELOC was taken out?
Yes.
Thank you, Scott. Can you please bring up 5-4?
Your Honor, we would
at this point, lodge a 404B objection to this document and all the testimony that flows from it.
Would you approach, please?
Okay, 404B is federal rule of evidence. Using evidence of prior crimes, wrongs, or acts to prove a person's character. Yeah, I mean,
But yeah, I guess it would be her financial behavior, but behavior and character can be similar.
yeah, but
But
if they
not-
have their economics separated, how much can they actually go into this? Oh, I mean, I would go. Yeah, I can see a 404B, but I would rather start
Certainly.
going after a waste of time, a 403. Or is 404 also?
I don't know, because normally they narrow it down to the subsection and the subsection.
Yeah, okay. 404B is also the waste of time. It's inefficiency and a trial within a trial. So this is the waste of time.
The witness can see 5-4.
State moves to admit 5-4.
Any objection, Ms. Nesser?
Just same objection, but I understand what was said at the bench.
Okay. States 5-4 is admitted. I'll publish it now.
Scott, if you could zoom in, please, on that top third. Yep. Ma'am, what is this?
This is the HELOC, the home equity line of credit. This is the agreement that kind of outlines the terms of the loan.
And who does it identify as the borrower?
Eric Richins.
And what does it identify as
Oh,
the
this
credit
is
limit on the loan?
$250,000.
the alleged forged signature and the power of attorney and all the things.
Scott, if you can scroll down, please, to the first signature. Actually, maybe the only signature. Can you zoom in on the signature, please? Ma'am, who does this show signed as the borrower?
The borrower was Eric Richins, but signed by Kouri Richins as attorney in fact.
And she signed as attorney in fact for Eric Richins on March the 19th, 2019?
Yes.
Thank you. Scott, please. 5-89 Delta. Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
Did you prepare it?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
I used the HELOC statements from TCF Bank / Huntington Bank.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-89 Delta.
No objection.
5-89D is admitted.
I wonder if we're ever going to, in this trial, or if they ever are going to talk about, here's how he died.
That would be lovely, but no.
Yeah, I think we're past that. We are going to listen to 2 weeks of economics now.
Okay, economics or blizzard talk, which is
Yeah.
worse?
Ma'am, what does this depict?
So along the top are the months, every other month, but
Yeah, 2021, about here, and then, I mean, then it's just accrued. Oh yeah, and then 2020, this should be about when she got arrested.
Yeah.
So it didn't really, and then she had all the litigation and this lawsuits and stuff that she had to pour money into. So maybe that could be an argument for the defense. Yeah. Let's see here. Because you can see, oh, way down, and then she started to pick it up again. But then you got, and then down here.
Yeah, but that wouldn't
yeah.
it's not quite I mean, if I were the state, I would link this to her relationship because the two are somewhat entwined. So, is there a noticeable behavioral pattern as she starts to spend more compulsively?
Yeah.
Each bar represents a month, and the negative numbers indicate the balance of the loan as of that month. So, for example, on March 1st, March of 2019, there was a draw of $60,000 shortly after the loan was approved. And so that stayed at that balance for a few months. And then following that, every month I've just taken the balance of the account and depicted it in a bar.
And the bars go downward because this is a negative number. It's the amount owed.
That's right. And so I've got on the left-hand side, those are negative numbers. And you can see the negative 250,000. That's the limit, the credit limit of this loan. And so you can see relative to the credit limit where the balance was in any given month.
What did you determine was the balance on the HELOC at the time of Eric Richins' death?
At the time of his death, it was over its limit, $254,000.
Did you analyze the payments made towards this balance?
Yes.
Does anybody mind if we go to 1.5?
Sorry, that 60 was a draw. So what did your analysis show regarding payments?
With the exception of one, the payments were interest-only payments, so the minimum payment. And then you can see in October of 2020, there's a rise in the balance. There was a $50,000 payment made in October 2020. And so that's why the balance is different there. And then by the June and July of 2021, it was at its balance or exceeding.
So am I right then that but for the one $50,000 payment in October 2020, the only payments were minimum monthly interest payments?
That's correct.
Were you able to trace the HELOC draws to see where the money went?
Yes.
What did you determine?
They were by and large for rehab expenses related to Kouri Richins projects.
Let me back up half a step. When you analyze the payment history, what were the source of the payment? What was the source of the payments?
The source of the payments that made those interest-only payments and the $50,000, those were from K. Richins' realty accounts and sometimes from the Kouri's personal checking 5244 from America First.
So am I right then that the money was drawn from the HELOC to support Kouri Richins' business and the payments were made from Kouri Richins to the HELOC?
That's correct.
Any transaction history involving Eric Richins?
Not that I could see. I've looked at every transaction available. I couldn't see any.
Thank you, Scott. Can I get 5-6, please?
Sorry, Scott. Let me work on that. Scott, if you would briefly disconnect and reconnect so I can see your connection again. Thank you, sir. And there you go, Mr. Fletcher.
Scott, can you scroll through that, please?
Would you scroll through this one more time for me, Scott?
Hey, can you stop there for just a minute?
One more page. Okay. I now understand. Go ahead.
Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is the original draw of $60,000, a copy of that. And this was from TCF National Bank / Huntington Bank in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-6.
No objection.
5-6 is admitted.
Scott, if you could zoom in on the check. Ma'am, who's the check made out to?
It's payable to Eric Richins.
And do you know why?
Object to speculation.
You lay a little foundation.
Ms. Carrington, who was the home equity line of credit? Who was the borrower for the home equity line of credit?
Eric Richins.
Is it typical for the borrower to be the named payee on draws of an account?
Yes.
Did you trace where the $60,000 went?
Yes.
Thank you. Scott, can I get 5-7?
And at this point, I renew my 404B objection.
Would you folks approach for a second?
Okay. Now this, I believe, goes back to the hearing they had in the beginning of the day when it came to, at one point in time, it will become accumulative and just goes on and on and on. And yeah, let's see when the judge agrees.
Forgive me, Mr. Bloodworth.
That would be sidebar number 46.
I did not. I do so now.
Okay. Any additional objection, Ms. Nestor?
None other than what I've already covered, Your Honor.
Okay. 5-7 is admitted. There you go.
Ms. Carrington, what are we looking at?
This is the bank account statement from America First Credit Union for Kouri Richins. This is that personal checking account 5244 for April of 2019, which would have covered the March of 2019 transactions.
And did you trace that $60,000 draw that we just looked at into this account?
I did.
Can you please show us where it lands in this account?
Yes, I think it's the second. You can see on March 29th, there's a deposit of $60,000 into the account.
Did you then trace the funds from that account?
I did.
Where did the funds go?
Basically for rehab expenses and debt payments. Well, yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Scott. Scott, can I get 6-23D, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
Did you prepare it?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
I used the loan documents for the different properties, the deeds, the warranty deeds and trust deeds for the properties, the bank account statements for K. Richins Realty and Kouri Richins. I think that's it.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 6-23 Delta.
It's just the one page, right?
It is.
Okay.
No objection.
6-23 Delta is admitted.
Ms. Carrington, what does this depict?
This is what I've called a purchase timeline, and it depicts the purchase of the properties in these years by K. Richins Realty and Kouri Richins.
That's a lot of
What trend
money.
information, if any, does this depiction provide?
Well, the numbers of, there are a couple of things. The numbers of projects from 1 in 2019 to 5 in 2020 to 15 in 2021, and then finally the one large project in 2022. And then also the aggregate amount. So this is based on the purchase price. So she purchased one for $215,000 in 2019, and then when you get to 21, it's $6.7 million for all of those projects.
What does your teaching and training tell you about, if anything, about rapid growth in a business?
I look at a lot of businesses.
So she bought 15 houses in 2021 and made nothing. And she thought that let's make one big purchase. She was really, really bad at this.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand going from 1 to 5, that kind of makes sense. But
Yeah.
1 to 5 seems like, kind of stable growth and kind of, oh, I'm handling one project to multiple projects. You would think there would be a learning curve. I would think that it would take you several months at 5 projects all at once. But I'm not Kouri. I didn't write a book on grief. So, oh, good Lord.
And it doesn't matter what kind of industry or what kind of business or what kind of solvency they have. Managing growth is really challenging. And managing this kind of exponential growth is challenging for any kind of a business. And so this depicts that, I mean, you don't really need to know much else, but to see a growth from 5 projects to 15 from one year to the next, or 2.2 to 6.7 in 1 year, that presents a challenge for anybody.
Did you analyze each of the purchases depicted here?
To be fair, Miss Carrington, you're an accountant. No, folks, there's a difference between people who has a job and entrepreneurs who try to make business. One can't really testify about the other type. Yeah, she may say, yeah, this is not the normal way to do it. Yeah, but have you seen it happen?
One values safety, the other one understands that with risk comes, potentiality for great reward.
And how did she screw this up? She did have a construction crew and everything, but I mean, if you don't have the basic knowledge, it doesn't matter. If you believe that you can flip that mansion in a matter of weeks or even months, you're out of your damn mind. Stop biting my hand, Mr. Jingles. I'm trying to be nice here. He won't listen. He has no.
Yes, I did.
Scott, can I get Exhibit 6-24 Delta, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this?
I do.
Did you prepare it?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
A lot of those same documents, a lot of the deeds, the warranty deeds, trust deeds, the trust deeds show or reflected of the loan. So all the loan documents, the primary lender, all the second, third, and fourth lender, position lenders that I call rehab lenders, the settlement statements for the purchase, the settlement statements for the sale, and then what the rehab expenses were. And for that, I've used what Kouri Richins reported to her tax preparer, and then I did an analysis of every transaction in her accounts to understand what the expenses
We'll get there in a minute. Thank you. I want to admit it first.
Sorry.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 6-24 Delta.
No objection.
6-24D is admitted.
Scott, can you show that in split screen 2 pages?
Mr. Bloodworth, for me personally, will you identify a spot where we can take a restroom break?
Yes, Your Honor, I got to plan it out right after.
Okay, yeah, sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, do each of these columns, and we're going to drill down in some here in a minute, but do each of these columns vertically depict one of those transactions, one of those property transactions?
Yes, each column is one property.
Scott, let's zoom in on the far left column in the first property. Can you please explain to the jury what that far left column, purchase, sale, rehab expenses, depicts?
Yes. So at the top, it's the 550 house. The address is 550 and 550, and it's in Heber. So I call it the 550 house. It was $215,000 to purchase.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Let me stop you. I mean, I'm one column to the left.
Oh, sorry. Okay. The first section is the purchase. So that's the purchase, what she borrowed to buy it, and there were other funds that she borrowed, and then the closing costs. And so the equity in the property at the time of the purchase.
Okay. And then what's the next column? The next section, the sales section?
That's so when she sold it, what was the sales price? She had to repay those borrowed funds. If I knew the closing costs, I've included them. If I haven't, if I wasn't sure I had the final settlement statement, I didn't include it. And then I get what the net proceeds were at the time of the sale. So that would have been the amount that landed in her bank account.
Okay. And then the bottom, rehab expenses section. What is that and how did you calculate it?
So the rehab expenses, as I said, that she reported some to her tax preparer, her CPA, and most of the times I went back to her bank account and I looked at her memo notations about which project a specific expense was for. They're not all labeled.
Let me stop you there. Why did you not use the expenses that she gave to her tax CPA?
They were not correct.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor, can we approach?
Okay. What
Don't
now?
lie to the IRS.
Mm,
Don't forget to have receipts and clearly
mm,
label them.
mm.
How the
Please proceed.
Okay, ma'am, you said you did not use expense reporting to the tax accountants because they were inaccurate. How then did you determine the rehab expenses?
So I went through every transaction in that Kouri Richins Realty 6577 account. And I looked at the check copies and I looked at the notations. Sometimes the transactions had a notation or a payee in the body of the statement. So I took those, and quite often Kouri Richins would write on a check, this is for Mill Creek, or this is for Centerville, or this is for Sandy. And so then I've taken those at face value, and it's a sorting exercise. So that's how I arrived at this number.
Were you able to allocate all rehab expenses to particular projects?
I was not.
So if it's shown in the accounting for one particular project, you can definitely trace it to that project.
Based on Kouri Richins notations, yes.
And by using the approach of not allocating expenses unless you were certain, is that a conservative approach to accounting?
Back to leading.
Let's let him finish the question, then I'll rule on it. Would you state it again for me, sir?
By not allocating expenses to a particular project unless you could trace them to that project, is that a conservative accounting approach?
It is.
Overruled.
Does it underestimate the expenses for one particular project?
It does. For example, in 2021, there's $400,000 of expenses that I can tell go to trades or vendors, her subs, for projects, but I can't tell what project they're for. So there's $400,000 in 2021.
So that $400,000 doesn't even appear on this entire chart.
That's right.
But you know they were expenses towards rehab.
They were the same payees. So yes.
You also mentioned that you didn't include closing costs at sale unless you were certain of them.
Right, because there are different versions, different draft versions of a settlement statement, and they change as the title company is trying to get to the final number. So if I wasn't confident that was the final one that I had, then I've left that blank.
Okay. Now let's talk about the net proceeds, the 100. Let's go into the 550 house. That's just the first one. We'll take it as an example, okay?
Okay.
So she purchased that house for $215,000. Is that right?
That's right.
And she borrowed $221 initially on it.
Yes.
She had $7,000 in closing costs.
Yes.
So does that first total negative $13,800 show that the minute she closed?
I can't hear you, but you don't show up as you show up as muted.
Yeah, oh, sorry. Let's see here.
That's okay.
Purchase price, $215. Borrowed, $221. So closing costs, so the total amount is, roughly that. Sale price, $404,000.
Okay.
or equity in property. That's, I guess, yeah. Repayment borrowed funds, $254. Net proceed, $145,000. And then you have this freaking. I need to read the rest. Where is lawn and crim? All right.
I mean, it seems like she doubled at least the worth of the property.
Yeah. So how did she manage to get 145 minus 98? So she made just under 50,000 on one sale.
And she was trying to pay herself a salary. Doesn't she understand that as an entrepreneur, you're basically just pouring things back in? You're not actually getting a salary for the first little bit. If you stay out of the red, you're usually happy.
Yeah.
And you can pay salaries without putting it on credit.
Yeah. And I mean, if she bought and sold 5 houses, let's say she roughly the same, that would mean profit of $250,000. I mean, that's decent. And she still managed to screw it up by paying herself more than she was worth and kept lending money. That's not. But then again, she was used to that type of living. She deserved it. Millions.
Mustang McCracken. This woman doesn't understand that the FBI can see her Google searches. She worked hard for that salary.
But I mean, this is not a bad profit for a house. I rehab expenses, yada yada yada. Yeah, this is not a bad flip. Now, just repeat it the same way until you can afford to give yourself a salary. That's my interpretation. But she didn't. No, she put herself in millions in debt because I deserve it. I'm a big-time real estate flipper. Yeah, flip off.
Yeah.
Expenses depicts.
Yes. So at the top, it's the 550 house. The address is 550 and 550, and it's in Heber. So I call it the 550 house. It was $215,000 to purchase.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Let me stop you. I'm one column to the left.
Oh, sorry. Okay. The first section is the purchase. So that's the purchase, what she borrowed to buy it, and there were other funds that she borrowed, and then the closing costs. And so the equity in the property at the time of the purchase.
And then what's the next column? The next section, the sales section.
So she bought it for 215. She put 100,000 in it to renovate it. Yeah, not unusual. And then she flipped it for a 50 grand. Yeah, I mean, you can more or less buy houses, sit on it for 6 months, and then sell it for much more.
Yeah.
Without doing anything.
Yeah, and the unfortunate fact is people who spend like this make it harder for really responsible people who save up, who get down payments, you know.
And all over the world, over here as well, people did this, and it got houses sold for, I mean, and now in maybe 2024, it just flattened out because no, people can't afford this. Yeah.
That's so when she sold it, what was the sales price? She had to repay those borrowed funds. If I knew the closing costs, I've included them. If I haven't, if I wasn't sure I had the final settlement statement, I didn't include it. And then I get what the net proceeds were at the time of the sale. So that would have been the amount that landed in her bank account.
Okay. And then the bottom, rehab expenses section. What is that and how did you calculate it?
So the rehab expenses, as I said, that she reported some to her tax preparer, her CPA, and most of the times I went back to her bank account and I looked at her memo notations about which project a specific expense was for. They're not all labeled.
Let me stop you there. Why did you not use the expenses that she gave to her tax CPA?
They were not correct.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach?
Yep. Okay.
Please proceed.
Okay, ma'am, you said you did not use expense reporting to the tax accountants because they were inaccurate. How then did you determine the rehab expenses?
So I went through every transaction in that Kouri Richins Realty 6577 account. And I looked at the check copies and I looked at the notations. Sometimes the transactions had a notation or a payee in the body of the statement. So I took those, and quite often Kouri Richins would write on a check, this is for Mill Creek, or this is for Centerville, or this is for Sandy. And so then I've taken those at face value, and it's a sorting exercise. So that's how I arrived at this number.
Were you able to allocate all rehab expenses to particular projects?
I was not.
So if it's shown in the accounting for one particular project, you can definitely trace it to that project.
Based on Kouri Richins notations, yes.
And by using the approach of not allocating expenses unless you were certain, is that a conservative approach to accounting?
Back to leading.
Let's let him finish. question, then I'll rule on it. Would you state it again for me, sir?
By not allocating expenses to a particular project, unless you could trace them to that project, is that a conservative accounting approach?
It is.
Overruled.
Does it underestimate the expenses for one particular project?
It does. For example, there in 2021, there's $400,000 of expenses that I can tell go to trades or vendors, her subs, for projects, but I can't tell what project they're for. So there's $400,000 in 2021.
Well, yeah, because if you can purchase all the drywall for all the homes at the same time and also build up so you have just in case, why would you then you make that accounting afterwards? You allocate that in your cost and stuff, but that's more for internal to check on the revenue stream from the purchases. How much did I actually use here and stuff? It doesn't seem like she had one of that Kouri Richins didn't have one of those.
Kouri Richins seems to be the type that has a shoebox with occasional receipts that make it into the shoebox.
Yeah. And that's not the way. The binders we have for this renovation, because sometimes you notice mid-renovation that, okay, we need to change this load-bearing wall. Now we need extra stuff. Yeah. So always calculate it will cost twice as much and will take double the time.
So that 400,000 doesn't even appear on this entire chart.
That's right.
But you know they were expenses towards rehab.
They were the same payees, so yes.
You also mentioned that you didn't include closing costs at sale unless you were certain of them.
Right, because there are different versions, different draft versions of a settlement statement, and they change as the title company is trying to get to the final number. So if I wasn't confident that was the final one that I had, then I've left that blank.
Now let's talk about the net proceeds, the 100. Let's go into the 550 house. That's just the first one. We'll take it as an example, okay?
Okay.
So she purchased that house for $215,000. Is that right?
That's right.
And she borrowed $221 initially on it.
Yes.
She had $7,000 in closing costs.
Yes.
So does that first total negative $13,800 show that the minute she closed on the house, she was $13,800 in the hole?
That's right.
And is that why it is color coded red on your chart?
Yes.
Okay, and then she rehabbed it.
That's correct.
And she sold it. And she sold it for $404,000.
Yes.
But she had all kinds of transaction costs. She had to repay borrowed.
Yeah, do we really need to hear this?
I mean, not really, in my opinion, but I am always of the opinion of fast forward.
Yeah. Because something.
So this is only properties that were sold. She lost $469,000 plus another $460 that you were unable to directly trace to a project. So just on properties that were sold, forgetting about properties that were foreclosed, she lost over $900,000.
That's correct.
That's almost impressive. She lost 900 purchase price, borrowed fund 3.2. Yeah.
Who in the hell? Like, I get that her mom is her business partner, but is no one the sane person in the room? Like, did her accountant, anyone say, hell no?
Apparently not. It's only.
Scott, can you go to the Barney column?
Oh, and Nick, we might be getting close to the time where I'm going to have to end my stream because the internet people are on their way.
Okay.
So we've got about 20 minutes.
Okay, but I
just want to show the Barney column. I think, Your Honor, this would be a good time to pause, and we can come back and address the Barney house.
Very good. Folks, let's take a break.
Yeah, take a break. And then they came back.
After Ms.
Forgive me, Ms. Nestor, the Barney house, among other things, went into foreclosure, correct?
After Ms. Richins was arrested, yes, that's correct.
Okay. And this is the house in which there was a loan from a friend that was used for a purpose different than what was represented? Is this that one?
Kind of. So originally, Kouri Richins Realty purchased the property. She ended up moving a friend in after she had purchased it. They were trying to arrange a purchase. The friend could not qualify for a loan. So they were trying to do a seller financing agreement where the friend would pay a chunk to Kouri to make up, so Kouri could pay off the hard money lenders, and then Kouri would just keep the property. They would seller finance it over time. There was a dispute right before Ms. Richins was arrested. She was holding off switching the deed to the name of the friend because there's reasons why that was. It had to do with an insurance claim on the house that was pending. But there is debate about whether or not the delay in switching the deed to the friend's name was somehow dishonest or misleading to the friend or had been misled. That's up in the air. So if we're only looking at the Barney property for the purpose of this property profit analysis, I don't have a problem with that. If we're going to get into all of the representations that were made about the property, whether or not there was, I don't even think they're saying there was fraud, but whether there was dishonesty or any of that, then I want to have a 404B analysis. So I guess I'm just alerting everybody that this was one of the issues in my motion in limine. This was one of the issues the court said you probably have to hear foundation for at trial.
No, I ruled on this one specifically, but that's fine. We can raise it again.
Right. So I guess I'm just, as an abundance of caution before the jury comes back in, if we're going to get into all of that, I want to have a 404B analysis. If we're not, then I don't mind for purposes of just whether did you make a profit or loss on the property. That is irrelevant to me. I don't care about that.
Mr. Bleber, tell me where the state's headed with respect to the Barney property.
Your Honor, it is beyond that column of profit and loss analysis. It will go into the $45,000 down payment that Ms. Barney made on the property, tracing those funds to pay, I think it was a Fund 5 payday lender.
Put differently, to pay something other than the hard money loan on the property.
Correct.
Okay. And then it eventually went into foreclosure.
It did eventually go into foreclosure. We may get there. I don't know that we will get there.
Okay. Any other detail regarding the Barney property that you intend to elicit?
Yes, Your Honor. So initially the Barney property was financed by a more traditional mortgage lender. In getting financing on the Barney property in June of 2021, Kouri Richins submitted a bank statement to the lender purportedly from AFCU showing a certain balance. Her bank statement from AFCU shows a different balance. C&E's bank statement from AFCU shows that first certain balance. And so it would be an exercise in admitting those three bank statements and moving on. I think that is consistent with the court's ruling. The other issue that may arise is there was an email from that hard money lender questioning Ms. Richins about her credit score in comparison to the available cash in the purported bank statement. And then in response, Kouri Richins provides an explanation of her credit score that is relevant because, well, the inquiry is relevant because the lender had noticed a disconnect between her balance and her credit score. Kouri Richins' response is relevant because she had a very different response to a different lender in response to a similar question.
Okay, so Ms. Nestor, I think it would be appropriate to give the jury a 404B instruction to the following effect, and we can have a conversation about the details here, but something to the effect of you are about to hear evidence that defendant's representations to her lenders were not accurate before the acts charged in this case. This evidence is not admitted to prove a character trait of the defendant or to show that she acted in a manner consistent with that trait. You may consider this evidence, if at all, for the limited purpose of determining a non-character issue such as motive. Keep in mind that the defendant is on trial for the crimes charged in this case only. You may not convict the defendant simply because you believe she may have committed some other acts at some other time.
Your Honor, could you please read that very first part where you said you're about to hear, what was that?
Evidence that defendant's representations to lenders were not accurate before the acts charged in this case.
Okay, it's not just lenders though. It's also her statements to Ms. Barney, who was her
I know that
tenant.
we're going to get into evidence of that. Are we?
So
I can add that to the list. That's fine. But it wasn't clear to me that the back and forth between
The lenders and others, because part of this
Fine.
isn't an email to her,
Okay.
to a banker. It's not, through her,
lenders and others is not a problem.
Yeah.
Anything else?
I'm so a visual person. May I just look at it? What do you have in your hand?
It's CR 411. It is the standard Muji second.
No, just the very first part, the part that you wrote.
Representation.
This seems to be something from the court stream in itself, because it happens in both Court TV and Lawn and Grim.
Okay, I was like, what the heck? My internet was doing so well. And then my cat decided to knock over my
because they
my
show
lights.
an evolution between Kouri Richins and the lender of essentially the lender saying, I need to see this, Kouri Richins provides this number. And then when that doesn't get the job done, lender comes back and says, I need to see a bank statement showing this, and then Ms. Richins comes back with a bank statement showing this. So there is a relevance to the iteration that is beyond a cumulative effect.
And remind me the month and year that this is all occurring.
So, Your Honor, it begins in the summer of, kind of late summer, early fall 2021 into January 2022.
Okay. So, Ms. Nestor.
Okay, so that language is fine in the instruction, but I just want to make sure the record is very, very clear that my objection is to it coming in at all, that to inject wire fraud with respect to Ms. Barney, banking fraud, wire fraud with respect to the email that she sent, banking fraud with respect to altering bank statements, all into an aggravated murder case where she is not charged with any of these counts, is significantly prejudicial, is a significant attack on her character, offer to show action in conformity. It is irrelevant. It is 404B, and just to make sure I've made the record 401, 403, 404B as to all of that coming in, period.
Okay. As discussed on the record in multiple days of motion in limine hearing and in 2 written rulings by the court, both on defendants' motions in limine and the court's amended ruling regarding intrinsic evidence. Defendants' 404B objection to the admissibility and defendants' objection to the admissibility of this evidence under Rules 401, 401, 02, and 03 are overruled for the reasons discussed on the record previously and written about extensively by the court. The issue before the court today is the form of a 404B instruction to be given before the evidence comes in. I think we've arrived at that form, correct, Ms. Nestor?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bloodworth, any addition there?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything else before we invite the jury?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
Okay. We're ready for the jury.
Okay, let's see how long until.
Well, Nick,
Well, it's quite some time here. Yes.
So I do think the defense has a point that why is the state allowed to bring, again, she hasn't been adjudicated guilty of these theoretical or, crimes. I understand that it can, they have the data to back up that it is a pattern, but when does the pattern become
motive?
Yeah.
What
Too much.
What does it actually do with this? And how is it not cumulative? Because how many properties are they going to talk about? Now, when it comes to 404B and waste of time, in my interpretation, is that it has to be at least a little bit different from the argument regarding the last one. So the last one was just poor decisions. She got herself in more debt. This one is that now some time has gone, there has been some time. Now she's starting to lie to people. I don't know how they get away from character. But it is under the judge's discretion. And
well, but the same arguments that we're making here, we could make for Laura Owens, and we want that pattern evidence in. So are we upset about it?
Yeah, but
I don't know.
It's not here. It's a murder trial, and so there's no modus operandi here other than she's a fraudster. Yeah, but that's a separate trial. In the Laura Owens case, it is she continuously gets pregnant when they reject her, and has done so for over a decade. There's no accumulation. It's just she found a modus operandi and she sticks with it.
Oh,
in this case, it is an escalation of events.
That makes sense, I guess. And yeah, I can see both sides, which is why I was having a bit of a hard time figuring out how the judge was going to rule.
But when it comes to this, as it seems, at least, is that well, Utah and which state was Murdoch in?
I want to
Another
say
one.
North or South Carolina.
Yeah. So one of the two, that they have similar approach towards these motive evidence. So not sure if I like it, but if that's what the court has to rule by, then they do. South Carolina. Thank you, Jen and Denise.
9 yet.
Okay, so there's about an hour towards lunch. So we won't get through this in, or do you have 10 minutes now?
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe this is a good stopping point.
Okay.
And then we
And
can
then
decide.
did you?
Well,
So they will not be having.
I'm not.
Friday.
I'm not. Well, Friday. What?
So they're not going to have trial on Friday. So however we get, behind.
Okay. That's excellent. No, okay.
Yeah.
So nothing on Friday. That means we will be completely caught up.
Dingus.
Hey, if they are not having a trial on Friday, maybe we can put a panel show up a bit
That would
earlier
be
than
awesome.
usual.
Yeah, no, that would be great.
Yeah, because normally I have my panel show Fridays at 5 p.m. Eastern. But if we can do that a lot sooner, then people might show up. Because it seems like people after 5 p.m. Fridays, they want to spend time with family and stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, it's yeah.
Dingus, Lord
right.
of Chaos, stop it. As for the juror, no, I believe they were going to look at that possibly at lunchtime. This is the juror that I believe, and so the juror did explain. So I think they had maybe a preliminary questioning that the witness that he didn't realize he had had business interactions with had actually. You are a jerk face.
Yeah.
Mr. Jingles, meet your partner in crime. You're both about 40 pounds each of terror. Terror. The defense seemed reluctant to keep him and wanted to move to strike. The state didn't really see a problem. The judge didn't seem inclined to strike him, but I believe he wanted to give them both time to look at case law and present their arguments. So I think they were either going to do that during lunch or possibly at the end of the day.
Yeah, that will be interesting to get through tomorrow.
Yes.
Because, folks, it's nearing 9 p.m. here. I've been up since 4:15. I worked until I came home 5 minutes before I came on stream. I'm going to collapse into my bed now.
Absolutely. We will have, the show will go on. We will catch up. But
at least on Friday.
yes, on Friday. And, if you need a place to catch up on headlines, true crime, and the absurd in the morning before trials, Mornings with Mo starts at 8 a.m. And then I get you ported over to, whatever trial goes on. I usually get done by 9:30. So there you go. Check that out. I am trying to get better at this grifting thing.
Yep.
One day.
One day. And
look, you've seen the size of my cat. I need to feed him. He terrifies me.
Yeah. Friday, I will plan in a Friday panel show, not the Slightly Buzzed. I will separate the two. Now, it might be that the panel show morphs into the Slightly Buzzed show, but at least 2 hours of panel show with guests without me spinning the wheel, and then we can start spinning the wheel later. But that's Friday. Again, tomorrow, I have no idea when I get back from work. Sorry. I will try, but there's no guarantee.
And yeah, the interweb people are on their way, so we can only hope and pray that they figure out whatever is wrong with the witchcraft that brings the Wi-Fi. So
Yeah.
thank you guys so much for joining. We appreciate it. Thank you, everyone, and we will see you tomorrow.
We
Bye,
will.
you guys.
See you. Bye-bye.